Un saluto a tutti gli amici appassionati di sim racing e benvenuti all'autodromo Enzo e Tino Ferrari di Imola. Siamo nel tracciato del Santerno per il secondo appuntamento della settima stagione dell'eSport Endurance Series by iRacingSeries.com. Un saluto da Matteo Pittaccio, al mio fianco Giacomo Noghera. Ciao Giacomo. Una gara che quindi si appresta a diventare molto molto difficile, una delle più complicate dell'intero calendario, una delle più complicate dell'intera stagione, un campionato che in realtà è già partito in Bahrain, quindi secondo round Giacomo che ci ha visto, il primo round anzi che ci ha visto un po' impegnati a capire anche come si potessero risolvere eventuali contrasti, incidenti. Infatti ci sono delle penalità da scontare anche per chi corre in hypercar, un po' in generale in tutte le categorie. Giacomo, non so se mi senti, circuito di Imola, autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari, una vera e propria chicca nel panorama del motorsport mondiale.
Sì, lo definiscono il piccolo Nürburgring, è una pista estremamente tecnica, si contraddistingue per quello che possiamo dire è letteralmente una mancanza di rettilinei. Vediamo qui intanto le prime vetture partire, così potremo analizzare la pista man mano che scorrono in questo giro di formazione. Quindi vediamo qui arrivarle alla staccata del tamburello, la prima curva, diciamo nata da una modifica. All'inizio si trattava di una curva, adesso è diventata una chicane, modifica fatta dopo la tragica scomparsa di Ayrton Senna nel 1994. Quindi vediamo un sinistra-destra-sinistra molto veloce, arriviamo staccando fortissimi per poi entrare in queste curve da fare in progressione e aprire tutto fino ad arrivare poi alla Villeneuve, che è questa altra chicane molto simile che vediamo, da fare diciamo spezzettata. Arriviamo sulla sinistra staccando, buttando dentro la quarta, eccoci qui, buttando dentro la quarta e poi terza sul destra, e con le auto che poi escono, diciamo, raddrizzandosi, una sequenza di curve molto molto tecnica, e ci porta poi a quello che possiamo quasi definire un tornante, la Tosa. Tosa che è una curva da fare con l'hypercar, si scende fino in seconda e poi qua il tracciato inizia a salire, inizia a prestarsi a salire su una collina, ed è qui che prende la caratteristica che un po' ricorda il Nürburgring, Matteo, quello di sali e scendi.
Esattamente, e poi curve cieche, curve che non si vede, in cui non si vede benissimo il momento in cui puoi andare sull'acceleratore, prendi, quindi slancio, come ad esempio hai detto tu, la piratella, butti la macchina all'interno sperando poi di rimanere all'interno dei limiti della pista, dentro i limiti della pista, e poi ancora acque minerali, una sorta di imbuto che si stringe mano a mano e poi riporta i piloti in salita e si va verso uno dei punti di sorpasso più interessanti, anche se sorpassare è sempre molto delicato, la variante alta che è stata dedicata a Fausto Gresini. Lì potremmo vedere qualche situazione un po' al limite, Giacomo, per quanto riguarda i doppiaggi e i sorpassi.
Viaggi che sono su una pista che, per quanto riguarda il nostro calendario, è una delle più strette, sono particolarmente sensibili. Sarà un gioco di grande pazienza per quanto riguarda l'hypercar, perché eh, trattandosi molto spesso di curve cieche, come hai detto tu, è molto difficile per chi guida auto più lente, perché guida le GT, rendersi conto se sta arrivando un'auto di una classe più veloce. Quindi sarà un gioco di pazienza, sarà un gioco molto di strategia, di capire, di magari cercare di aspettare qualche minuto sul sale e scendi, qualche momento, e dire ehi guarda sono qui, e flashare i fari, mentre intanto arriviamo all'ultima curva e ci apprestiamo a partire, ad avere il via della gara, Matteo.
Esatto, perché dopo la rivazza 2 c'è un lungo rettilineo che piega per 2 volte verso destra. In Bahrain, vittoria Sim Freem, che si è dovuta piegare in qualifica ground effect con Sander Callas che parte dalla prima posizione, poi Carlo Tamburini, pilota che corre anche nella realtà con Maserati, in seconda posizione Filippakos, poi Snowden, Grobelny e passiamo poi alla LMP2 Pro con la pole position dei Go Team. Inizia adesso la 6 ore di Imola, secondo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series di ERS, con l'attacco subito di Carlo Tamburini Tamburini, Sinfrim che cerca di offendere il primo posto ma non ce la fa, bravissimo Sander Callas a coprire l'interno, variante del tamburello per la prima volta a velocità di regime, bandiera verde quindi sventolata anche per le LMP2 con i Goteam che sono riusciti a imporsi sulla concorrenza a partire dai Hyperion, il team campione in carica. Le prime curve vanno via lisce come l'olio. Qui ci spostiamo nella categoria GT3 Pro con la Mercedes del team di Pescara SRT, Michele D'Alessandro, che conduce e sembra avere la meglio nei confronti della vettura numero 99, il Sinfrim eSports Junior Team con Riccardo Corazzari alla guida. Devo dire, è una partenza tutto sommato pulita, sarà una delle gare più difficili, più complesse e caotiche. Ricordiamo l'edizione dell'anno scorso con un finale al Cardiopalma della 6 ore di Imola, e Giacomo, tra parentesi, GT3M con Davide Ragni e la sua MR Motorsport numero 66 in testa alla GT3 AM. La partenza a sorpresa è stata molto molto pulita, bravissimi tutti.
Sì, molto bravi, non è assolutamente scontato perché qui a Imola molto spesso il timing delle curve e il fatto che ti potresti trovare, come il caso delle GT3, a partire in curva che può mettere in crisi molti piloti. Sono stati tutti bravi a mantenere la calma e cercare di mettersi un po' in fila. Intanto vediamo qui un replay che ci offre la regia di Mario Calò con l'attacco di Carlo Tamburini.
Forse una piccola sbavatura per Carlo Tamburini. No, questa dovremmo essere in diretta, sai, forse dovremmo essere in diretta.
Forse non
è stato segnalato nulla.
Sì, eravamo in diretta.
Ecco qui il replay della partenza, e ci ha provato per un momento Tamburini a infilare il muso della sua Porsche 963 del team Sinfrim Sports, la squadra che ha conquistato il titolo l'anno scorso in categoria Hypercar. Sono tutti vicinissimi con il portacolori Ground Effect Sander Callas, che ha stampato un 1.29.585 giro lanciato vero e proprio, defilando nel primo giro un secondo a Carlo Tamburini, che però non è mai domo e prova a resistere nei confronti del leader della corsa. In LMP2 Pro Roland Suk trascina Go Team e sta proteggendo il primo posto di categoria da Patrick Ziakowski degli Hyperion. Riccardo De Marchi con Carloni Racing Black, la squadra prototipi del team Carloni. Riccardo De Marchi è in terza posizione. Segnalo che in LMP2 Pro corre anche il team Shiba 320. C'è una piccola sbavatura della grafica, la 320 non è in LMP2 Pro AM bensì in LMP2 Pro, ed è con Lorenzo De Sciutis al nono posto assoluto, quarto di categoria. Paolo Vicentini dei Carloni Racing in categoria Pro AM cerca di guadagnare posizioni. Insomma, una prima fase tutto sommato lineare, senza particolari sorprese. Sarà una endurance lunga, estenuante, e ci aspettiamo anche delle penalità a stretto giro. Giacomo, vado a riepilogare, poi cedo la parola a te con De Sciutis che registra il nuovo record di categoria in 1.30.8. le penalità, perché ci sono delle sanzioni. Boyd Transport Racing, la 206, ha dovuto saltare le qualifiche. Caspian Motorsport, Tomelli con la 69, il team Shiba con la 10, Drive Thru, così come per la 47 dei Sinfrim Sports, la 88 di KSR con PEA in collaborazione, e anche stessa sanzione, un passaggio in pit lane per Boyd Transport Racing, scusate, sulla 40, e per il team Iris con la 77. Stop and go di 10 secondi, sanzione particolarmente pesante per la terza auto di Boyd Transport Racing, la numero 5, e anche per Sunset Motorsport con la 83. Intanto c'è subito un problema con Kakmali, che con Caspian Motorsport guadagna la posizione, e c'è stato un fuoripista lì davanti. Non vorrei che fosse la Aston Martin di Sinfrim, Giacomo, che corre in GT3 Pro.
Ci sembra proprio essere la Aston Martin di Sinfrim. Sfortunatamente mi è sembrato anche vedere che ha sbattuto col posteriore, infatti è senza ala posteriore,
sì.
che è un grosso problema qui su rFactor.
Adesso perderà tantissimo tempo, anche perché sarà costretta a cedere il passo agli avversari. Forse siamo in regime di full course yellow, mi sembra, perché le auto rallentano, almeno per quello che vedo, a una velocità limitata, quindi confermata la full course yellow a solamente pochi minuti dall'inizio della gara. Sembra che abbia frenato, non so se poi Mariano ci proporrà il replay, sembra che abbia frenato sulla parte esterna, quasi andando a pizzicare l'erba, a perdere il posteriore. È un Riccardo Corazzari che quindi adesso dovrà entrare in box e riparare la macchina e puntare a un grande recupero per il team junior di Sinfrim eSports. Speriamo di avere il replay. È diventata una vantaggio di serie, chiamiamola così.
Esatto, è diventata quasi, sembra quasi di veder girare la safety car di Formula
Esatto.
1 in questo momento.
Beh, questo è uno dei
No.
pericoli di Monza. Pochi vie di fuga, al di là dell'asfalto c'è l'erba.
Esatto, perché noi dobbiamo ricordare Imola, per definizione, sarebbe quasi un tracciato cittadino, che
Sì.
fa proprio il giro intorno alla città di Imola. È spettacolare, se siete mai stati a Imola, se ci siete mai passati, se ci sono auto che girano, da ogni angolo della città potete sentirle girare. È veramente uno spettacolo per le orecchie e uno spettacolo per gli occhi anche il parco.
È una culla del motorsport che giustamente è stata inserita nel calendario della 7ª stagione della eSport Endurance Series, il campionato di punta di ERS, che si rinnova, continua a trasformarsi, a cambiare, a includere più volti. Abbiamo visto in Bahrain il successo in Hypercar di Sinfrim davanti al Team Iris e a Boyd. In LMP2 Pro Go Team arriva da leader del campionato con 5 punti di vantaggio su Hyperion, poi Shiba con la 320 e a 6, anzi 8 punti di svantaggio, passando invece alla LMP2 Pro M Arms Sirba in categoria P2 Pro M a 25 punti, fresca della vittoria a Sakir, poi Sinfrim in seconda posizione, il Team Naya in terza, GT3 Pro dove abbiamo visto Riccardo Corazzari militare in seconda posizione fino appunto a questo incidente. Vediamo in GT3 Pro un Virtual Drivers Alliance con 30 punti, vittoria proprio in Bahrain per VDA, poi Shiba in seconda posizione, Sirba in terza. Siamo ancora in regime di Code IT e per chiudere con la GT3M, per poi andare a catapultarci di nuovo nel pieno della gara, sono i Rookie Monsters con la 62 a vantare un margine di due lunghezze su Carloni, e in terza posizione troviamo Emar Motorsport che ha totalizzato 18 punti nel primo appuntamento stagionale. Intanto si riparte Giacomo, di nuovo bandiera verde a Imola con il gruppo delle GT3 veramente molto compatto, qualche piccola sportellata si intravede nel mezzo del tamburello della prima variante. Adesso la pista si allarga nel rettifilo che collega la curva del tamburello alla variante Villeneuve e poi tutti la tosa, vedremo se qualche attacco verrà portato avanti. Vedo Arms Sirba decisamente incisiva e aggressiva.
Sì, cioè, se non stanno facendo sconti le GT che provano a guadagnare delle posizioni, può essere cruciale in queste prime fasi di gara cercare di portarsi in testa al gruppo e andare a guadagnare tempo prima che comincino i doppiaggi, che come abbiamo anticipato sono il pericolo più grande per tutte e tre le categorie che vediamo correre oggi. Vediamo qui on board con Francesco Geniale in uscita dalle acque minerali. Ci approcciamo alla variante alta, alla variante Gresini, se la vogliamo chiamare col suo nuovo nome. Grande opportunità di sorpasso, forse l'opportunità più grande che abbiamo qui nella pista di Imola. Possiamo identificare alla fine in questa fase finale del giro con appunto la variante alta e qui l'ingresso che porta alle ultime due curve a completare il giro. Seconda posizione per Bussing col team Rookie Monsters. Anche in GT3M, nonostante sia la categoria diciamo entry level di questo campionato, penso che il livello quest'anno si sia alzato molto e stia portando quasi, come vedevamo nelle ultime fasi dell'anno scorso, a una certa continuità tra la classe M e la classe Pro. Che ne pensi?
Assolutamente sì, c'è un distacco dovuto agli equipaggi perché, come dice il nome della categoria Pro, include tutti gli equipaggi per i piloti professionisti. Il GT3M invece ha un mix, un ibrido, come accade anche nella realtà nel FIA WEC, nel Mondiale Endurance o con la GT Daytona nell'IMSA. Saluto Giacomo, ne approfitto adesso per salutare tutti coloro che ci stanno seguendo su YouTube in diretta. Un saluto a Paolo Pennimpede, un saluto anche a Ciro Biadicicco, tutti coloro che ci stanno seguendo proprio in live sul canale di Pitlane TV. E adesso ci concentriamo sulla battaglia per la seconda posta, per il secondo posto, che vede i Rookie Monsters con Elko Bussink andare ad attaccare la prima posizione. Il replay invece di quel che è successo a Corazzari, no, in realtà mi devo correggere, pensavo avesse frenato sullo sporco, in realtà c'è stato un contatto, quindi chiedo scusa per l'errore, chiedo anche scusa a Riccardo Corazzari che è stato toccato, speronato e non ha potuto controllare la sua Aston Martin. Manovra molto complicata, incomprensione tra le due auto.
Si ricorda un po' forse l'incidente che c'è stato tra Russell e Bottas, credo fosse.
Esatto, 2000 a Imola, proprio in condizioni di bagnato. Lì però appunto situazioni un po' più difficili. Che ne pensi? Responsabilità?
Responsabilità, direi incidente di gara. Qua Corazzari ha messo molto in difficoltà l'avversario, che naturalmente vedendosi costretto ad andare sull'erba ha poi frenato e perso il controllo. Eh, a mio avviso è un 50-50.
Vedremo quanto e come riuscirà a spingere Riccardo Corazzari. Ha riparato la sua Aston Martin di Sim Frame Sports, il junior team, e adesso è ritornato in pista in 43esima posizione assoluta, ovviamente ultimo delle GT3 Pro con un giro di ritardo, quindi si può recuperare, c'è ancora tempo, c'è ancora spazio. Nel frattempo segnalo che Filippakos ha scavalcato Carlo Tamburini per il secondo posto in Hypercar, quindi ottimo sorpasso per Lazaros Filippakos, che dovrebbe però avere una penalità da scontare tra qualche istante. Lui che corre con la 77, che è stata penalizzata dopo il round in Bahrain, quindi il secondo posto si è conquistato, ma dovrà cederlo tra pochi istanti allo stesso Tamburini, che compete nel GT2 di SRO del gruppo Stefan Ratelle con la Maserati MC20, un capolavoro tecnologico. Attenzione a Patrick Ziakowski con l'Hyperion 44, cerca l'esterno Patrick Ziakowski, vediamo se ce la fa, vediamo se riesce a conquistare la posizione davanti in questo momento a Arms Sirba con Prototype, Arms Sirba con la 42 di Riccardo Fava, Go Team subito dietro, mentre gli Shiba sono in seconda posizione di classe LMP2 Pro, ottima risalita, e stanno attaccando Riccardo De Marchi, quindi potrebbe essere questo un momento molto interessante, Giacomo, per vedere una battaglia per la leadership di una delle 5 categorie presenti nell'eSport Endurance Series.
Sì, torniamo adesso a vedere qui Bushink, ancora la lotta per in questo caso la prima posizione della categoria GT3 AM. Andiamo a seguirlo qui on board mentre prova ad avvicinarsi in curva 1 all'ingresso del tamburello. È ancora troppo lontano, il distacco di circa 3 decimi non è abbastanza per provare un sorpasso molto difficile in ingresso, perché il tamburello rimane una curva una variante anzi molto veloce, che quindi porta sì a una staccata violenta, ma senza lasciare molto spazio, anche dovuto alla particolare linea che bisogna seguire in ingresso curva. Qua perde un po' di tempo mettendo una ruota sulla ghiaia. Molto rischioso qui a Imola andare fuori, perché appunto, come potete vedere, le barriere sono molto vicine e un errore può veramente costare caro, soprattutto in situazioni così concitate, mentre vediamo i primi doppiaggi a opera delle LMP2.
Che spavento, che situazione, che intrecci, no? Giacomo, che vanno un po' a rappresentare la più grande sfida per un endurance a Imola.
Sì, quella sezione qui dove abbiamo i sali e scendi che portano alla variante alta, passando per le acque minerali, vi devo dire che fanno veramente paura. Affrontarle nella vita reale, vi devo dire, sentire i sali e scendi sembra quasi di essere su una giostra, ma del resto è l'emozione che Imola, che solo Imola sa trasmettere, uno dei tre pochi tracciati al mondo ad avere queste caratteristiche. Mentre vediamo qui nel replay Roland Sachs
Roland Sachs che ha quasi provato il sorpasso all'esterno della Gresini, poi è stato chiuso da Ziakowski. Questa è una battaglia che interessa la seconda posizione della LMP2 Pro, terza posizione della LMP2 Pro, mentre il primo della LMP2 Pro è Riccardo Fava, che giustamente si è fatto anche passare, tanto la sua battaglia non è direttamente coinvolta con i piloti qui inquadrati. Si lancia all'interno Ziakowski sull'Aston Martin di Arsinirba, riesce a trovare lo spazio, il pertugio, poi finisce sulla ghiaia, perde velocità in accelerazione. Adesso la Tosa va all'esterno, Roland Zuck dei Go Team all'esterno, ci prova ancora una volta, è l'auto che ha vinto in Bahrain e che vuole bissare il successo nel primo appuntamento stagionale, con alle loro spalle proprio un Riccardo Fava che attende, aspetta, guarda, sa che non sarebbe utile infilarsi in questo ginepraio, perché potremmo interpretarlo così, ed esporsi a rischi futili addirittura all'esterno. Guardate che intrecci di traiettoria, fantastica battaglia a Imola in questi primi 20 minuti della 6 ore. Si va adesso in salita, passano una Porsche GT3 di categoria Pro, incroci di traiettoria, copre benissimo Ziakowski nei confronti di uno Zuck che ancora una volta prova a portare avanti un'offensiva che non si dimostra produttiva. Adesso in discesa della Rivazza sembra che il distacco possa permettere a Ziakowski di tenere ben stretta la posizione. Uno va all'esterno, uno va all'interno. Zucca allunga la frenata, finisce quasi negli scarichi, anzi nel diffusore della LMP2 Pro di Hyperion del team polacco, ma sono stati bravissimi. Che spettacolo! Segnalo che intanto rientra in box la numero 5 di Boyd Transport con Snowden che va a scontare la penalità già scontata anche per Lazaros Filippakos, che dal secondo posto con il team Iris scende al quarto, questo per dovere di cronaca.
Penalità che si sono trascinate dallo scorso round probabilmente peseranno molto, devo dire anche per i piloti sarà sicuramente frustrante l'idea di cominciare una gara con delle penalità, con delle perdite di tempo così incidenti sul groppone. C'è da dire però che la lunghezza delle gare endurance tende un po' ad alleviare questo peso che si trovano a dover portare. Ed è un vantaggio anche poter sfruttare le penalità all'inizio, perché specialmente sulle GT può portarti a avere pista libera e aiutarti a trovare il tuo ritmo.
Assolutamente, è un elemento che potrebbe poi dare modo alle squadre più preparate, ai piloti con più esperienza, di creare gap, di creare quella differenza rispetto a chi invece ha un po' meno chilometri, no? Piloti meno non inclusi nella schiera dei veterani. Però dall'altra parte soprattutto i nuovi, i rookies, chi approccia l'endurance per le prime volte trova in Imola una grande formazione, cioè, ti tempra, è una pista che soprattutto nell'endurance, nelle gare di resistenza multiclass ti tempra.
Ti insegna, Imola insegna insegna davvero, secondo me, più di ogni altra pista il valore della consistenza, del saper rendere ogni giro simile al precedente. Perché è una pista che anche solo per essere affrontata, per il fatto che ti trovi davanti a metà delle curve che sono cieche, sono oltre uno scollino, devi allenarti, devi crearti quella situazione di memoria muscolare e di una certa pazienza che non ti porti a strafare, condita con con questa difficoltà nel gestire eventuali errori, perché non ci sono appunto vie di fuga. Insegna ai piloti diciamo, a raggiungere un altro livello, mentre qua alcune difficoltà con i doppiaggi, perché le GT non hanno intenzione di lasciare spazio, stanno conducendo la propria gara giustamente. Per fortuna non abbiamo nessun contatto, anche se per un momento sembrava ci fosse questo rischio. Mentre qua siamo
Attenzione, guarda il Team Void che sta lottando, il Team Void sta lottando in classe GT3 AM per questa dovrebbe essere la terza posizione di categoria, esatto, terzo e quarto di categoria, e sta cercando di difendersi Allan Voice nei confronti di Robin Moelling, e poco più avanti Filippo Lapaia che però compete in GT3 Pro, quindi vediamo anche un mix tra le due classi dell'universo GT3, e potrebbe dare un po' fastidio ai piloti della GT3 Pro doversi confrontare con coloro che invece rappresentano la GT3M ma sono assolutamente al contempo validi, veloci, competitivi. Vediamo come infatti Davide Ragni e Elko Bussink dopo la partenza vadano tra le GT3 in assoluto a ricoprire, scusate, la sesta e la settima posizione assoluta, a testimonianza del loro grande valore della velocità che li sta spingendo sempre più avanti, anche se Davide Ragni è più che altro impegnato a coprirsi da Bussink. Da quando è stata esposta la bandiera verde, Bussink è rimasto lì vicinissimo a Ragni stesso, ma la BMW di Emar Motorsport, la numero 66, che qui vediamo impegnata a difendere il primo posto di categoria AM, rimane lì stabile e inossidabile. Bravissimo Davide Ragni fino a questo momento, però c'è battaglia ovunque in pista, c'è bagarre. Guarda che arriva lì dietro Giacomo, Sander Callas di Ground Effect, partiti dalla pole e tengono strettissimo questo primo posto, almeno per ora.
Sì, stanno costruendo un piccolo vantaggio, adesso si attesta a circa 3 secondi e mezzo su Tamburini. Partiti dalla pole c'è stato quel tentativo di sorpasso subito al primo giro, che non ha portato a nulla, e adesso si trovano a dover costruire questo vantaggio. Quando arriveremo ai pit sarà interessante capire come vorranno gestire. Attenzione, c'è un'uscita di
Oh!
pista alle acque minerali, un
È sullo
incidente.
sfondo un incidente, aspettiamo un replay, però dalla bandiera gialla si torna subito al regime di bandiera verde. Attendiamo di capire il perché ci sia stato quell'incidente, la dinamica, insomma, uno scarto di una LMP2 che passa, la LMP2 che va davanti proprio a Davide Ragni. Tutti bravi, basta veramente poco per scatenare incidenti, movimento anche a tratti impercettibile che dovendo poi calcolare le differenze di velocità tra i prototipi e le GT3 potrebbe creare degli scompensi. Dopo Sander Callas passa anche Carlo Tamburini che è a 10 secondi e mezzo di ritardo. Intanto Bussink nei confronti di Davide Ragni, Porsche contro BMW, tutta la Germania che qui è rappresentata in cima alla classifica della GT3 AM. Che spettacolo, il traverso incredibile di Davide Ragni che nonostante le difficoltà in trazione è riuscito a contenere Elko Bussink, il quale non può far altro che accodarsi, rimanere dietro. È difficile passare a Imola, Giacomo, e lo stiamo vedendo.
Stiamo vedendo quello che Imola ci regala, è letteralmente attaccato al paraurti. Mentre saliamo, mentre siamo qui in alto avremo forse un'occasione di sorpasso qua giù in ingresso alle acque minerali, se avrà il coraggio. La 911 comunque è un'auto veramente difficile da guidare, con quel peso, con quel pendolo, il motore posteriore, ricordiamo, layout molto particolare, portato da Porsche, una soluzione tecnica strana, ma che comunque ha creato un'auto capace di raggiungere molti successi nel panorama internazionale delle GT3, mentre li
Sì,
seguiamo giù verso le rivazze.
è difficile, ecco, stavo notando proprio questo, è difficile comunque scegliere a livello di regia, e salutiamo Mariano Calò e tutto lo staff di ERS per il supporto, scegliere chi andare a inquadrare, perché da una parte abbiamo anche la battaglia per la LMP2 Pro con Riccardo De Marchi e Lorenzo De Sciutis, che qui vedete sotto la categoria LMP2 Pro M, in realtà fa parte dei Pro, corre con la tabella, il portanumero azzurro, non viola come vediamo invece in grafica. Lo specifichiamo perché appunto magari potrebbe essere frainteso il posizionamento in classifica di Lorenzo De Sciutis, con Shiba che si era avvicinata a solamente 4 decimi da Carloni Racing Prototype Black. Però Riccardo De Marchi in questo giro ha allungato, vediamo il passaggio sul traguardo, 1.31, c'è bandiera gialla nel primo settore che sta per essere effettuato proprio dai leader della classe LMP2 Pro, 1.39 per De Marchi, 1.31,9 invece per De Sciutis. Non so se per una sbavatura o se per un doppiaggio sfortunato. Oh, Ragni senza ala, ecco il perché della bandiera gialla, perde il posteriore, leader, ex leader ormai della categoria GT3M, va contro le barriere, non ha più il supporto del carico al posteriore. Chissà cos'è successo con Bussing, che adesso è diventato leader della classe GT3M. Anzi, in realtà no, Bussing è secondo perché evidentemente nel contrasto ne ha approfittato Robin Burling dei Rookie Monsters, che ora è in testa.
E intanto viene chiamato giustamente il Codati, vista la pericolosità, la condizione della macchina di Ragni. C'è da andare a vedere che cosa è successo. Vediamo qui, tentativo di sorpasso in ingresso al tamburello, stacca porte, entra, me lo prova a chiudere Ragni. Qui va lungo e ci prova comunque a difendere nonostante si riprende la posizione e
No!
poi fa un break test praticamente. È andato a
Non ci
frenare in
posso
uscita di
credere.
curva. Davvero brutto errore.
Da rivedere, vorrei rivederlo. Infatti, grazie Mariano. Allora, rientra in traiettoria. Bussing lascia lo spazio. Non so se volesse lasciare la posizione, però frena in traiettoria ideale. Strano,
Vittoria
molto
ideale in
strano, come
uscita con l'avversario attaccato.
incollato.
Signore.
Da analizzare, da valutare. Non mi vorrei esprimere per evitare di polarizzare un po' troppo le opinioni. Comunque Ragni ci ha rimesso al 100%. Bussing sì, si è ritrovato proprio la BMW piantata ferma in traiettoria. Non so ora, non ricordo, magari ha beccato per un taglio curva, non ricordo bene il funzionamento di rFactor 2, non dico uno slowdown, però cedere la posizione. Però nel dubbio comunque frenare così in mezzo alla traiettoria è certamente molto molto pericoloso come comportamento. Vedremo che provvedimenti prenderà la direzione gara. Ha pagato a caro prezzo questo episodio, questa dinamica Davide Ragni, che adesso dovrà scendere in fondo alla classifica, mentre Unal va ai box con Sunset Motorsport, la LMP2 di classe, di classe Pro, e anche Nicola Pastore del team Shiba con la numero 13. Mentre Bussink è ancora al secondo posto, ne ha tratto assolutamente vantaggio Robbie Mulling, che ha preso 2 posizioni in un colpo solo, e ora i Rookie Monsters conducono la gara in GT3M.
Molto fortunati qua i Rookie Monsters a poter capitalizzare su questo errore, che davvero faccio moltissima fatica a spiegarmi. La tua ipotesi avanzata, adesso anch'io non corro da tanto su rFactor 2, non so quale sia il funzionamento in questo momento delle penalità, mentre rientra Ragni ai box, quindi si riprenderà molto presto la gara in regime di bandiera verde, che riparte ora, mentre vediamo il leader Sander Callas dei Ground Effect Sim Racing Team in testa alla categoria Hypercar, alla classifica assoluta.
Sander Callas ha dominato fino a questo momento, Tamburini bravo, però non ha lo stesso passo di Sander Callas. Tutti sono partiti con le gomme dure, ringrazio sempre Mariano Calò, ha fatto vedere le gomme a inizio gara, in Hypercar tutti con le dure, anche se il monitor, vediamo che pneumatico mi segna, ad eccezione di Grovelnik, che dovrebbe aver montato le medie, con Filippa Koskei in quarta posizione e che ha scontato un drive-thru. Anche William Snowden è andato ai box per scontare una penalità, e qui si chiude con pronto Snowden la classifica delle Hypercar. E Ground Effect vuole diciamo recuperare, mettere una pezza, potremmo definirla così, questo round di Imola per loro, ai punti persi in Bahrain, loro che sono arrivati in quinta posizione, hanno un distacco di 12 lunghezze dalla Sinfrim numero 1, che è proprio alle loro spalle. Sinfrim è una squadra sicuramente molto molto esperta, parliamo di 2 formazioni storiche diverse. Sinfrim, con il titolo in tasca della stagione passata, ha sicuramente tante risorse per approcciare, per completare al meglio questa difficile gara a Imola. Nel frattempo le telecamere si posano nuovamente sulla LMP2 con Roland Zuck, che lotta per la terza posizione di categoria, e subito dietro abbiamo un Patrick Ziakowski, anzi subito davanti abbiamo Patrick Ziakowski, che non è stato ancora superato da uno Zuck che è in missione, sì, esce dai box nel frattempo la BMW, che abbiamo visto prima incidentata, con Davide Ragni che adesso dovrà rimontare in fretta e furia per recuperare tutto il tempo perso, nella speranza di aver mantenuto quantomeno il distacco entro il giro, essere doppiato di solo un giro. Vediamo dov'è Davide Ragni, no, 3 giri di ritardo dal leader, dovrebbe essere a 2 passaggi da Robin Molley dei Rookie Monsters, calcoli alla mano. E bandiera gialla ancora nel primo settore, che mi sembra quello un po' più difficile, no? Per i contatti, per i duelli, per gli incidenti. Qui invece Giacomo, i tentativi di Zuck vanno a vuoto. Non è questa battaglia per il terzo posto, perché Zuck in realtà è quarto, lo ripeto, siccome c'è un Lorenzo De Sciutis che corre in LMP2 Pro.
Esatto, c'è questo sfalso della classifica del quale dobbiamo tenere conto. E, qua Roland Zux, che ormai da diverse tornate che sta cercando di agguantare il podio, quindi la terza posizione, si mantiene, diciamo, in quella che definiremo striking distance in inglese, quindi dove può effettivamente cercare di tirare la staccata. I doppiaggi stanno giocando un ruolo cruciale in questa battaglia, ma del resto fa parte dello sport, che è il correre con l'endurance, con questi prototipi. Mentre vediamo cominciare un nuovo giro, arrivare qui in staccata al tamburello, dovrà cercare di avvicinarsi il più possibile qui nel primo settore, che vediamo con i prototipi è qualcosa di spaziale, alle velocità che toccano in curva, mentre qui scarta a sinistra, riesce a evitare una GT, e arriviamo qui in frenata alla Tosa, dove cercherà di raccogliere il più possibile trazione sfruttando tutta la pista, mentre comincia qui il secondo settore. Arriviamo in alto, nella curva che è completamente cieca per i piloti, molto complicata, bisogna cercare di sfruttare tutta la pista senza finire fuori, perché poi possono pesare le penalità per i track limits. Arriviamo qua in staccata alle acque minerali, destra, sinistra, veloce, apriamo tutto, ci portiamo a centropista, poi sulla sinistra per arrivare in ingresso alla variante alta, e qua siamo vicini ma non abbastanza per provare un sorpasso, mentre una Ferrari qui, che credo sia l'auto di
Virtual
Virtual
Drivers
Drivers,
Alliance. Dovrebbe
esatto,
essere la
seconda
Ferrari
posizione.
di Carlo Di Anda in seconda posizione di categoria.
Esatto, Matteo. Attenzione, perché qua comincia la nuova tornata, siamo molto molto vicini, una distanza sotto al mezzo secondo, sfruttando la scia potrebbe tentare il sorpasso in fondo al rettilineo principale.
È un Roland Zook che accorcia le distanze, più di 1 chilometro di rettilineo, anche se spezzato da 2 lievi curve a destra. Zook ancora attaccato, ma niente da fare. Bravissimo Ziakowski a tenere ben stretto e saldamente il podio. Stanno però perdendo un po' di tempo, immagino, da De Sciutis e Riccardo De Marchi, che girano costantemente sul 37. Attenzione, perché De Sciutis è ritornato sotto il secondo nei confronti di De Marchi, è un distacco che fa molto elastico, mentre qui tra Ziakowski e Roland Zook siamo sul 31 netto, una media, Giacomo, di 2-3 decimi al giro persi dalla coppia che lotta per l'ultimo gradino del podio. Certo è che forse è un po' presto per parlare di distacchi, però siamo abituati a commentare delle gare endurance che negli stint rappresentano delle sprint, ed è difficile, difficilissimo poi recuperare tutto il tempo che vai a perdere nella prima porzione della gara, a meno che non accadano eventi particolari. È un po' questa la dinamica sia nel reale che nel virtuale delle corse di durata. Qui una Mercedes si mette in mezzo e fa da arbitro a questa battaglia. Ziakowski si dimostra molto diligente, aspetta l'uscita della curva per doppiare la Mercedes, sfanala Roland Zux, che con la LMP2, la Oreca targata Go Team, CMT Go Team Racing, continua a imprimere pressing, una marcatura stretta a uomo da parte di Zook, che però in queste curve, nella rivazza 1 e nella rivazza 2 specialmente, Giacomo, non riesce mai ad andare in trazione, a rimanere incollato a Ziakowski degli Hyperion.
No, fa molta fatica, evidentemente è stata una loro scelta di setup, magari di caricare un pochino di più l'anteriore, che per le caratteristiche di Imola può essere ottimo, perché come vedete abbiamo dei cambi di direzione secchi e molto veloci, e quindi può tendere a abbassare molto il tempo sul giro. Purtroppo questo avviene molto spesso a scapito della trazione in uscita di curva, e questo porta a allungare molto le distanze poi sui rettilini.
In più immagino anche un pizzico di aria sporca che potrebbe togliere un po' di carico. Non sono auto evolutissime per quanto riguarda il carico aerodinamico, mi spiegavano anche un po' i meccanici, gli ingegneri che lavorano su queste macchine, tra WEC, ormai WEC solo Le Mans, European Le Mans Series e via dicendo, però avere una macchina davanti, un pizzico di carico nelle curve ad alta velocità, nelle curve di percorrenza, potrebbe influire e influenzare negativamente la dinamica e il bilanciamento di chi segue. Roland Zook sempre vicinissimo, non so se con le telecamere possiamo andare anche su Lorenzo De Sciutis, pochi metri più avanti, De Sciutis e Riccardo De Marchi in prima e seconda posizione di categoria LMP2 Pro. Eccolo qui Lorenzo De Sciutis che torna alla ribalta e porta il team Shiba a sognare questa prima posizione, che sarebbe di vitale importanza per una squadra che parte da 8 punti di svantaggio dagli stessi Go Team Racing che hanno vinto in Bahrain. In accelerazione comunque anche qui si conferma quanto De Sciutis sì sia veloce, ma in scia non riesca a trarre quei decimi, a regalarsi quei decimi che potrebbero far pensare a un attacco alla variante del tamburello. Si avvicina, entrambi aggressivi sui cordoli, a sfiorare i dissuasori gialli, però tutto resta invariato. È un bellissimo doppio confronto che vede da una parte la lotta per il primo posto tra Riccardo De Marchi e Lorenzo De Sciutis, e dall'altra la bagarre per la terza posizione tra Patrick Ziakowski e Roland Zux. Per fare poi un recap, siccome immagino, Giacomo, le LMP2 non siano troppo lontane dalle prime soste, lì davanti Sander Callas nell'ultimo giro, anzi nel penultimo giro, ha regalato qualche decimino, qualche secondo a Carlo Tamburini, che da 13 passa a 11 secondi di gap. Quindi Ground Effect, Sim Freemy Sports e Sweet Force in prima, seconda e terza posizione della classe Hypercar. Come abbiamo detto, LMP2 Pro con al comando Carloni Racing Prototype Black. In LMP2 Pro M c'è invece in testa Riccardo Fava con Amsirba e la 42. GT3 Pro che vedi Michele D'Alessandro regolare, Carlo Di Anda che è staccato di 13 secondi, in GT3M invece Elko Bussing da lottare con Davide Ragni, dopo l'incidente è passato a un'altra battaglia, sempre per il primo posto, è un po' un incubo per lui questo primo stint perché è incollato a Robin Mulling e in GT3M c'è battaglia per il primo posto, bagarre che si estende anche alla 17ª e 18ª posizione della LMP2 Pro AM con Davide Lupi e Martin Brault, Team Shiba e Flying Goat insieme, settimo e ottavo posto, scusate, mi devo correggere, 17º e 18º credo assoluto, sì.
Esatto Matteo, qua siamo concentrati su quella che potrebbe diventare un'altra battaglia molto presto con Martin Brault alla ricerca di Davide Lupi, Team Flying Goat, che ha portato quest'anno secondo me la livrea più bella di tutte. Sì. Io sono grande fan delle livree che catturano l'attenzione, colori particolari. Mentre ci spostiamo su ancora una volta la lotta per la terza e quarta posizione tra Hyperion e GoTeam, mi correggo, scusate, la seconda e la terza.
Ma no, sarebbe la terza e la quarta,
la terza e la quarta,
sì,
sì,
scala
giusto,
con The Shooties, sì, sì, sì.
Sì, ci confondiamo anche noi, cerchiamo di non confondere voi telespettatori. Battaglia che ormai avanza fino dalla ripartenza del primo Code 80, dove i due non si sono mai staccati, mentre qui abbiamo questa Audi che forse concede l'occasione per Roland Susk, che dovrà provare qui a trovare uno spazio, cerca l'esterno. Paddy Zanowski che è bravissimo a coprire, entra un po' troppo forte, riesce a tenere l'auto forzando la curva tantissimo, davvero al limite qui, al limite di ciò che la macchina rendeva possibile.
È un Ziakowski ministro della difesa per la Polonia e infatti guardate come riesca a tenere lì largo Zouk che prova l'incrocio, però forse lì andando al di là della traiettoria ideale si incontra anche un minimo di sporco, linea non perfetta per l'accelerazione e Zouk viene piegato ancora una volta da Ziakowski. Che bagarre per la seconda posizione, attenzione però ritorniamo in diretta perché The Shooties è incollatissimo, solamente un decimo noto dal Livetiming, solamente 160 millesimi di distacco da Riccardo De Marchi. Qui ancora replay in slow motion bellissimo scenografico del traverso di Roland Zouk che ha provato a contenere e a controllare la sua Oreca, ma tutta l'attenzione va proprio lì davanti. Intanto occhio a Riccardo Fava e Lorenzo De Shooties adesso ne approfitta all'esterno Lorenzo De Shooties passa così un Riccardo De Marchi, scusate, che non può fare nulla e anche qui mi faccio un po' tradire dai problemi per quanto riguarda la differenziazione delle categorie e Lorenzo De Shooties è passato su Riccardo De Marchi, adesso rifila già qualche decimo di secondo. Qui Giacomo rivediamo il replay, siamo arrivati proprio in tempo per il sorpasso di De Shooties, ora leader della LMP2 Pro.
E rivediamo il sorpasso, grande manovra dove i doppiaggi hanno giocato un ruolo davvero chiave. Vediamo come cerca di mantenergli la scia, si butta, si fa vedere all'esterno, sembrava potesse essere bloccato all'inizio dalla BMW, invece ha mantenuto il piede giù e è riuscito con il tempismo della manovra, nella confusione generale, a guadagnare la posizione.
Grandissimo sorpasso studiato di The Shooties. De Marchi invece tradito, ma c'è ancora chance, c'è ancora la possibilità di rimanere in lotta per la vittoria. Questo è William Snowden, dovrebbe essere proprio lui, esatto, di Boyd Transport Racing con la Porsche 963 LMDH numero 5 che ha scontato la penalità, stessa sanzione rifilata e combinata a Lazzaros Filippakos. No, forse per il Boyd Transport, vado a correggermi, dovrebbe esserci uno stop and go di 10 secondi, quindi penalità più pesante, ecco perché ha perso più tempo e ora deve passare in pista. E per la classifica assoluta anche le LMP2 sta sbrigando la pratica in questi giri e scavalcati De Marchi e De Shooties avrà poi strada libera per, chissà, magari immaginare una rimonta verso il podio di categoria. Carlo Tamburini, che giro incredibile, adesso va a battere il record di Sander Callas che nell'ultimo passaggio regala 4 decimi a Carlo Tamburini, 1:26.717 per Tamburini stesso, che a poco più di un quarto d'ora dal termine dei primi 60 minuti della 6 ore di Imola potrebbe iniziare a suonare la carica e illumina così la sua riga dei tempi. 26.717, lo ricordo, questo è il suo giro veloce per Sinfrim e per la Porsche numero 1.
caro Tamburini, veramente grande talento anche nelle corse reali. Quest'anno ha già collezionato diverse vittorie nel campionato di SRO, ricordiamo con Maserati GT2, un'auto
Che macchina.
davvero incredibile, penso uno dei migliori motori che siano mai stati progettati nel 1.6 cilindri, davvero pazzesco come propulsore. Non si risparmia anche nel virtuale, come abbiamo visto. Ha voluto probabilmente gestire un po' la situazione, gestire un po' le gomme. A livello di strategia sappiamo che, avendo tutte le hypercar partite con le gomme dure, la gomma dura su rFactor 2 è una gomma che si presta a fare degli stint lunghissimi a patto di non stressarla. È una gomma che, portando in alto la temperatura, va a degradarsi molto rapidamente e quindi si presta a non fare forzatura che qua vediamo da parte di Snowden. Qui stava partendo un po' il
E
posteriore.
Giacomo, segnalo che i primi tre siano entrati tutti ai box per il primo pit stop, quindi stint più corto rispetto all'ora. Zuk e Ziakowski sempre vicinissimi, con Zuk che però non riesce a passare. Segnalo anche un cambio ai vertici della GT3M, però penso che sia stato anche un ordine di squadra, perché abbiamo visto i due rookie monsters, Mölling e Bussing, scambiarsi le posizioni, con Elko Bussing che dopo svariati tentativi, prima nei confronti di Ragni e poi nei confronti del compagno di box Robin Mölling, ce l'ha fatta, obiettivo completato, ed adesso è leader della categoria. Dispiace tantissimo per come è finita con Ragni, perché sarebbe stato bello vedere Ragni stesso con Emar Motorsport in lotta diretta e strettissima, molto intensa peraltro, con i rookie monsters. Mi aspettavo un primo stint un pochino più lungo delle hypercar, onestamente.
Sì, anche io, guardando i tempi e guardando le prestazioni che hanno messo, non ci sono state particolari battaglie. Probabilmente per paura di un undercut, diciamo che hanno preferito, probabilmente anche il team Frim, rientrare subito e cercare di mantenere la condizione di partenza, mentre qui abbiamo quasi un 4 wide. Vanno a sfiorarsi le vetture qui, per fortuna senza danni, con Swiatkowski che mantiene la posizione in una situazione davvero peculiare. Questi due che stanno facendo una gara davvero ferrea, perché stare 45 minuti così tutti attaccati è davvero pazzesco, dimostra un livello di questi piloti davvero, davvero alto, dei nervi d'acciaio, mentre abbiamo una bandiera gialla nel secondo settore.
Nervi d'acciaio anche per chi ha dovuto subire questo doppiaggio delle LMP2, ossia Arms Irba GT con Geniale, e dall'altra parte c'era oddio, dove è finito Geniale? Forse è lui che ha commesso l'errore, che ha creato e provocato la bandiera gialla, ha perso tantissimo tempo. Era in lotta con Nicola Pastore e i due erano attaccatissimi. Nicola Pastore del team Shiba. Ora non so se dalla regia di Mariano Calò può esserci fornito un replay, però c'è stata una bandiera gialla nel secondo settore appena dopo il passaggio di Ziakowski e Roland Zuk nel tratto delle acque minerali, e adesso vediamo se ci arriva una conferma, un chiarimento. Ecco qui il replay, attenzione, nel frattempo vi aggiorniamo sulla lotta per il podio. Ecco qui il contatto forse tra Geniale e Pastore, con Pastore che si gira. Geniale viene anche toccato dal retrotreno della McLaren di Nicola Pastore, che fa un 360, riparte anche Geniale dopo aver perso un po' di tempo, quindi l'intuizione era corretta. Erano i ferri corti, Giacomo, avevamo visto i due appaiati, una sportellata prima e poi alla fine il contatto vero e proprio. Poi sottolineo il fatto che tra Sander Calles e Carlo Tamburini, dopo il pit stop in hypercar, ci siano meno di 10 secondi, 9 secondi e 4, quindi ha guadagnato ancora qualcosa Tamburini, mentre Callas però ha un margine di sicurezza.
Sì, stavo pensando che sarebbe da controllare se effettivamente hanno cambiato le gomme o è stato solo fatto rifornimento di benzina, mentre Balog è fuori. Attenzione, Balog è fuori per il team Blackhawk Racing.
Balog fuori di Blackhawk Racing, squadra che ha corso lo scorso anno in hypercar, adesso è in LMP2, ed è un peccato perché erano messi tutto sommato bene con la numero 30. Balog aspetta a ripartire o non riesce a ripartire, è sicuramente molto danneggiata la sua auto, soprattutto il posteriore. No, niente, rientra ai box. rientra ai box Balog, niente da fare per Black Hawk Racing.
Racing al ritiro sfortunatamente deve essere stato un incidente molto pesante, non ne conosciamo la dinamica, sarebbe interessante vedere qui il replay. Molto sfortunati, sono i primi a ritirarsi mentre ci apprestiamo a raggiungere, a superare lo scoglio dei 50 minuti in questa gara di questa endurance. Purtroppo le barriere giocano un ruolo molto pesante, la vicinanza delle barriere alla pista.
No, non c'è via di scampo a Imola, se sbagli forse ci sono dei punti, come ad esempio l'ingresso del Tamburello o forse la Villeneuve, sì anche la Villeneuve, però soprattutto nelle curve ad alta velocità, quando esci il muro è proprio lì e ti aspetta e ti abbraccia, non vede l'ora di abbracciarti in queste occasioni, giusto per rendere un pochino più simpatico uno scenario un po' complicato per Gergo Balog e per Black Hawk Racing. Intanto si procede con i pit stop della classe LMP2. Lorenzo De Sciutis si è fermato, è ancora davanti a Riccardo De Marchi che dopo il sorpasso ha perso 4 secondi e 2, e allora in testa nella classe regina delle LMP2 troviamo Patrick Ziakowski che ha 8 decimi di vantaggio su un Roland Zook che ormai potrebbe essere definito come la sua ombra, perché dall'inizio della gara è lì. Attenzione intanto a Robin Mulling che, seguendo il suo compagno di squadra, deve far passare anche la LMP2 di Carloni, dovrebbe essere una delle auto messe meglio in vista della vittoria assoluta del podio nella classe LMP2, e aspettiamo che lì davanti invece Lazaros Filippa Costa si fermi con il Team Iris. È conteggiata una sosta, ma quel pit stop che vediamo nel live timing si riferisce alla penalità al drive-thru che ha dovuto scontare all'inizio della gara per un episodio in Bahrain, capitato in Bahrain. Nella GT3 credo che invece si toccherà l'ora di stint, quindi dovremo aspettare altri 10 minuti circa per capire le strategie. Tempi sul giro alla mano, Sander Callas nell'ultimo passaggio 28,2 ha risposto a Tamburini, 28,2 per Callas, 29,2 invece per Carlo Tamburini che ha perso un secondo, ma molto lo fanno i doppiaggi e i doppiati, soprattutto GT3, dettano un po' le regole di questo gioco.
Sì, bisogna contare comunque che su una gara così lunga i doppiaggi danno e tolgono, quindi non bisogna stare molto a guardare ciò che cambia per quanto riguarda i tempi sul giro, quanto ciò che cambia per le posizioni, perché dove i doppiaggi sono veramente cruciali è in fase di sorpasso, Matteo.
Esattamente, e questo vuol dire avere la capacità di attendere, aspettare con pazienza, perché quel che ti viene tolto a volte ti viene dato, poi quando ci si ritrova in situazioni sfortunate non si può far nulla, e è un po' il fascino dell'endurance, non hai solo la gara con i tuoi diretti avversari, ma hai anche la competizione al millimetro nel perdere meno tempo possibile ma rimanere nei limiti del regolamento per passare le auto più veloci, oppure farsi passare se sei alla guida delle GT3. Che spettacolo l'interpretazione della variante alta da parte dei due Rookie Monster, per me è l'immagine della gara.
Stanno guidando praticamente come se fossero delle macchine da rally, diciamo,
Sì.
delle manovre da gymkhana qui, mentre wow, che slalom qui nella fase di doppiaggio per il leader della gara, la vettura numero 77 del Team Iris, che tra un destra e un sinistra passa qua le GT che potremmo definire quasi delle chicane mobili,
Sì.
visto il ritmo con il quale si approcciano alla staccata delle rivazze i prototipi. Davvero wow, mentre qua Chico, che è in scia alla McLaren, si avvicina ma non azzarda una manovra, preferisce rimanere incollato al paraurti della vettura che lo precede mentre si appresta ad arrivare l'LMP2 del team Carloni, che non ha problemi qua a fare doppiaggio. È interessante, ti trovi in una situazione di lotta con tantissime auto intorno a te e devi veramente avere gli occhi dietro la testa per sopravvivere in queste situazioni.
E a proposito di LMP2, quella con livree molto eccentriche e carine, quella che è appena passata dovrebbe essere la 58 del team Naya, sì esatto, Naya Racing White, con Antonello Lapadula al volante, è veramente fantastica, livrea cromata, molto ignorante, per utilizzare un termine secondo me molto adatto, e ecco, potremmo anche inserire tra le colorazioni più carine proprio le cascula BMW M4 GT3 di Sebastian Zico, che adesso sta prendendo le misure nei confronti della McLaren. Dovrebbe essere la McLaren, sì esatto, qui inquadrata è proprio quella del team Ciba. Vedremo se in casa le Cascu cercheranno di guadagnare la posizione in pista o se invece aspetteranno, attenderanno con il team Shiba che vede al volante Nicola Pastore lì nelle posizioni di vertice fino al contatto con un Francesco Geniale che invece è sceso nella classe GT3 Pro in ottava posizione di categoria, quindi ha perso effettivamente Francesco Geniale, ci ha perso, però la gara è lunga, si può recuperare, si può rimontare. Chissà se invece la McLaren 720S Evo di Nicola Pastore avrà modo di contenere Sebastian Zico. E attenzione perché poi subito dietro c'è anche Kakmakli del team Caspian Motorsport che ha anche dei tifosi e dei sostenitori in chat. Eccolo qui, Geniale con Andrea Gandossi, battaglia ovunque, Aston Martin contro BMW, Arms Sirba che ha perso l'occasione, almeno in queste prime fasi di gara, di mantenere saldamente tra le mani la zona podio, quantomeno la top 5, proprio per quell'incidente con Pastore di traverso Geniale, che potrebbe avere forse fatto alzare le temperature dei pneumatici ed è un po' alle strette, nei confronti di Gandossi che con la sua BMW potrebbe avere uno spunto migliore. Passa una LMP2 all'interno Gandossi, la telecamera schiaccia, non penso che abbia l'interno a favore alla Piratella, ancora manovra di disturbo, ma questo attacco non porta a un esito positivo per il team Tomelli.
Team Tomelli che ancora una volta sta cercando di rimanere incollato all'estrattore della Aston Martin di Geniale. Vediamo, ha un buono spunto in uscita, però non credo basti per tentare l'attacco alla variante alta, mentre si infila ancora una volta nell'MP2. È vicinissimo, vediamo qua in uscita dalla variante alta, andavano quasi a toccarsi le due vetture della classe GT.
Rimangono vicine, ma la manovra qua va portata a casa con sicurezza e con la garanzia di successo che traverso per la LMP2 che li precedeva. Addirittura Geniale si è avvicinato, penso un po' disturbato nella percorrenza tra la rivazza 1 e la rivazza 2, in mezzo al rettilineo si passa di fronte alla tribuna principale, alle tribune principali dell'autodromo Enzo Dino Ferrari con la BMW che prende la scia. Poi giustamente si torna qui perché cose succedono. In realtà Zuk e Ziakowski sono separati, con Zuk che è davanti, è passato Roland Zuk, che quindi diventa leader della seconda posizione, scusate, della LMP2 Pro, perché in testa c'è Lorenzo De Sciutis. Quindi in occasione delle soste le posizioni si sono invertite, Giacomo, e Roland Zuk con i Go Team ce l'ha fatta passare Patrick Ziakowski che rimane al volante della Oreca 44 targata Hyperion.
Vita la sosta per effettuare questo sorpasso, perché dopo averlo nominato ministro della difesa polacco, titolo meritatissimo devo dire, perché ha mostrato veramente delle doti difensive pazzesche, è riuscito comunque sia mantenendo un ritmo molto buono, perché comunque sia come tempi sul giro non stavano andando male, è riuscito a tenerselo dietro fino alla sosta. Probabilmente può essere che appunto per togliersi questo problema, magari rimandarlo al futuro, Zuska abbia optato per un rifornimento più breve per guadagnare quei pochi decimi che gli servivano per agguantare la posizione.
E ci aspetta una seconda ora di gara veramente molto molto intensa. Ricordo che sarà presente anche il commento in inglese, siccome l'eSport Endurance Series è un campionato internazionale con tanti volti, lo abbiamo visto e lo stiamo vedendo da tutto il mondo, è giusto anche fornire questo servizio, quindi ringraziamo anche chi ci seguirà, chi sarà al commento per dare modo anche in inglese di capire quel che sta succedendo in tutto il mondo, per tutti gli spettatori che ci seguono da tutto il mondo nella 6 ore di Imola. Roland Zux prova a scappare nei confronti di Ziakowski, che però vuole vendetta, vuole di nuovo quella seconda posizione di categoria. Lorenzo De Sciutis potrebbe aver subito una leggera flessione, perché adesso è lì davanti, lo vediamo, non l'ho evidenziato fino ad ora, però guarda come De Sciutis sia stato quasi ripreso da Roland Zux. 1 secondo e 46 millesimi sulla seconda fotocellula, anzi sul secondo sensore del circuito di Imola, 4,9 km che ci hanno fatto divertire fino a questo momento. Nel frattempo Gandossi sta provando continuamente ad attaccare Francesco Geniale, che Dopo l'incidente è parso un pochino più in crisi rispetto al previsto, rispetto soprattutto alle prime fasi della corsa. Gandossi sempre aggressivo con la sua BMW M4, spinta dal 6 cilindri biturbo. Aston Martin invece vantage con motore 8 cilindri di derivazione AMG, un'auto che nel reale ha conquistato tante vittorie, soprattutto l'ultima 24 ore di Spa-Francorchamps. E qui vorrei salutare Mattia Drudi, un talento, uno dei fenomeni del nostro paese, che ha proprio vinto la 24 ore in compagnia di Marco Sorensen e di Niki Team, tra i piloti, ecco, con un pizzico di talento. Quindi una macchina veloce, una macchina competitiva, ha un pilota di sicuro valore quale Francesco Geniale, con un Gandossi che invece vuole tenere alto il nome del team Tomelli ERT. Ci sta provando da parecchi giri, Giacomo, ma il tentativo per ora va a vuoto.
Si sta mantenendo letteralmente incollato. Gandossi non vuole azzardare manovre troppo pericolose, cioè si sta mantenendo quel margine che gli permette di non mettersi in situazioni difficili. Lo vediamo anche qua che cerca di farsi vedere, però appunto purtroppo deve accodarsi, poiché qua sopraggiungeva un prototipo che lo sta Sinfrim, che lo sta mantenendo bloccato dietro. E, che dire, fa bene, perché comunque sia la gara qua è ancora lunghissima, non c'è tantissima differenza tra di loro a livello di tempi, quindi potrebbe anche andare bene cercare di fare un po' il succhiaruote nei confronti di Francesco Geniale.
Mi hai dato l'assist per guardare un po' i tempi di Geniale, che però gira sul 44,4. 44,2 invece per Gandossi, un pelino più veloce. Kakmakli per esempio lì davanti con Caspian Motorsport in 43 in netto, quindi per Geniale penso o danni o gomme andate anche a causa del contatto.
Può darsi, perché comunque deve ancora effettuare la sosta ai pit, probabilmente avrà anche occasione di riparare i danni. Non credo che siano enormi, perché altrimenti penso anche lui avrebbe anticipato la sosta proprio per approfittare del fatto. Ricordiamo che chi ha danni che causano appunto una perdita di tempo sul giro fa bene a cercare di anticipare la sosta, per quindi sacrificare del tempo in fase di riparazione, che però viene ripagato man mano che vanno a essere completate delle altre tornate nel corso della gara.
Sai che Sander Kalas ha stampato dei tempi, ho atteso un attimo a dirlo, un po' lenti negli ultimi frangenti. Kakmakli con la Mercedes di Caspian Motorsport, metto un attimo in pausa questo argomento, ormai è attaccato, è attaccatissimo alla quinta posizione della categoria GT3 Pro, con Sebastian Zico che ha lasciato in pace Nicola Pastore, ritornando lì davanti. Ecco, per Kalas qualche giro non eccezionale, mentre Tamburini, rimanendo sul 28 basso, è arrivato a 5 secondi e 7, ha dimezzato il distacco, ha dimezzato il ritardo l'auto numero 1 dei Sinfrim eSports, con il team Iris che invece si deve ancora fermare con Lazaros Filippakos, che sta allungando questa prima porzione della gara. Vedremo se arriverà il pit stop per lui. Occhio quindi a quel che sta accadendo a Sander Kalas, che però ritorna su un riferimento cronometrico piuttosto interessante, 1.28.4, stavolta è Tamburini che perde 1.28.8. penso che sia tutto dovuto, ecco, a questo filone di doppiaggi, proprio in questa occasione, con Tamburini che deve passare una GT, poi anche un LMP2, tutto quello che ha guadagnato lo sta riperdendo adesso.
Sì, sta venendo bloccato molto, perché qua è veramente un susseguirsi, ma riesce a farsi vedere, mettersi sulla sinistra e liberarsi, però ormai l'abbiamo visto perdere quasi 2 secondi nei confronti dei suoi avversari. Purtroppo anche questo fa parte del gioco.
Eccoci ormai entrati nella seconda ora di gara, Giacomo. Si fa parte del gioco e dovremo essere un po' abituati. L'importante comunque per chi insegue è rimanere dentro quel range che possa permettere di approfittare di eventuali
Kingsbury senza
sfortunate. Oh, Kingsbury, è vero, un'altra BMW senza ala e Code 80, quindi full course yellow, si deve procedere a velocità limitata. Siamo proprio in zona piratella, acque minerali, e dovrà rientrare in box a Kingsbury. Vediamo cos'è successo. Credo appunto un incidente nel primo settore, ma attendiamo conferme con eventuali replay. Ho visto il team Shiba in GT3 Pro perdere un po' di posizione entrata ai box. Il team Shiba, sì, ecco, approfittano di questa full course yellow, di questa code 80, le auto di GT3 Pro, alcuni equipaggi per fermarsi ai box, tra cui Casman Motorsport, Tomelli, Arms Silva congeniale che dovrà riparare evidentemente dei danni, poi anche in LMP2 Pro Black Hawk con Balog che però ha avuto problemi. Qui vediamo il replay, l'ha persa alla Villeneuve, uno, ecco, la stava salvando ma non ci è riuscito alla fine Giacomo.
No, purtroppo no, è andato solo a peggiorare la
situazione,
però è tutto un dire, perché la cosa lì è o freni, però poi rimani in mezzo alla pista ed è forse la cosa più pericolosa che si possa fare. Quindi poco da fare, poco spazio con cui lavorare, purtroppo questo è il caso di Imola.
E quindi con questa neutralizzazione, la seconda della gara, si può prendere un po' di ossigeno, i piloti possono prendere un po' di respiro. Roland Zux ai box per la seconda sosta con i Go Team, era in terza posizione di categoria LMP2 Pro, quindi secondo pit stop per Zux. Attendiamo quindi la scelta e le decisioni degli altri, potrebbe essere considerata questa come una sosta gratuita per chi ne ha bisogno. Il team Iris invece continua con Filippa Cos che comanda, detta il ritmo. Attenzione a eventuali cambiamenti in regime di full course yellow dal punto di vista strategico in gara. Riccardo De Marchi, Carloni Racing, è passato in precedenza da Lorenzo De Sciutis, adesso però è di nuovo davanti Riccardo De Marchi che segue Patrick Siakowski. Ecco, in tutto il marasma, in tutto il caos, vediamo che Riccardo De Marchi alla ripartenza, quando viene sventolata di nuovo la bandiera verde, posa il mirino sulla prima posizione che è stata conquistata nel giro di soste da Patrick Siakowski, che ha 2 pit stop all'attivo. Forse è sbagliato
molto
però
strano sì, perché sarebbe strano che avesse le 2 posizioni. Può essere, credo abbia dovuto subire una penalità e quindi magari ci sia stato un drive-thru.
44 ho una penalità precedente, però l'avrebbe dovuta già scontare un'eventuale penalità del Bahrain.
Teoricamente sì, allora no, dovrebbe essere un errore del Livetiming, secondo me, anche perché rispetto alla sua posizione in pista sarebbe molto strano che avesse fatto 2 soste.
Siakowski, De Marchi, perché poi Di Marchi ne ha una a conti fatti, quindi o si sono fermati o appunto il Livetiming è sballato, però vabbè, vi aggiorneremo nel corso della gara. Sicuramente sono tutti vicini, sono tutti lì con Siakowski, De Marchi, De Sciutis e Guzowski. Poi probabilmente l'assist ci potrà essere fornito direttamente da coloro che ci seguono, ci stanno seguendo in diretta. Magari c'è qualche membro dei team che potrebbe aiutarci a capire questa situazione. Vediamo la BMW, la M-Hybrid V8 lì dietro che chiude adesso il giro, doppiando le LMP2, bandiera gialla nel secondo settore. Steven Lefranc dei Flying Goat lotta con Naya Racing Italia, LMP2 Pro AM, battaglia che interessa la 10ª posizione di categoria. All'interno Steven Lefranc non lascia spazio e non dà diritto di replica, mentre c'è un taglio della BMW Hypercar proprio davanti a loro.
Hypercar era l'unico team eSport forse che ha deciso di correre con quest'auto, che rappresenta per questo campionato una novità, una gradita novità quest'anno, perché è bello vedere un po' di varietà, avvicinarsi un po' a quello che è il WEC reale, con una varietà incredibile. Stiamo probabilmente vivendo un'età dell'oro per quanto riguarda il mondiale endurance. Dobbiamo sottolineare però purtroppo l'addio anticipato, forse momentaneo, del WEC da parte di Lamborghini.
A quanto pare sì, e nel frattempo si ferma Filippa Cosse che lascia il comando della gara dopo svariati giri di comando a Sander Callas, con Carlo Tamburini che è sceso a 13 secondi 8. Sì, Giacomo, sembra che appunto Lamborghini, reduce da una prima stagione molto complicata con la SC63, che è spinta da una nuova unità 8 cilindri appunto fornita da Lamborghini, sviluppata da Lamborghini, e poi con un telaio Ligier, risultati molto difficili. In realtà l'avventura è iniziata abbastanza male, con il test al Paul Ricard, un cedimento, un incidente anche pesante che poi ha costretto Lamborghini e Iron Lynx a, non dico ricominciare, però ha rallentato sicuramente i tempi per un progetto che è partito più tardi rispetto agli altri marchi, a quello degli altri costruttori degli altri marchi. Le prestazioni anche alle man non sono state così male e sono state in crescendo, anche in IMSA Giacomo sono andati tutto sommato bene. È un campionato che ti agevola se sei in difetto in termini prestazionali, perché quando sei doppiato esce una caution, il giro lo recuperi e quindi rientri nel giro dei leader, approfitti se sei costante e se hai un buon equipaggio, un buon tris di piloti, lo è stato in questo caso con Cairoli, Caldarelli e Romain Grosjean. Intanto attenzione a Riccardo Fava, LMP2 Pro AM, prova a recuperare la posizione, a recuperare terreno. Parliamo del secondo posto ed è in lotta diretta con Giacomo Lapadula, quindi Giacomo direi di mettere un attimo in pausa l'argomento Lamborghini, perché è molto interessante per chi segue il WEC in realtà, però commentiamo questo duello. Nai Racing Italia, la 33 di Giacomo Lapadula in lotta con Riccardo Fava. Voi vedete il terzo posto, ma in realtà è il secondo, perché, lo ripeto ancora una volta, la LMP2 di Lorenzo De Sciutis del team Shiba non è in Pro M, bensì in Pro. Che traverso per Fava in inserimento di Codeti, quindi ha rallentato per rispettare la full course yellow e quasi stava girando.
Sì, ha proprio è andato sui freni mentre aveva le ruote sul cordolo, mentre qua per guadagnare la posizione, tra virgolette, vediamo. Attenzione Ragni, ancora una volta. Gara molto
Aia.
sfortunata per lui e qua avrebbe piegato un braccetto, questa è una cosa che gli costerà ancora molto molto tempo ai box e si prospetta davvero per lui una gara da dimenticare.
E potenzialmente molti punti persi per la 66 di Mar Motorsport, che nella GT3 AM è arrivata in terza posizione in campionato con un gap di non troppi punti rispetto ai leader, ai rookie monsters con la 62. Ne approfitto, Giacomo, adesso per argomentare un po' il tema Lamborghini, perché sembra che non siano andati benissimo i rapporti tra Lamborghini e Aerolinks. Sembra che appunto le due realtà si separino. Non è stato ancora confermato nulla a livello ufficiale, il tutto si unisce a delle prestazioni non esaltanti, però sai, è il primo anno, è un anno di test per un progetto partito più tardi rispetto agli altri, quindi almeno dal mio punto di vista è sempre stato giusto non valutare i tempi, le prestazioni di Lamborghini, quanto più la solidità e l'affidabilità, che è stata un punto dolente, ma nel WEC c'è modo di recuperare, c'è modo di sistemarsi. Il punto qual è? Il WEC ha imposto un doppia auto, doppia vettura per marchio, quindi non si potrà più a partire dall'anno prossimo, scusate, guidare e portare in pista una sola macchina, bisognerà schienarne un'altra. Lamborghini, che è già in difficoltà e in crisi con il singolo prototipo, pensate un po' quando invece le cose si andranno a raddoppiare, ecco, il doppio delle spese, doppie risorse, no? Un numero di risorse richiesto che evidentemente non va a coincidere con le possibilità e le disponibilità di Lamborghini e al contempo di Aerolinks, che fa da preparatore. La bandiera verde viene esposta, quindi la gara riparte, ma c'è un però, perché sì, sembra che Lamborghini e Aerolinks si separino, sembra che lasciano il WEC, ma potrebbero restare nell'IMSA, dove un'iscrizione è stata confermata, e si parlerebbe di un team molto importante che l'anno prossimo, dal 2025, seguirà Lambo nel DTM, quindi attenzione, molta attenzione. E per darvi un indizio, il figlio, ecco, del capo di questa azienda ha corso per diversi anni, ha corso per tanti anni in Formula E e è stato, diciamo, brutalmente allontanato dalla categoria per un fatto accaduto nel sim racing in periodo Covid. Lancio questo assist, magari lo capirete.
Voglio sentire io lo so, ho capito a chi fa riferimento, però voglio vedere in chat se qualcuno ricorda, perché è una bella storia. Non ci pensavo da
Esatto.
tanto tempo.
molto cioè sono cose che poi immagino possano accadere anche non solo a piloti professionisti, ma è un tema delicatissimo anche nel sim racing, lo scambio di sedili, far correre un pilota al tuo posto. In quel caso ecco, ci fu un retroscena che venne fuori, venne a galla, e purtroppo questo pilota non ricevette assolutamente i complimenti.
Esatto, perché alla fine il sim racing comunque è un hobby che viene preso in maniera molto molto seria, adesso tralasciando anche il fatto dei nomi che ormai ci stiamo abituando a vedere che corrono queste gare, dimostra molto anche quella che è la serietà di una persona e l'episodio. Adesso continuiamo a non fare nomi perché al
No, non
massimo li
faccio
vedremo
nomi.
in chat, non si fanno nomi.
Esatto.
Anche perché non saprei il nome di chi fare perché c'è stato uno scambio di identità. Comunque sia, a parte
Guarda,
gli scherzi,
uno ha commentato e devo dire, non posso dire nulla, però le voci sono queste. In IMSA Lamborghini potrebbe rimanere, per chiudere il tutto. Simone in chat ci potrebbe aver preso. Quindi vediamo se arrivano altre idee. Vediamo. Comunque è molto delicato perché poi alla fine parliamo di una sorta di bolla. È una bolla nella quale il WEC è all'interno, così come tutto l'endurance, tanti marchi, tanti costruttori, però io tendo a non fidarmi perché i costruttori sono i primi che, una volta che vedono che i conti non girano, chiudono baracca e burattini, come è successo altre volte. Quindi io spero che possa durare quanto più possibile. Nel dubbio, per fortuna, che nel motorsport esistano i privati, perché un privato potrebbe comunque portare ad esempio la Lamborghini ancora in pista, la SC63 ancora in pista in Nord America. Per
esatto,
chiudere il
comunque
discorso.
non è detta l'ultima parola per Lamborghini. Sicuramente, se posso dire la mia, è un progetto sì sfortunato, partito con delle premesse che non erano le migliori perché cominciare lo sviluppo tardi, per quanto comunque sia buona parte del pacchetto, nel caso dei prototipi Daytona, Le Mans Daytona, può aiutare a diminuire il gap, però non ha mai, diciamo, avuto quegli spiragli di gloria tanto auspicati e che ci si aspetterebbe
Sì.
di trovare un marchio come Lamborghini, che ok, non ha il retaggio del motorsport di altri marchi, però comunque sia rimane Lamborghini.
Ma il reparto, la squadra corse con Sanna come direttore negli ultimi anni è cresciuta tantissimo. Poi certo, la storicità forse fa più parte di altre aziende, di altri marchi nel mondo del motorsport. Però ad esempio, guarda quanto sono andati bene con la Huracan, quanti sono stati i successi conquistati dalla Huracan GT3, no? In giro per il mondo. Parlando di America, Daytona è una di queste. Di titoli ne ha conquistati con quella GT3, ma ricordo anche nel periodo GT1 la Murcielago o la Gallardo, quindi la storia c'è, fa parte di questo marchio, soprattutto nell'ultimo ventennio, se non addirittura qualcosa in più, e qualcuno si aspettava magari un ingresso nel WEC in stile Ferrari, solo che Ferrari l'ha preparato e ha annunciato nel 2021 l'ingresso nel WEC per debuttare nel 2023. C'è stato modo di studiare, sviluppare e progettare come si deve questo progetto. Intanto ancora Gandossi all'esterno, ritorniamo sulla gara. Andrea Gandossi con la BMW di Tomelli all'esterno della Tosa, approfitta di una sbavatura della Aston Martin di Sirba GT e ce la fa all'esterno, ce la fa Gandossi all'esterno, procedono all'unisono insieme, portiera contro portiera, con Francesco Geniale che cerca di resistere, vediamo se Geniale si riporta ancora una volta davanti, frena all'interno, è la linea ideale, ma è bravissimo Gandossi a scorrere, a lasciar scorrere la sua BMW all'esterno nella piratella. Adesso acque minerali ancora affiancate, ancora appaiati. Questa è la battaglia più bella di questa gara. Fantastici Geniale e Gandossi che ha avuto una lieve perdita di posteriore in uscita dalle acque minerali, e allora c'è l'assist per Francesco Geniale per riprovarci ancora una volta, però Gandossi mette un punto a questo duello. Spettacolare il confronto tra i due, con Gandossi che passa. Sono stati metà pista affiancati a Imola.
Vediamolo perché è veramente incredibile, una decina di curve fianco a fianco appaiati senza lasciarsi. Vediamo qui in ingresso alla Villeneuve, porta forse troppa velocità, gli parte un po' la macchina e va a lungo qui Geniale, mentre si affiancano qui alla Tosa, e qua Gandossi fa quello che deve fare, sfruttare tutta la pista, sfruttare il cordone di uscita, ha tanta trazione e può portare questa velocità qui in salita, sa che avrà lo svantaggio di traiettoria, quindi si allarga, lascia sfilare Geniale ma sfrutta ancora una volta tutta la larghezza della pista, il fatto che questa curva sia piuttosto tonda e tenda anche ad aprire per portarsi fianco a fianco nelle acque minerali, e qui non c'era praticamente più nulla da fare, si era trovato davanti, ma geniale, uscito fortissimo, ha rifatto di nuovo capolino e continua a fare ancora capolino dietro a Gandossi che non avendo danni sulla vettura rispetto a Francesco potrebbe cercare di fuggire adesso dopo diversi giri che era rimasto incollato dietro alla Aston Martin.
Da incorniciare, veramente, per correttezza, per pulizia, per incisività, tutti i termini, tutte parole chiave che vanno a definire il duello che esattamente un giro fa è culminato con il sorpasso di Gandossi. Però appunto immaginate essere nell'abitacolo, dover considerare in una pista con una carreggiata così stretta come Imola la posizione dell'avversario, nel frattempo stare attenti a eventuali doppiaggi in arrivo, prototipi in arrivo, tutto molto difficile e racchiuso in pochi secondi, decisioni istantanee e al tempo stesso rispettare il regolamento e rispettare l'avversario. Due professionisti quali Gandossi e Francesco Geniale hanno fatto capire veramente il loro talento, hanno dato dimostrazione del loro talento. Gandossi adesso è quarto, vediamo se riuscirà a chiudere il gap che lo separa da Kakmakli, che occupa la terza posizione per la gioia di Caspian Motorsport. Davanti il poco inquadrato Michele D'Alessandro a più di mezzo minuto di vantaggio su Carlo Di Anda, e Pescara SRT può magari intravedere una gioia, però distante 4 ore e 40. Vi anticipiamo che tra poco ci sarà il cambio in cabina di commento, entreranno gli inglesi, arriverà il commento in inglese per la gioia di chi ci segue a livello internazionale. Ci trasferiamo sulla LMP2 Pro AM con Giacomo Lapadula, sempre insieme a Riccardo Fava, per la prima posizione della LMP2 Pro AM, che è indicata con la bandiera con il portanumero, scusate, viola, e sarà interessante capire se il team Naia Racing Italia con la 33 riuscirà ad avere la meglio su Riccardo Fava di Arms Sirba, con invece la 42, auto che ha vinto in Bahrain. Giacomo, dicevamo invece di Lamborghini, per chiudere il discorso.
Scusa, ritorniamo perché ti volevo segnalare Carlo Tamburini con un 1.26,5, ragazzi. Abbassa di 3 decimi, 4 decimi, scusate, il suo precedente record. Sta infiammando la pista, è a caccia di un vantaggio che lo vede in questo momento. Non abbiamo seguito molto purtroppo la categoria Hypercar, in questo momento lo vedrebbe virtualmente in testa, si gioca veramente sui fili dei millesimi, però dovrebbe riuscire con la sua sosta a rientrare davanti al team Iris, ma sa benissimo che deve spingere come un forsennato per far sì che ciò diventi realtà in questo momento il pilota mantovano.
È il team Iris che segue la BMW Hypercar di Sweet Force. A proposito di progetti che sono partiti da lontani, BMW nella realtà è anche qui, ha un telaio dall'ara anche per la Cadillac, ad esempio. Da quando sono entrati nel WEC, dopo una stagione nell'IMSA piuttosto tranquilla con la vittoria a Watkins Glen, hanno fatto dei passi in avanti incredibili ed è arrivato il podio al Fuji. È un'ottima gara in Bahrain. BMW che quindi con Sweet Force, la 37 di Thomas Grobelny, sta tentando di rintuzzare l'attacco di Lazaros Filippakos. Rallentata la gara del team Iris con la 77 della penalità scontata inizio gara. La rimonta però sembra possibile, sembra concretizzarsi. Sono nel giro del leader e stanno dando il tutto per tutto. C'è una bandiera gialla, ecco perché, che è uscito, mi sembra, una LMP2 del team Naia, però vorrei conferma magari con un'inquadratura, perché dai colori mi sembrava quel cromato e verde del team Naia Racing Italia. Aspettiamo. Questo è Carlo Di Anda dei Virtual Drivers Alliance con la Ferrari, la 488 GT3. Vediamo, no, non è il Naia che è a posto, sia la Padula sia Giacomo sia Antonello sono ok. Eccolo, la Zuardi.
La Zuardi è il team KSR.
Esatto,
che ha perso l'ala posteriore.
Ha perso l'ala posteriore, la macchina mi sembra quasi asimmetrica, tipo setup Indy 500. Almeno mi sembra così. adesso dovrà rientrare ai box.
Imola. Sì, c'è un leggero, perché qua perde il posteriore nonostante stia andando veramente a velocità ridottissime. Infatti qua vediamo, credo a questo punto ci sia bisogno di delle lunghe riparazioni. Per fortuna per loro non hanno perso una ruota, sappiamo il distacco della ruota su rFactor 2 sancisce la fine della gara, fortunatamente. Qui peccato per loro perché comunque non è mai bello, soprattutto nei primi stint, andare a fare dei danni così ingenti alla propria vettura, anche nei confronti dei compagni di squadra che poi dovranno andare a prenderla in mano e in questo caso fare una rimonta davvero probabilmente disperata, perché questo pit stop gli costerà un tempo vicino ai 2 minuti sicuramente.
Molto molto lunga. Adesso via verso la pit lane, sarà una sosta immaginiamo quasi eterna per tutti, per tutto l'equipaggio. 4 ore e 36 alla fine, la gara riparte. Steven Lefranc ha in dote un buon passo con il Flying Goat, cerca di guadagnare qualche punticino che possa dare gioia al team. Qui invece Geniale, che nonostante tutto è rimasto attaccato a Gandossi, è rimasto attaccato a Gandossi, e dietro a Geniale, che occupa la quinta posizione della classe GT3, troviamo Giancarlo Rossi di GR Sim Trust ERT con la numero 8, mentre passa la LMP2 degli Hyperion. Callas ai box, Sander Callas si ferma ai box e Carlo Tamburini diventa leader con Sinfrim e la numero 1, che detteranno il passo in questo e immaginiamo nei prossimi giri. Vedremo quanta differenza ci sarà tra lo stint dei Ground Effect e quello di Sinfrim.
Molto veloce da parte di Callas comunque.
Sì, molto molto rapida la sosta. Forse riesce a rimanere davanti anche a Lazaros Filippakos, e sarebbe una buona notizia, che aveva poco fa 20 secondi di ritardo. Vediamo se ce la fa Callas a lasciare i box entro i 70 secondi di svantaggio da Carlo Tamburini. Sì, ce la fa, è secondo, peraltro senza traffico. Il distacco in precedenza, prima della sosta di Callas, si attestava sui 10 secondi che separavano i primi due in classifica assoluta e della classe Hypercar. Vedremo se le cose cambieranno, mentre vi ricordo che con il ciclo giorno-notte la gara si chiuderà al buio, quindi sarà questa un'altra sfida da analizzare, da commentare, vivere insieme nelle ultime fasi della corsa.
Cambia tutto. Imola, ricordiamo, un impianto che non dispone di illuminazione artificiale, quindi siamo nel totale affidamento a quelle che sono intanto sosta ai box per Carlo Tamburini.
Un giro dopo resta lì,
che va benissimo, visto comunque l'abbassamento dei tempi che stava provando. In questa fase di gara credo che si proceda comunque con il cambio gomme, e adesso staremo a vedere in che posizione entrare in pista, mentre abbiamo qua Sander Callas che affronta l'ultima curva, si appresta a ripartire, quindi dovrebbe essere molto semplice per lui riguadagnare la posizione sull'equipaggio della Frim, mentre qua riparte Carlo Tamburini. Intanto sta affrontando il rettilineo in questo momento Callas.
è passato Callas, e Tamburini va al secondo posto tranquillamente in seconda posizione. Sullo sfondo si profila il Team Iris con Lazaros Filippakos, bandiera gialla nell'ultimo settore. Anche per Tamburini è stato essenziale non perdere la posizione in pista su Filippakos, che ha dato dimostrazione di avere un ottimo ritmo in gara. Ci sono i primi tre racchiusi in 2 secondini a separare i primi tre, con Filippakos che però su una strategia diversa proprio per via del drive-thru. Però per il Team Iris c'è ancora possibilità. 9 secondi e 7 di gap di distacco tra Sander Callas e Carlo Tamburini. Siamo a un'ora e mezza dall'inizio della corsa, dall'inizio della gara. Attendiamo con molta ansia che questo scontro tra il primo e il secondo, tra Ground Effect e Sinfrim, vada ad accendersi. Sono i due team che hanno, diciamo, infiammato questa prima parte di gara. A livello cronometrico non c'è stato però mai un duello vero e proprio, però Giacomo, per Sinfrim sarebbe comunque utile questa seconda posizione, considerando che arrivano dalla vittoria del Bahrain, di Sakir, e soprattutto vedendo il vantaggio di 12 punti che hanno su ground effect, che invece deve chiudere questo buco di 12 lunghezze quanto prima per attaccare in questa 7ª stagione il team campione in carica.
Sì, alla fine è forse troppo presto per parlare di una, di una gestione
Certo.
di punti. Naturalmente, oltretutto ci tocca ricordare anche il sistema di punteggio per quanto riguarda le gare endurance, che
Vero?
viene fortemente influenzato dalla durata delle gare stesse. Con Imola sulle 6 ore siamo, sembra strano da dire, ma siamo sul lato più corto delle gare, per quanto 6 ore siano tantissime. Non so se tanti che ci ascoltano avranno provato a fare un viaggio di 6 ore con la propria macchina, probabilmente si renderanno conto della distanza, di quanto può andare a pesare, ma trattandosi di un campionato con gare che arrivano fino a 24 ore, naturalmente con Le Mans, 6 ore comunque sarebbe solo un quarto rispetto alla gara più importante dell'anno, che ricordiamo sarà ormai in estate. Ci sembra tanto tempo, infatti
Sì.
sarà una stagione tutta da vivere qua in diretta su Pit Lane TV.
In cabina di commento è arrivato Edward Hunter, che tra poco andrà a sostituirci, e sarà lui a offrire il commento in inglese. Tu hai parlato di calendario, qui notiamo Riccardo Fava con Arms Sirba dietro a Naha Racing Italia. Come detto, questa è la lotta per la prima posizione di classe LMP2 Pro M, che stiamo commentando e vedendo da ormai parecchi giri. Calendario che ha visto quindi la 6 ore del Bahrain, poi in questo momento si sta svolgendo la 6 ore di Imola, poi appuntamento il 14 di dicembre per il round a Istanbul. Attenzione perché l'11 di gennaio i due grandi continenti del motorsport si uniranno, ecco, le due visioni, con l'eSport Endurance Series, che ha una matrice, ecco, europea per quanto riguarda la maggior parte del calendario, che si sposterà oltreoceano in America con la 12 ore di Daytona. Il 6 ore di San Paolo invece l'8 di febbraio si rimane comunque in territorio americano, andando a Sebring in Florida l'8 di marzo, poi si ritorna in Europa per due appuntamenti imperdibili: la 8 ore di Spa-Francorchamps il 12 di aprile, le qualifiche della 24 ore di Le Mans il 13 giugno, dovrebbe essere bene o male la settimana di gara, e poi della gara vera, e poi il 21 giugno 2025 la 24 ore di Le Mans, la gara più importante, quella che assegna maggior punteggio e quella che tutti vogliono vincere, vale tanto se non di più quanto un campionato. Questo per chiudere il tutto. Ci sono anche dei premi, un'assegnazione dei premi che è tutto disponibile, si può consultare direttamente sul sito di eracingseries.com nella sezione dedicata alla eSport Endurance Series. Non so se Edward e Amir siano pronti per il cambio in cabina di commento, e allora io direi di andare in fascia, quindi lasciare il tutto nelle mani della regia di Mariano Calò, che ringraziamo ancora una volta. Io ritornerò per l'ultima ora, quindi per ora ringrazio Giacomo Noghera. Grazie Giacomo.
Ciao, è stato bello seguire questa prima parte di gara con te.
E continuate a seguire tutte le emozioni di Imola, perché lo vedete, c'è battaglia ovunque. Un saluto e buon commento anche a Edward Hunter e Amir Asik, che porteranno avanti la telecronaca in inglese. A dopo!
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the Autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari for round 2 of Season 7 of the eSports Endurance Series. My name is Edward Hunter. Alongside me in the commentary box is Amir Haziq. So we just had the first hour and a half of the race commentated by our fantastic Italian duo of Matteo Pitacchio and Giacomo Noguera as well. And now we're going to help take you through the next 3 hours or so of the race before the Italians take over again, once again, for the final hour. So I've been very, very busy this morning. I've not gotten to watch a whole lot of the race, but at the moment, in Hypercar at least, Amir, it's looking like a rerun of last year, of this same race at this point last season, where Sander Callas and Grand Effect Sim Racing was starting to build up a big lead over Simframe, and we all know how it ended last time, didn't it, Amir? In the last 20 minutes with that GT3 car. Fortunately for them, I can't remember who they were, which team it was that delayed them and basically scuppered Grand Effect's chances for victory on the road. They did have a drive-through penalty that was ended up being a post-race penalty for speeding in the pit lane effectively, so it would have been kind of a moot point either way, sadly, for that squad. But this time, they seem to have learned the lessons from last year, and they are leading once again from the front with Simframe. They've seemed to got their hands full of Team Iris, only about 5 seconds behind them.
Yeah, it feels like a couple of weeks ago, isn't it, or even yesterday, that this race this time last year happened. But yeah, a lot has changed over the past season, of course, and we're back here for unbelievably Season 7. So great to see that it's still alive and kicking. But yeah, I think the Grand Effect guys will probably be trying to avoid a similar scenario. Knock on plenty of wood that it doesn't happen when we come into the night, but they're looking good right now. But the Sim3M eSport team definitely taking it a notch where they had last year and really just dominated the first round of the season.
Indeed, but of course, Grand Effect, I was commentating on it, they were actually pushing them pretty hard, and then they ran into issues quite early in the race. And sadly, they never really got the chance to recover from that because they, if I remember correctly, they got disconnected from Bahrain, as we see the LMP2 Pro leading Go team just threading the needle, having a huge tank slapper through the Tamburello chicane, and then just calmly collecting themselves, and Roland Zux getting merrily on his way in that number 7. And that really has been the story for the reigning LMP2 Pro champions. We do have a little bit of slight issues with the graphics, so just 2 seconds behind Zux is Lorenzo De Cutis in the Team Shiba 320, and I've just been informed from Mariano that the 320 is not a Pro-Am, it is actually a Pro. So the graphic is slightly incorrect there. It is actually Arms Sabre number 42 that leads in LMP2 Pro-Am. And Team Shiba, who won the Pro-Am very, very convincingly in Bahrain, have been moved up already to the Pro class, and are now really starting to give Go Team a bit of a hard time, actually, in this part of the race, with Hyperion not far in arrears either. So LMP2 could be a really, really exciting fight. And then, of course, we got GD3, where Pescara SRT have built up a 45-second lead over Virtual Drivers Alliance, who I believe won in Bahrain, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves correctly. And then GD3 AM is actually a much closer contest, with Boyd Transport having just gotten past Casatria Sim Racing. There they are, Casatria Sim Racing just losing out at Acqua Minerale to the second place Boyd Transport 306, isn't it? Driven, of course, by who is it in that car, isn't it? It's Hallam Voice.
And amazingly, we're looking at right now, Rivian Gumular is in that Casatria car. This is the second straight endurance race he's done today, because I was doing another commentary just today around Silverstone and Santa Cosa Competizione. Looks as though he's not missing a beat. He goes a bit wide coming through the first Rivazza. And, well, luckily for him, there was a bit off curb that saved his blushes, but that really is a jump scare for him, and he's straight into the pits.
Yeah, I think Voice was really struggling there. Almost trying to let the LMP2s and the prototypes through meant he lost that second position that he just fought so hard to gain. So Casatria and Boyd Transport just getting into the wars with each other. As we see Stefano Benato for the Naha Racing Italia team has had a big moment and is trundling around with very, very damaged steering. He's having to go more than almost 90 degrees to keep the car pointed in a straight line as we go into Code 80. So that was why the GT3s were all pitting there.
Yep. Well, they really jumped in at the last possible moment to really get on with it, as I think Giacomo has joined us for a commentary as well. I think he will provide a bit of input of what he's seen so far in the race. Looks as though suspension damage, not good.
Yeah, and
Not
I
good
completely
at all.
apologise to Giacomo because I completely ignored him up to now. Hello, Giacomo. How are you?
Hello, I'm all good. How about you guys? It's been a long time.
It's great to see you again. I'm a bit exhausted already, which is not good for the start of a 3-hour commentary stint. But we sadly, for Ilaria Finn and Simfrim Esports Pink number 17, that won their class in GT3M in Bahrain, they're out of this race. They're showing us DNF on the timing screen. I don't know if there was contact with the Naha Racing Italia car. We see it in the moment, but they seem to have hit issues around about the same time in the race, and that's a big shame for Simfrim and their junior team.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were the first. Amidst the first ones to retire. Pretty unfortunate, also given how good of a race they had in Bahrain. I take the chance now that I'm speaking to say hello to a friend of mine. Hello, Marika, who she's asked me to say hello during the live. You're famous now. Okay, so we're back to green with Giancarlo Rossi, the driver for the GR Sintrust e-racing team. 6th position right now with the GT3 Pro category. We were commenting earlier how hard it is for the Porsche drivers on this racetrack. We've seen some pretty brilliant action by them, and they were going literally sideways in the slower sections of the track because you know it's a car with a pretty strange layout, having the engine behind the rear axle. So with the fast turns that we have in Imola, it's quite tricky to handle.
Yeah, we also see Team Iris in Hypercar try to do their driver change. So Philip Arcos handing over to Nick De Silva in that number 77. Unfortunately, the Code 80 ended halfway through that stop. And a similar thing has happened to Go Team as well, that were leading the LMP2 Pro class. They dived in for the Code 80, and they've sort of been caught, not so much with their pants down, but certainly with Ronan Zook still in the pits as they go back to green, which hands it the class lead, I believe, to Lorenzo De Cutis and Team Shiba 320, of course, who mistakenly been classed in Pro-Am for this race, as we were previously talking about. And there's Camille Stenzel. He's seen Nick De Silva emerge from the pits just in front of him as well. So Team Iris, they've got to stop out of the way, but this is going to be a little bit tricky now because if there's another Code 80 later on, then they could have lost ground to Callas and Tamburini. So we'll have to see how that develops. But yes, interesting points you were making about the GT3 field with the Porsche. Oh, round goes Nick De Silva at the Variante Abassa.
Yeah, the Iris car literally just lost it coming through. It is a tricky corner at the best of times, but it looks as though he had a lockup prior to that, and the car just went completely off by breaking traction. Mercifully, though, he missed the barriers.
Yeah, so Team Iris, who finished second in Hypercar in Bahrain, immediately starting to fall into trouble after a strong start to the race. So under a lot of pressure from the BMW Sweet Force of Camille Stenzel, that's now into third. It looks like Nick De Silva, as we're about to see him go through the Acqua Minerale corner. All neat and tidy so far, and here is where the trouble starts then. Nick De Silva pulls, almost goes a little bit defensive, pulls back to the racing line. And then, he struggles a little bit on the... it was immediately on the turn-in. He just lost it so early on in the corner. He's so lucky not to hit the wall as well, because that can come up to you quite quickly, even on the inside there.
Yeah, the rear's locked completely. And before we hand it over back to Giacomo on this one, Alari Alchpeos actually just clarified last year what happened. It was an LMP2 car that ended their chances that time.
That was it. That was it.
Yes, it was. Though we can't identify because we had to look back at the stream from last year. But again, it was such a disappointing way to end because they were only about 10 minutes from home, but then that happened.
I like how Ryan Mazumdas has asked, have we just switched to English commentaries? Francesco Genial really under attack here from the number 8 over 5th position in the GT3 Pro class. So that is Giancarlo Rossi giving him a hard time in that GR Simfrast that you were just talking about, Giacomo. Look at, there's no room at that tight, narrow chicane. And they're all just bunching up, isn't it? So we got Genial leading Rossi, Zico, and Le Casacu, who were really, really quick, actually. They unlapped themselves from the class leaders in GT3 AM later in the race, despite losing almost a whole lap to them. And this is a replay of what we just saw. Genial barging his way at the inside through Piratella and almost pushing. He did push Giancarlo Rossi off track there. And Rossi not looking best pleased.
I wasn't pleased at all, but here, Genial, he's been conducting a race where he's been defending from all sides. It's given this happened because he's had a contact earlier in the race and his car has suffered some degree of damage. Not that big of a deal, but he's been losing some time on track. We can see how much extra speed the GR Synthrast car has, particularly when coming out of corners. Well, here inside it tries to push into the Villeneuve chicane. Crazy, it would have been a crazy move, but now he has to get through. He has to gain this position because he's got quite the train behind him as an LMP2 car. It's an MP2 car getting through and making him earn some time with respect to the Porsche behind him. And as we head into the Piratella, Geniale is trying to gain back some advantage because he's losing quite some time defending. We can see it from the leaderboard. He's dropped nearly a second during this lap. Probably something has to do with the overtakes by the prototype cars, but he's still holding on to that fifth position dearly.
Indeed he is, and of course Supra have had the odd class win, haven't they, in GD3, but certainly yet to really get their season going in earnest in LMP2 Pro in Bahrain. They were third in class, of course, on the podium, but there was certainly they felt they really lacked for pace in that first race of the season, and they've certainly started to put that right. They're fighting essentially for another podium here, potentially with Caspian Motorsport 75 and Andrea Gandosi in the Timeli ERT fighting away over third. They're only about 6 seconds up the road and they're 3/10 apart from one another. So that is a very close battle. You just saw them disappear from frame there as the Le Cassicou of Sebastian Zico also hitting the gravel there, and that means he's starting to lose a little bit of touch with Rossi and Geniale here. But I agree with you, Giacomo. Rossi just looks so much more confident, and it's all just about waiting for the opportunity to get past that Aston Martin. And if he can't do it, then potentially he's going to get backed into Zico as well.
Now as we head into, once again, the Piratella and then the Acque Minerali, Francesco Geniale holding for dear onto that fifth position. Giancarlo Rossi is probably studying his opponent here. He's seen that he's taking the inside line consistently through the whole lap, just covering his inside. I think he's gonna try to go for the outside line once he reaches the Tamburello corner, as he switch here to Gandossi from Team Tumeli. Now heading down the main straight behind Carmali, the driver of the Caspian Motorsport Mercedes MG. Two very similar cars here, the M4 and the Mercedes MG GT3. Now it probably doesn't have enough of the toe to try the overtake here at the end of the straight. He tries anyway, but there is not enough speed to be carried into the first corner of the track here. He's gonna have to try again down the Villeneuve, maybe. Still too much distance. Now you can see it takes well, as we see here, Rossi again trying the external line as I predicted, but that's not enough. He hasn't slumped on the brake enough, but he can try again to the external. He tries to switch of trajectory, but Geniale with a masterpiece of a maneuver keeps the position in front of the other Italian driver of the GR Synthrast Porsche 992 GT3.
Oh, if I was Rossi. Yeah, sorry, if I was Rossi, I would definitely be annoyed by that. That's some really gutsy defending. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a little bit of weaving there, but Geniale, I agree with both of you, just sort of predicting where Rossi wanted to put his car and getting there first. And he knows he just needs to do a defensive job here at this phase of the race, because that would be enough to hold on to fifth position, which would put them in really good shape for the rest of this stint, and especially with Kamali and Gandosi continuing to duel away in front of them. Although they have to just gain another second on Geniale, then there's certainly a chance for them to get involved in that battle a bit further up the order as well. But yeah, Rossi, frustration's starting to creep in. And Amir, do you ever get this where you're following someone for a long time and initially there's a moment of calm where you sort of like, well, I'll follow what they do, I'll learn where they're weak, and I'll take advantage. And the longer you get stuck behind, it's like, man, this guy's is really annoying me now.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. I've been in those kind of situations where, come on, I got the pace here. I can overtake the guy in front, but it's just that somehow the guy is always able to just inch out ever so slightly. But again, I do find ways to try and overtake, and it's just trying to break his defense a bit, just like that. Maybe just scare him a bit, not too much though. Rossi nearly losing it, and now Zico is going to be the one taking advantage, and that's the sort of thing that he did not want to happen, and has. He actually tapped the back there too much, and he's going to crash. Oh, wow. One moment of madness to another.
Oh goodness, that looked almost like a hardware failing. The steering is buckled and bent on that GR Simfrast car, and that is disaster for Giancarlo Rossi. I feel like there was a mistake just before hitting the back and losing the place, but that didn't look like a I'm going to crash out of the race in frustration decision there. That looked like the steering just went completely out of his hands and went fully left, locked him into the wall there.
Yeah, or probably just a mistake of hitting the curb coming out to Tosa. It is quite treacherous there. The little sausage curbs here at Imola can really send you astray completely. And that was certainly probably what happened to Rossi. He just hit the curb at the wrong time. He was under a lot of pressure from Zico after overtaking. And then the mistake earlier, just really, he lost his head in the game just ever so slightly. He took the high of the ball. Here it is again. There's those two sausage curbs on the inside. And, or in fact, he didn't even touch them. He literally just lost control by himself. So maybe he took his eye off the ball and really just came a cropper.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that maybe the Carlone had tipped him into a spin there, but clearly it didn't make contact with him at any point in that. So yeah, it was either a completely self-inflicted error or some sort of hardware issue that we don't have enough information to know about now. And you can even see in the cockpit, Rossi just having to completely get the steering at over 45-degree angle to stay, make sure the car just doesn't hit the wall again effectively on this embarrassing Code 80 lap back to the pit lane. Will Snowden is pitting in the Boyd Transport hypercar, trying to get that stop out of the way. Michele D'Alessandro is pitting from the GT3 Pro lead, so he is certainly someone who this has absolutely played into the hands of. But certainly, I think I saw something in the chat from Ilaria Alpius that said that 5 minutes before the end, just some laps to go. He was talking about the LMP2 car that took them out of the race last year. That was it.
Yeah.
Not. I thought that was some comment about their strategy because the way it had been split up in the YouTube chat, but like they were going to pit soon. But clearly that's not the plan at all. As now Genial, once his Code 80 ends, he's only got Zico to worry about rather than the other car, the GR Simfrast as well. Kakmali is going into the pits too for Caspian 75. So this does actually put Arms Super into 4th rather than 5th. So they are starting to gain some ground in the race. Patrick Swakowski pits from 2nd in the LMP2 Pro order as well, just as the Code 80 ends. So they've done almost exactly what their rivals Go Team did in the previous Code 80.
And meanwhile, some drive in the comments as well as, Gorgo Bello. There goes John Ray Tronza cutting through the Variante Alta. It's Gorgo Bello. He said that he had a problem with his wheelbase and it crashed, so that's why he was out of the race completely. He went full left and full throttle, something that happened to Ibrahim Khan, I think 3 years ago at Le Mans as well. So let's hope anybody who is using Fanatec here will not suffer the same fate, but it looks as though it might not be an isolated incident.
It certainly might not be. As we look at Sebastian Zico, he's actually got the Carlone number 82. So I'm trying to figure out which car that is. It looks like Stefano Benato that we saw caused the Code 80 just before the last one we saw, the penultimate Code 80 as it were. He has sadly retired his car from the race. The Naha Racing Italia, looks like their LMP2 Pro-Am quest for points is going to continue because I don't think they scored any in Bahrain. No, they were 3rd in Bahrain, weren't they? Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is a big disaster for them because they would have hoped for a lot more after a strong start to the season, but it's ended with a huge accident for them that's really just destroyed their momentum and destroyed their chances of finishing well in the race. But this 82, I'm trying to figure out where they are in the AM order. I think it's a Maggiolo, isn't it? So he's down in 43rd and trying to desperately. He's several laps down and trying to unlap himself from Zico, and this is really stopping Zico from being able to focus on Genial in front of him.
Yeah, about 1.1 seconds to the good. If he was in a single-seater, let's say F1, he will have DRS, but of course, that's not to be here. He has to do it the old-fashioned way, as the, I think Hazy Esports Blue Bolt LMP2 comes through. That gives him a bit of an opportunity, but no way through just yet. Even the slipstream's not enough here to get up to the back of Genial, and pulls away ever so slightly. More cars coming through, and this time it's another prototype. It's the Hyperion number 45 coming. Really, it's just emblematic of Imola, isn't it? That no matter which way you go, it's such a small, tight circuit that traffic is almost on your doorstep at every turn.
It certainly is, and since I'm not a driver, I think maybe you and Giacomo would know a lot better than me exactly sort of where the worst places are to have to lap. I imagine it's just the straights are the easiest, and it's really chicanes like Villeneuve, Tosa, Piratella, Acca Minerale are all awful places to have to lap or be lapped, essentially.
I'm saying what straights, because this track doesn't really feature straights. Like the
pretty big main one down the start finish.
I mean, it's really, I mean, it's as straight as I don't know. It's not really straight. It's very twisty, even for being a straight. But anyway, you were asking. The worst sections are actually those, as you can see, because you're really blind going up there. So, given the cameras that we have here in with the onboard cameras, we can see slightly better than what the drivers can see from the inside, because you at certain points on this track you can only see 30-40 meters ahead of you, and just count how long it takes to cover 40 meters in these cars at 250 kilometers per hour. So yeah, it can be really dangerous if there is a car spinning in front of you, or just if you're hitting on a GT car, because the difference in speeds can be upwards of 80 to 100 kilometers per hour between the two categories.
Yeah, and that's a closing speed you kind of don't want to have to deal with in a split second, because you've got to really make decisions quickly and decisively in a very, very short period of time. Otherwise, it can end in disaster, as we saw in the finish of this very race last year, as has been pointed out with Ground Effect and the LMP2 they hit. Which even then, the closing speed was not quite as severe. They were lapping a lot of GT3 traffic at the time, or had just finished lapping them anyway. But in terms of the strategies here, interestingly, we talked about Hyperion 45 that was on screen a little bit earlier. They've sort of, because their sister team pit during the Code 80, and of course, not only that, but I think Go Team lost a lot of time in the Code. I think there may have been a driver change as well for Go Team, which is why they're 84 seconds back from the next car and 3 laps down, actually, rather than just 1 or 2 laps like the rest of the LMP2 field. As you see Gazowski take the Hyperion 45 into the pits itself. So actually, this has not worked out well for Hyperion 45. The LMP2s are starting to run out of fuel.
Yeah, it's a point to be made as well that despite being in prototypes and running much faster, their fuel tanks actually, well, drain out a little bit faster compared to, say, GT. So you might just see them pit at around at least 55 to an hour mark, as opposed to the GTs and hypercars, they can go a bit longer. So yeah, for maybe they were banking on the Code 80 earlier, but then it really didn't work out. So now they came back to the pits and try to go on an alternative strategy to try at least get up to the Carloni prototype, which is, well, that's a turn up for the boys, isn't it? Carloni leading in prototype, in this case LMP2, in this LMP2 Pro. But nonetheless, still a long way to go. We're only about 2 hours in anyway.
I think it's a little bit misleading because, like we said, Decutis in the Shiba, they've been pushed up to LMP2 Pro, as if what Mariano told me is correct.
Yeah, so, it is correct. Yeah.
So that means they are Carloni are actually second in the. It says first on screen, but they're actually second. So we'll have to just keep that in mind because the graphic wasn't quite updated in between this race and the previous one. But yeah, certainly this has been impressive performance from Team Sheep, and we shouldn't neglect that, even though it's not quite as impressive as being ahead of all the other in the main LMP2 Pro class, because they are in the Pro class now. as we see Pavel Andrzejewski has gotten on board Hyperion 45, and they have emerged. Where is the 45 in the order? They are 12th, about 3 seconds behind the Pro-Am of Davide Lupi, of course. So actually a lot of the Pro-Ams putting in very good showings today, and certainly Carloni Racing and Hyperion are sort of the exceptions, whereas all the other pros have really struggled relative to the Pro-Ams so far in this race.
Yeah, certainly. But we saw that last season as well already, that some of the Pro-Am guys in LMP2 could have been easily in the Pro category. But nonetheless, maybe some reclassification may be needed later on. Still, a pretty good showing either way from some of the other LMP2 guys that are not part of the Pro class. They would say that we can say that they can take a bow at least and say, okay, maybe we're going to be candidates to be promoted soon. But that's another story altogether.
Indeed it is. Closest fight on track, by the way, is the battle for second in GT3 Pro between Gandosi and Carlo Deanda in the Virtual Drivers Alliance number 74. So the Tamelli ERT that we saw putting up a good fight earlier on. Oh, let's look at that. Big moment for Gandosi as he just absolutely lets the rear of that BMW hang out through Acqua Minerale there. And I think he might need a change of underpants after that one. That looked a little bit like that car was going around, and he did well to save it.
And just as we were coming on camera with him as well, that happened. So it's almost as if it was on cue.
Yeah, Giacomo, talk us through this one.
I mean, here Gandosi, let's see, as he goes into the Acqua Minerali, yeah, putting on a show. I think he's just doing it for the show, for our own enjoyment, because he's gone in basically in Ken Block style, because there's no other word to explain it. But you know, that's what happens when you force too much. It's not really something you can do with prototypes, but with GT cars, because the cars they're upwards of 1,400 kilos of weight, and you can really play a bit with the weight distributions of the cars and throwing them in a bit. And the Acqua Minerali is perfect for this. When you go down the corner, you're really counting on the effect that the tarmac pushing into your car, because you're going downhill and then you hit this stop, and you're really counting on that. And if the rear doesn't really follow through what you're doing with the front of your car, then that can be the result, and it can be terrible, because there isn't really that much space to play with in Imola. It's the narrowest track that we have on our calendar, if I'm not mistaken. The narrowest point is only 7 meters wide, and that's really nothing when we're talking modern racetracks. But when you think about it, it's still a Formula 1 track, and here, as we went through the actual closest, narrowest point, which is the Variante Alta, which is now called, as we mentioned earlier, it's been named after Fausto Gresini, who sadly passed away in 2020 due to coronavirus.
But that's actually a good point, because I forgot that they renamed it. It's like the Parabolica in Monza. They named it after Michele Alboreto as well. So it's nice to see that plenty of racing legends of Italy's past have been honored in a way in the modern facilities.
Indeed it is. And yeah, certainly none of them should be forgotten, not just from four-wheel racing, but two wheels on bikes as well. So, nevertheless, Gandosi, a bit of wheel dipping onto the grass there from Carlo Deanda, and the Virtual Drivers Alliance, who did so well to win in Bahrain, suddenly find their second place completely under threat. Gandosi, as we say, looking fired up, really hanging the rear of this Team Tamelli ERT BMW. Remember that had such a difficult time in Bahrain, finished 9th in class, just about struggled to get to the end after lots of issues throughout the race. Now they're having a much stronger start here at Imola, as we are, of course, far past the first 2 hour mark now. So we've got just under 4 hours left in the race, of course. And Carlo Deanda is having to defend, but also let through the prototypes around the outside into Acqua Minerale that are threatening to split up this battle, as Santa Callas going into the pit. So Carlo Temperini takes the overall lead of the race, and Camille Stencel is following Callas in as well. So Ground Effect, an important stop for them. Out of the pits comes Sander Callis then, with a fresh set of tyres and plenty of fuel on board. And he should come out comfortably ahead of Nick De Silva after the spin that the Team Iris car had just after coming out of that Code 80. As we see, Camille Stencel gets a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's a real blow for Sweetforce, and that could well hand fourth in the hypercar order to William Snowden and Boyd Transport Racing number 5. Of course, took the podium last time out in Bahrain, and that was one of their best results actually in EES in their history. Is Gandosi crawling all over the back of Carlo D'Anda as he seeks to retake that second position.
As we head with Gandosi right behind D'Anda, the Virtual Drivers Alliance in second position. This is really good points because Pescara, well, they put in a massive performance with D'Alessandro, who is 50 seconds ahead, nearly half a lap. Now, as we head into the Piratella here, Gandosi tries to show his face behind the Ferrari. He's driven a brilliant race, Gandosi, up until now, putting in a brilliant performance. He's had to do 2 masterful overtakes. He's really flipping it over the edge. His BMW M4 GT3 now heading into the Variante Gresini. Pushes down, he cuts onto the 2 corners, perfect execution. He has to keep within striking distance. For GT3 cars, that's around about 3/10 of a second, where you can try to push your brakes going into the first of the Variante Tamburello. Now heading into the last corner, he can push out. Now he's within striking distance, he's got the toe. Now let's see if he can switch to an onboard camera. See if he can try to go down the inside. Only 1/10 of a second, he can do it. Goes through the outside. Then he can push the brakes just a bit later. Going into the corner. No, Carlo D'Anda, brilliant defense. He doesn't weave. He doesn't do anything wrong. He doesn't put a foot wrong. And he keeps his position in front. But now Gandosi, he can try again. He can try. He focuses on the inside, pushing through the inside of the Villeneuve. That's almost impossible. But he's probably going to make D'Anda nervous. Here, going into the Tosa. He goes from the inside. Once again, he pushes through. He goes onto the grass. As he goes outside and takes the position from D'Anda. He's now in second place.
Look at Carlo D'Anda flashing his lights furiously. He's not impressed with Gandosi just showing his nose up the inside. In fact, did Andrea Gandosi get out of the throttle and let Carlo D'Anda back through there? I suspect that he may have done.
Yeah, as he takes back his position, he's gonna try everything again. Gandosi is right behind. It's been a brilliant lap until now by the 2 Italian drivers fighting for the second position here at Imola. As we head through once again the Variante Gresini. Now going down.
While we've been watching this, by the way, sorry to interrupt, Jacko, but in Hypercar, Camille Stenzel's coming to serve that penalty. And he's got another drive-through penalty for speeding in the pits, which is really adding insult to injury. Carlo Temperini is also pit in sim through number 1 from the lead of the race, so that has handed it back to Sander Callis and Grand Effect as we see the delayed Go team lapping this D'Anda Gandosi battle as Virtual Drivers Alliance holding on to second by the very skin of their teeth as Gandosi is trying absolutely everything to get that BMW Tomeli ERT ahead. He gets once more to the inside as they go towards Tamburello, but he's not quite close enough for the dive. Carlo D'Anda is just a little bit better on the brakes, it seems, even under immense pressure right now.
Yeah, he's already seen what Gandosi can do. He's got an advantage now because he knows Gandosi really likes to go for those deep dives down the inside. And he knows he's got his 2 favorite corners, the Tosa and the Piratella. As we head outside of the Tosa now, there's a yellow flag in Sector 3. It doesn't regard this battle. It's already solved. They're back to green. Gandosi heading here down the Piratella. He's really close. Maybe he can try something crazy down at the Acqua Minerali. He holds back. He knows he has to carry that speed, pick it up here down the outside. going back into the Grisini corner. Variante Grisini has to keep close. There is no way to pass. He covers the inside, the under. They head out as they're now lapped by
Team Iris car.
Team Iris car, yeah.
Amir, what are you making of this so far? Because Gandosi really going for it, but Deanda seems quite wise to his tricks at this point.
Yeah, but again, it's just making use of the fact that the track is really not that wide to overtake, and in fact, the battle is now rescinded because Gandosi is coming into the pits, so he's trying to go for the undercut and try to get the under via strategy, but I think it casts our minds back to when F1 was here back in the mid-noughties with Alonso versus Schumacher, and then Schumacher versus Alonso the very next year, how it's so difficult to overtake. You really have to get your wits about you to prevent the guy behind from overtaking, and Deanda probably took that a couple of steps ahead, as well as Gandosi with his attack. So, yeah, it's a challenging circuit, but nonetheless, it's quite rewarding if you do get that maneuver done.
It certainly can be, but the risks of getting crashing out in sim racing are not quite as high as they would be in real life. So drivers are a little bit more likely to take a few risks here and there, even in such a long endurance race. But yeah, certainly this is going to get the battle is certainly not over yet, even if Timeli Iati are able to get the undercut that they need here. Here is Nicky Pastore for Team Shiba, number 13. Of course, Team Shiba were second last time, but they lost the lead quite late on. They said there was a collision, I think, with a prototype or something that really cost them, as they're just about to lap their sister prototype, or they've just been lapped by their sister prototype just ahead of them. But yeah, Nicky Pastor desperately trying to get back on, get away from Caspian Motorsport behind them, so that he can focus on his battle. I think Ilko Busink is in between, but there's another. Sebastian Zico is the next car in class that he is fighting with, but that is, like, as I say, about over 22 seconds up the road is Sebastian Zico. So Pastore has really got his work cut out for him in this thing.
Well, being in no man's land doesn't help, isn't it? And also the fact that once you have that kind of gap with prototypes coming through you to overtake, it will become more difficult. Yes, the guy ahead has to still deal with the same thing, but the psychological barrier that you have a gap to the guy in front, it just feels like a mountain that's growing ever so much bigger over time. So really, if Pastore can keep his head in and try to just chip away the gap lap by lap and matching the lap times that the guy in front is doing, then it will actually be worth it. But for the time being, he'll probably need to bank on a code 80 to just bunch the field back up, and he could get on terms with the Cascu car in front of him.
Yeah, he was going right onto the gravel there at the final corner, wasn't he? So certainly wasn't holding back. But yeah, so Pastore, if he wants to get back on the podium, replicate that second place, or even go one better, Imola, then he needs to really have his wits about him, and also maybe needs a little bit of luck as well at this phase of the race. Hallam Voice, here he is in the AM class, chasing down Robin Mulling for Rookie Monsters. The Rookie Monsters took a really well-earned podium after a great fight with Carloni, which got a little bit heated in that final stint. I was commentating on it completely alone with my voice dying, so I got about as excited about it as I could, despite the fact that I was completely exhausted at that point. But it was a really entertaining fight, and Fabio Carloni certainly pushed the limits of what was acceptable, fighting against who was in the Rookie Monsters? It was Tommy Teasdale, if I'm not mistaken, and he's certainly part of that Rookie Monsters number 63 crew. And Robin Mulling, who's had such a great performance for that squad in Grand Prix Virtual Formula Sprint 1, is now once more in the GD3 AM podium and holding off Hallam Boyd Transport. So two very, very good teams. I think they're both British teams, if I'm not mistaken. Although Boyd Transport is owned by Roy Tunn, who is from the Netherlands, but it's officially a British team, I think, Boyd Transport, with a lot of British drivers in that lineup then, including, of course, Hallam Boyce himself, if I'm not mistaken. And Tommy Teasdale, who I mentioned earlier. But, oh no, he's Rookie Monsters, sorry. Okay, Rookie Monsters is another British team. Right, okay, I'm getting really confused here. But yeah, anyway, it's great to see them dueling away. As we also see a few pit stops in the Pro-Am order, I think. So, Thomas Vack. Whoa! And the 58 getting really caught up there.
Yeah, it could have taken out Hallam Boyce in there. Giacomo, go ahead.
He has been hit and almost taken out while Hallam Boyce pits pretty tricky situation here. It's nearly it's had nearly a LMP2 car crash out. As you can see in the background, Ganossi, who's also pitted and is still there. Meanwhile, I take the chance, guys, to sign off because I gotta go. Thank you, Edward and Amir, for keeping me company here. Leave you
You've been keeping
spectators
us
into
company,
their...
Jack. No, don't worry.
Thank you, guys. I'll keep you into their hands. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Yes.
There we go then, as we let Giacomo Nogura depart after a dual Italian and then English commentary stint. So he's done a fantastic job for us this afternoon and this morning as well. Well, no, it was all afternoon, sorry.
Yeah.
I've been busy in the morning, so I forgot when the race started, which is never a good sign. As we look at Pavel Andrzejewski, Hyperion 45, chasing down Simone Melili. Of course, we talked about Carloni Racing, doing really well, getting themselves up the front of the LMP2 Pro order, but now Pavel Andrzejewski, having made his pit stop in recent history, has really started to challenge. If you look at the last laps between these two cars, Andrzejewski actually set a really slow lap, 140.7. Melili set a 131.6, so that was probably the first flying lap out of the pits then. As look how close Andrzejewski's getting. The Polish driver looks to the outside at the revamped, renamed chicane, the name of the motorcycle driver who I can't remember, but
Grassini.
Yeah. Grassini, that's it, yes. I need to watch motorcycle racing, that's the lesson here. But yes, with the variant of Grassini, Andrzejewski just cannot get on top. And Melili has actually turned his lights on quite early in this race, interestingly. So I wonder if that's just a sort of, I'll do it now so I don't have to do it later, as they both get so squirrely out the final corner, which is really going to compromise their run on the main straight.
Yeah, I think because of the fact that in rFactor 2, the pop-up does come out and say, please turn on headlights or you'll be penalized. As a certain Max Verstappen found out the hard way during one of the very first few Le Mans virtuals, where he forgot to turn on the headlights and he was penalized, brought into the pits before the before the stewards, live stewards, granted him permission to go back into the track. So it's good on Melili to remember that earlier so that he can avoid having some really big problems once the track turns dark, and it really turns dark here when it goes into nighttime.
It certainly does, and Imola is not one of the better lit tracks because it doesn't usually see endurance, but it is just about visible, especially with the white lines dictating the edge of the circuit. Yes, a very old school track, and certainly just enough space to fit 5 classes of cars. But sadly, it seems we have lost Stefano Zanrosso in the HE eSports Blue Bolt number 91 about a lap or two ago. That car is showing as DNF on the live timing. I did call up a couple of cars retired, and they've rejoined the race, such as the Sim from eSports Pink. Ilaria Finn is still circulating down in 39th place, so they did get that car going again, which is certainly positive. So I think the only true retirement we've had in this race is Krzysztof Wojciech, which is the Sweet Force GT number 73, of course. So Sweet Force with the lead hypercar, getting into 2 penalties in a row. The 58 has spun coming out the final corner, and into the pits comes the Team Shiba LMP2. And Stephen LeFranc is out. Flying Goat 95 is out of the race.
And the Naja car is once again involved in the wars at Rivazza. We saw just now getting involved with the GTs. Now he's actually spun it again through Rivazza too. So that car, ever since we started the broadcast, here's that car in question. Oh, in fact, this is Samuel Kortov in the Fuel Savers car. Same sort of livery. It was greenish with a bit of chrome, but at least this time they put a noticeable plant on the front as opposed to being something that looks a bit close to a certain plant that is used for narcotics.
Yeah, I remember that, as the Roy Tunn gets the Boy Transport number 40 into the pits. So that prevents a battle with John Ray Tronza. So GRT will have to wait a bit longer to face Roy Tunn on track then. But Boy Transport, who were fighting, weren't they, at the very end in LMP2 for LMP2 Pro, wasn't it, for that where was it in class? No, it was Pro-Am, sorry. They were fighting for that 4th position and had to settle for 5th in the end, with Carloni Racing Red just getting the better of them in the closing stages in Bahrain, despite a very good effort from Roy Tunn and the entire Boy Transport team. They were celebrating because they got 3rd in Hypercar, top 5 in LMP2, and then they were, I think, 4th or somewhere near the podium in the GT3 class as well. So it was a really, really good day in Bahrain for Boyd Transport, especially considering they don't have a whole lot of experience in EES. They've done a lot of endurance racing in rFactor 2, but it's great to see them finally get their EES podium cherry very much popped. As here comes Pavel Andrzejewski getting a good run, lots of traffic that they have to weave and negotiate. There's the Sim from eSports pink car, and Pavel Andrzejewski is still stuck behind Simone Melili there, but that was a very, very tense moment because Melili had to pick a lane, and he had to do so very, very quickly there.
Yeah, it could have turned ugly if he got it all completely crossed up and just hit the GT, the Aston Martin that was there. And here comes Andrzejewski as well around the outside. So no histrionics there, just probably a bit of alertness needed on the other LMP2 spot. But yeah, clearing away afterwards. Just one more BMW, which is the Boyd Transport car that we were talking about earlier. And he is now on his way to try to go after the Calonica. But back to the Boyd Transport team. The way that the team is named, it sounds almost old school, isn't it? Because, you know, back in the day, like in the 70s, where a lot of transport companies or, you know, random company names are part of the race team. Think of David Purley and like refrigerators, for example,
Yes,
or
exactly.
any transport. Yeah, that really has an old school vibe to it. So glad that these guys are coming to the fore here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd never really asked Roy about them team names. We see Nick De Silva pit for Team Iris from third in Hypercar. Yeah, I believe it might be what maybe Roy's company that the team is named after. Although, like I said, it is a British team. Or maybe the transport in question is their LMP2 car, or indeed their Hypercar as well, the number 5. But yeah, Andrzejewski in the Hyperion. We know Hyperion are named after one of the moons of Saturn, essentially. So they've got a very, very awesome name, a very Polish name too. It must be said. They're an all Polish team, and very proud of it too. As there we go, the Boyd Transport gets well in the way and off into the gravel to get, and that really has held up Pavel Andrzejewski.
I think Andrzejewski just tapped the back of that Boyd BMW and he went off. So that looked like an unnatural way of going into the gravel trap at Tambirello for
That looked
that
like
guy.
Christian Simonsen in the AM class, wasn't it? That he hit.
Yep. And Andrzejewski is still pushing it. Looks like that little mistake just unsettled him ever so slightly, but he's still pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, and there is John Ray Tronza. Has he made his stop now too and has emerged back in 7th in class? And Tronza is now once more 2 tenths behind Roy Tunn. So Ray Tronza versus Roy Tunn. It's the battle of the RTs.
Xbox.
Well, let's hope they don't accidentally hit the left trigger by mistake. But I think the only driver on controller in this race is Philippakos, who's of course has handed over his car to Nick De Silva. Oh, it's big moment for the Blue Bolt car and almost into the wall there. The Grassini Variante.
Yep. Again, the Variante Grassini is catching out a lot of people. Luckily, the cars can actually stop in time because there's enough grip and adhesion to just prevent it from happening. Granted, it is a slightly slower corner compared to some of the other turns in Imola, but it's a testament to how tricky that bit of asphalt is and how narrow it can be, the room for error.
I wonder who was the Blue Bolt now, because I'm still seeing Zan Rosso retire, so it may have been someone else that went off there as John Ray Tronza tucks in behind Roy Tunn, breaks super late into Tamburello, and Roy Tunn almost doesn't see what hit him there. John Ray Tronza is through into 5th in the Pro-Am LMP2 class.
That was almost like he gave him the way, to be honest. He wasn't even putting him up much of a fight, or he was surprised.
Here comes Roy.
Oh, he tries to fight back, but the Calonica takes the position away.
Yeah, there was the Virtual Drivers Alliance cut that they came upon, that John Ray Tronza came upon almost exactly after making the overtake through turn 3, and that really held him up and allowed Roy Tunn to just have a little peek at him. But let's see a replay of what we just saw. John Ray Tronza really is outfoxing, and look, Roy Tunn, another of those drivers that's immediately turned the headlights on, and he's going to need them now so he can see John Ray Tronza ahead of him as the darkness will start to inevitably fall as evening dwells on a circuit in Zoe Ferrari. And there we go, there's the move. It doesn't look too spectacular from the off-board camera, but from on-board, Ray Tronza just completely had so much more confidence than Roy Tunn there.
Yeah, and maybe the Ferrari in front was a bit off-putting, the VDA Ferrari. So that's why he's, again, we talk about taking the eye off the ball. That was exactly a moment where one car in front of him just added as a distraction, and he didn't see the guy that was chasing him on his inside. So brilliant piece of driving from John Ray Tronza, and of course, good racecraft involved between the both of them to prevent an accident.
Yeah, we also now see Team Rookie Monsters number 63 pit from second in GD3 AM. and that hands that car over to Anthony Walker, of course. So let's see what Walker can do after a very, very strong opening stint for the rookie boys.
Indeed, and talking about the Rookie Monsters team. Oh, there's a big one! Andrew Yuski's hit the back of the Carloni.
Oh, dear. And that was gearing up to be such a close battle that Andrzejewski just got a little bit carried away there. I'd love to see a replay of that because I was looking away, but you got a better view of it than I did a minute.
And it's again that old classic, when you hit the back of somebody, you come too close here. In fact, we go a few corners back just to set the tone of what happens. And they were overtaking the
Sheba
McLaren
car just ahead of him, isn't it?
Yep, and then the Rookie Monsters car in front of them as well. So they came up to the Porsche. You can see there just a slight touch at the back of the Carloni, and Andrew Yuski was so lucky that he had full lock on that car. Otherwise, he would have been sent into either side of the gravel trap at Villeneuve.
That looked roaringly similar to the ground effect and the LMP2 collision from the end of last year's race, because it was the exact same corner in very, very similar fashion, wasn't it? Where they were just trying to just get on the brakes and sliding to almost to avoid each other, essentially.
Yeah, but in this case, there was not that many gaggle of cars involved in that one to warrant a big accident, because remember that ground effect car tried to come back onto the racing line and unfortunately clattered into the another LMP2 that was coming to their way. So really, again, it's just a case of unfortunate timing and the fact that the circuit at night has no floodlighting, so you really have to rely on your lights. And if you have installed radar through, say, like SimHub, then you will be lucky. You know that the car in front has spun, but in this case, during broad daylight, it's easier to avoid.
Yeah, certainly. If you can't rely on your wits, you've got lights. You've got to rely on your wits and your instincts, because that's the only thing you got left at the end of the day. And for a lot of drivers, they're relying on them anyway. But now that Hyperion number 45 has got a massive dent in the front bonnet, and that really tells the story, doesn't it, all on its own of this development and how it's affecting their race. So, of course, they weren't at Bahrain, or they didn't finish in Bahrain. Certainly, it was. I think they were doing quite well in the opening stint, the 45, and then hit trouble. So, really, once more, it's the 44 that Hyperion's hopes are truly resting upon, and they, of course, are leading their classes. Oh, straight on goes to 45.
And again, that stretch of LMP2 cars actually being quite skittish under braking has reared its ugly head once again. That's the third LMP2, I think, in the past hour alone that we've been commentating. We've seen Lose It coming up to Gresini, Variante Gresini. And luckily, though, for Andrew Yuski, he can just go straight, cut the chicane, and just get back onto the road afterwards. But really, a rear lockup in the Orecas is quite a common occurrence, not going to lie.
It certainly is. And you've got to maybe dial the brake bias to the rear could prevent that. I'm not sure. But yeah, certainly the 45 nursing that damage. They've really got no option but to continue if they want to hold on to third in class. Remember, Savasuno, Sunset Motorsport, had a really tricky debut in LMP2 Pro in Bahrain, and they're looking to fight back here in Imola. They are nearly a lap down at the moment, but that could disappear quickly if there's heavy damage to that Hyperion. As we see Callas just wants taking no prisoners as he laps as many cars as possible. He's got a nearly 50-second lead now on Simframe number 1. And yeah, another risk as he goes around the outside at the Gresini Variante of I think that was one of the Simframe GT3s, wasn't it? That he was just lapping there. But yeah, Sander Callas, and you can tell there's so much pressure on this team to win. It's not just after what happened here last year, but they felt they really should have been in contention in Bahrain before they ran into the issues and got disconnected and then had to rejoin. And there's a real sense that Ground Effect have been underachieving for a long time. Of course, they still had a strong season last season, but they weren't really in that championship contention, despite having such amazing pace, taking a few pole positions as well in Hypercar, which is no mean feat whatsoever. They got a superb lineup, haven't they, of the likes of Callas and Alari Alpius as well. But they've not really had the luck with them. Their best finish really was that second place in Istanbul last year. Again, a race where they gambled on staying out on wet tyres, and then the rain just went away from them, sadly. But this really is, as we get towards the half distance points, this is really turning into perhaps their best chance yet. So they've got to hope the luck stays on their side, but they've also just got to keep pushing as much as they can to build the gap up as big as it can be. Because if anything happens, they're going to need that buffer.
Indeed, but again, I think it goes without saying that if we mention it about them being so close yet so far, it could just be a case of commentators like, hopefully, knock on wood on their behalf, that it doesn't
I
happen.
think people need the context, though. I think if we just say
yeah,
they're a
true.
brilliant team and they win everything, that's not entirely honest. They are a brilliant team, but they don't win everything.
Yeah, they just need to have that bit of just good fortune, and probably four-leaf clover, a rabbit's
They've
foot.
certainly
a
been
horseshoe.
patient. You can't say they lack patience because they've
Yeah,
been extremely patient
definitely.
over the last season and a bit.
For sure, yeah. So again, it's just that when they had to get it together and crack it. Like, you know, Mansell, for example, how many times he finished second in the championship before he finally broke the duck and winning it all. So really, it's might be the same thing here for the Grand Effect number 27. Though, again, historically, with that car and the number, regardless of class, have always been involved in some really weird oddities. So they'll be hoping that they could put some of those demons to bed.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I think of all the. It reminds, kind of speaking of Imola and the number 27, it makes me think of Gilles Villeneuve and Didier Pironi having their crazy team orders, fighting each other. At least there's only one Grand Effect in this race, and they're not fighting each other. It's very much working together, as you would expect.
And no number 28, of course, so they don't have to worry about a sister car ignoring team orders and really causing a rift in the team. So really, it's just one car against the rest of the field, trying to really go against the world.
Yeah, it's actually a really, really harmonious team, of course, run by Jose Ignacio from, they hail from Chile, I believe, to the Grand Effect Sim Racing team. So, of course, they're regulars in the Formula Sim Racing career ladder as well. That's where a lot of their juniors, like George Zalagianis, of course, he's actually had a really tough year, Zalagianis, so I hope we get to see him in some of the longer races driving the hypercar, because I'd love to see what he could do with the wheel of that thing, but maybe that he's starting to sort out his internet issues. But yeah, certainly I've a lot of time and always loved going to the Grand Effect team, because Jose Ignacio has just got so much passion for what he does. And I think he's absolutely the right man to have at the head of your team. And also Grand Effect are very, very lucky to have the crew that they've got there. As we look at Revian Gumila for Kisantria Sim Racing, of course, who fresh off of his stint in the other sim race you were commentating on, he has jumped in and he's just chugging on, pulling out the laps and pulling out that lead, isn't he, over Rookie Monsters at the present moment, of course. So I think they might be a little bit out of sequence on the pit stops, but the lead is about 12 or 13 seconds, 13 seconds at the present moment. And it's two Rookie Monsters in the top, on the rounding out the podium as well, I think, because the number 62 is yet to pit.
Indeed, and the fact that Rookie Monsters can get a double podium, that's really vindication for them after what was a trying season last year, to be fair. Because when I was driving, I could always see that the Rookie Monsters guys are really somewhere in that mid-pack, or they're closer to the rear. Now they're closer to the front. That's a marked improvement for that particular squad, and really happy to see them that they're going places for this season. And back to Gumila, 10 hours done in a single day. So he did a 4-hour race earlier in ACC where I was commentating, and now he's doing 6 hours here in rFactor 2. So no rest for the wicked.
Let's hope he's not doing all 6 hours on his own, because that will get him disqualified. But if nothing, apart from anything else. But yeah, it's I thought I had it bad doing 3 or 4 hours of selling poppies at my local supermarket, and then doing this with very little break in between. Just hurriedly had to shove in a sandwich. But yeah, I guess I had it easy.
No, again, have to remember the fallen heroes back in World War I. So nice way to put it in.
Not just World War I. I think, sadly, war is very much a more modern phenomenon, as we see in countries like you mentioned Ukraine earlier, Gaza, and Lebanon as well, sadly, most recently as well. But yeah, and then, of course, World War II was more recent than World War I. We had the Falkland. I had a couple of people that came up to me in the supermarket, and they said that there was one guy who said he used to be a soldier, a guy who was getting on a bit in years, and there was another woman that told me that most of her family had sort of fought in, were from the army basically, and so yeah, there's a lot of people in the UK who are very connected to that history. So that was it was a good thing to do. And apart from that, I was basically looking after very, very young children that didn't see that. There was one kid who saw there was like a little Christian cross there's a sort of wooden thing with a little poppy painted on it, and you sort of plant it in front of a grave or a war memorial or whatever. And he was using it as a little sword, and he used it with a bunch of the wristbands and made like Wolverine claws out of it. At one point, he actually was able to stick it in the laces of my shoe, which I wasn't quite sure how he was able to do while I was, serving a customer, making sure they got their poppy or whatever. And then at one point he made a daisy chain out of like wristbands and was able to tie it to my belt. So I really regret teaching all those Beaver Scouts and Cub Scouts how to tie knots because that went against me there. Somebody's gone well in the gravel at Villeneuve. We saw just a haze appear on camera there, and I think that's someone just exiting the gravel.
Yep, no one came a cropper there, but someone got a bit naughty. So, in relation to that.
Not as naughty as the guy I was talking about.
Yes.
To be fair, he's like 7, so we'll leave it.
Well, it's like, yes. Though him using the cross as a sword, I would fear that if he turns it the other way around, you know what that is, of course. That's a different symbol altogether, which we can't say on camera.
Well, on mic, I don't think either is on camera. It's more these wonderful cars. As we see more dust being kicked up in the face of Salvatore Zitello, that must be the Le Katsuku car that he's trying to fight with, of course, of Sebastian Zicco.
Yeah, he's really pushing it as well. And the fact that the Armstrong number 41 car is pretty much the most omnipresent car and crew number in the entire championship, because ever since, when I first started doing this in around season 3, the number 41 car has been there or thereabout as well ever since. So really, it's nice to see that consistency in the car and number, but the car number and the team itself. But of course, driving personnel somewhat differed over the years. Still, one of them that remained constant, Salvatore Zitiello, and still 1.8 seconds to his next target. Really, he's pushing it so that he could try and get into that top 5, because it's still realistically within his grasp.
It certainly is, and I have to admit I was getting a little bit distracted because I just noticed that there was coverage of a women's sim racing event, which a friend of mine, another fellow commentator, Jess Ball, is taking part in, and Jess just finished P4 in a race in F1 24 at the Red Bull Ring as well, against a lot of pretty top female competitors who also been practicing like crazy, and she's travelled all the way from where she lives to London, which is quite a journey on the train. So as we see Hyperion Esports pitting from the lead, so let's see how that works out for them, because the 44, as they give up the lead to Lorenzo Di Cutis and Team Shiba, they're going to emerge behind their teammates, but still quite a way ahead of Christopher Kianik. And it definitely feels like Go Team lost a lap when they pit under that early code 80, just after we start the English commentary team stream 90 minutes into the race. So I wonder if that's really going to be the thing that Go Team are going to have to fight back from. That I really don't feel like the strategy is going to be able to get them out of that alone. They've really got to hope that Kianik can just keep pumping in the laps. And to be fair, at the moment, he seems to be sort of doing that. 1:31.7 last time out, so he's certainly one of the quickest, apart from Lorenzo Di Cutis, in the LMP2 classes.
Yeah, and again, we still have to reiterate the point that we might see an LMP2 Pro M above LMP2 Pro. It's a slight error if those who just joined. The Team Shiba number 320 is in fact the de facto leader in LMP2 Pro and among the LMP2 cars. But of course, that could easily be adjusted as the season goes along. But for this particular round, we just have to keep up that particular point. Otherwise, there'll be some degree of confusion on who won. Whereas, there's a big moment for the Kaloni car.
Oh, is that Malili having a bit of issues there? And now Andrzejewski's caught up to him again. Here we go, game on. And the Porsche gets well out of the way of this one. He doesn't want to get involved whatsoever if he can avoid it.
I mean, that was the same Porsche that went into the barriers earlier, so he wouldn't definitely want to end up going off again. But Andrzejewski, we saw just now, lost a bit of time with that crazy moment coming through Villeneuve, has managed to reel in the gap back to the back of the Carloni car, and it's just about a second behind here. So an opportunity for a change in position among the podium sitters in LMP2 Pro.
Yeah, and it seems they fixed, or even the cosmetic damage wasn't that bad, but they certainly fixed it in their last pit stop, didn't they? Because that the Hyperion logo, that big almost Roman gladiator helmet, looks nice and shiny on the front of that car as he switched the lights on too, and that feels like very much a statement of intent. In fact, maybe it was just the lighting, because the damage does actually still look not particularly healthy on the 45.
Yep. Well, again, looks can be deceiving, especially given the fact that from far away it looks like there's no damage. And speaking of from far away, there is Sander Callas, who is well and truly the race leader in the hypercar category. Now coming in, the Sim 3M eSport Junior #1 car might just come through and take the lead here. Doesn't look like a splash and doesn't look like a proper full service. It looks like probably just a splash and dash, and he's off for his next stint.
Yeah, and Tamburini does stay out indeed. But yeah, Callas has got the lead up to almost 60 seconds as well. It was 55 or 56 seconds when he came into the pits there. So he will emerge in second position, but again, well clear of Nick De Silva. And this really continues the trend of Simfreem just extending the field for as long as possible in their hypercar team. To try and maybe just make something happen for them later in the race, or just hope that a Code 80 falls at the right time that they can pit under. Like a Code 80 right now would be ideal, at least for saving time. Probably would not be quite enough for them to get out ahead, although it'd be quite tight, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and in fact, if they were to have a Code 80 right now, they will actually be right in the thick of it. Sure, beating up. Oof, Tamburini really just testing the out extremities of the circuit there coming out of Toza, but maybe he just tried to straighten out the car, but it ran over a bit of curb and into the grass. So luckily, it didn't veer off into the barriers there.
It looked to me like he got distracted out of Tosa because he was just going straight and then realized he was heading for the grass and sort of reacted as he got there.
I think he was just looking through his strategy panel just so he could have the proper pit stop, because he's going to come in very soon, pretty sure anyway. He probably just, again, got distracted, or he overcorrected the car coming onto the grass and nearly went off. Mercifully, though, or just like that, a bit of gravel being kicked up. Mercifully, he still kept it going the right direction.
Yeah, luckily the second part of Villeneuve, you can sort of get away with throwing up gravel there. But if you're throwing up through the middle part, the first corner of that chicane, then you're in a lot more trouble significantly, because you're carrying much more speed and you're turning a lot more, to put it mildly. As you see, Camille Stencel making another pit stop for Sweet Force. Let's hope Camille is able to stay within the pit lane speed limit on this occasion, for his sake at least, because that certainly cost them a lot of time to avoid transport, although they were within about 10 seconds, weren't they, just before making that pit stop. So perhaps this is an attempt to undercut and get that bit closer as Andrzejewski serves his pit stop. So the Hyperions pitting within a couple of laps of each other.
Yeah, almost mirror strategies, but it's just plus a couple of laps from each other. So maybe trying to give themselves more broad options in case that, well, if there's a safe Code 80, they might be able to just try to compare strategy notes and say, okay, we can go this all the way to the end, or etc., etc. So splitting the strategy is often always a good idea, especially when you run in the same class with the same car. You can actually allow room to at least manipulate what you can do with regards to how the race will pan out.
Yeah, certainly in endurance race, you always play the long game as much as you can to try and make it play in your advantage. So you do have to be really, really, really smart as these races go on, and got to be really on the ball. Whenever Code 80 comes up, make sure you take advantage of it, but also you need to put yourself in position to be able to take advantage of it, because if you're miles behind, it doesn't matter how many Code 80s you get, then you're really going to struggle to make up too much ground if you don't use them effectively. But yeah, the Michele De Alessandro or Pescara, after the run they had in Bahrain, they were really, really impressive. It was just there was a late issue that dropped them, I think, to 7th in class. They were fighting for the lead, but there was a big collision at the final corner, if I'm not mistaken, that just completely destroyed the suspension and left them just playing catch up for the final half or quarter of that race then. But the Mercedes is really, really quick, especially in a straight line. It seems to have a distinct advantage, and Michele De Sandro definitely got a lot of experience. One of the very, very best in sim racing, especially in terms of Italian drivers, as we see. Oh, yellow in the first sector. Not sure exactly what that was, but looks like Hyperion have come out of the pits 81 seconds ahead of Hyperion. Oh, Milili's out.
So that's what the yellow flag was for, and the flying goat car, of course, you mentioned earlier, the number 95 is out of the race as well. But Malili, who was fighting so well in second place among the LMP2 guys, has escaped the race, and in fact, we might see what just happened here. It might be another case of disconnection issues, or as we like to call it, rFactored.
Indeed. Yeah, so let's see what the replay shows. Into the first corner, there's the Team Iris car, the hypercar. Melili goes into Tamburello, goes straight on, and it's all come to a screeching halt, hasn't it? And that is a gutting. But he's still trying to turn, but the throttle has just died on him.
Oh, more hardware issue, and, well, let's hope that's not a Fanatec issue, because we did have earlier with Gergo Ballo, and he explained it back in the comment section why his race came a cropper. He had a wheel that went full left and the throttle was fully on. So let's hope it's not the same case for Malili, but that really has put a dampener in what could have been a really promising race.
It certainly has, yeah. Malili was well in the mix with the Hyperions, wasn't he? And through no fault of his own, it's all kind of gone. And we see this so often, especially in sim racing. The longer the race is, the more chance there is for things to go wrong, inevitably, as we see Tamburini being serviced in the pit lane, and that means that granrFactor, of course, re-inherited that lead. So you're going to see the yo-yo go back and forth for at least a while, unless Callas and granrFactor can sort of break clear of the pit window of SimFrame #1, which they could well do with the pace that they've got. But at the moment, the lead still is going to be about 60 seconds, isn't it, once all is said and done from this pit stop?
Yep. Again, it's no matter how similar the strategy they do, the gap from the initial phase when granrFactor built that one will ultimately be the same one coming out of the pit stop. So really then, it's a case of chasing shadows, but at this point, keeping within arm's length, proverbially, of course, about a minute's still not a comfortable gap in endurance racing. They're still on the same lap and still have at least a decent opportunity. And as you said, if a Code 80 falls on their lap completely by happenstance, they might just have an opportunity to just get back on terms with the number 27 granrFactor car.
Yeah, certainly they're not out of the contention just yet, but you have to say Santa Callas and granrFactor have taken this race by the horns at the present moment, and they've squeezed it for every drop they can. And after the horrendous bad luck they've had, you can't really blame them, can they? Whereas SimFrame, of course, with Danilo Smiriglio getting on board that car, it may take a couple of laps for him to get really up to speed to the level of his teammates in terms of lap times, as we often see is the case in endurance racing. But SimFrame decided they want to get their driver change out of the way now, just before half distance, rather than leaving it too late.
Yeah. Again, it's a matter of trying to get that strategy right, as we always bang on that old chestnut about. But at the same time, a bit of luck does come your way. Again, either through Code 80 or the timing of the pit stop is just perfect. And at this point, mirroring the strategy is what Sim3M, for example, we're looking back at Santa Callas to relate to the granrFactor car. They're just mirroring each other's strategies at this point by +2 laps. So if those +2 laps come in handy much later on, then I think they might just well be playing, as we often also say, play the long game.
Yep, certainly is the long game in full effect. But SimFrame, of course, having dominated last season and the first race of this season, you really can't count them out, even looking at the pace of Callas, the Estonian, who, of course, has such a glittering CV in single-seaters in rFactor 2, FSR Pro Champion of, I think, 2018 or 17, and he's also gotten pole positions in the World Championship with granrFactor. Last couple of seasons, not really had quite so much success against a very, very competitive field, it must be said, but he has had his days of days. He always goes really, really well at Suzuka. To Santa Callas seems to be one of his favorite tracks out there, and certainly Imola's sort of middle of the road for him, though, I think. So this is really, really impressive in terms of, it's not his favorite track, but he's still absolutely acing it. It just seems to, the whole granrFactor team has really done their homework here, as we see the SimFrame Junior team pit in their Aston Martin in GT3 Pro, which puts them out of the podium positions.
Yeah, but apart from that, Smiriglio has taken over the SimFrame eSports car, and look who's right behind. It's Santa Callas. So not only are they going to be well behind, they're going to be a lap behind here. So not the ideal situation for Smiriglio and co. if they want to actually keep this race alive for them and try to at least sniff a win. Smiriglio has to do some really crazy defending because blue flags are out right now. And of course, the rule in endurance racing is that you don't really give way to the driver behind quite willy-nilly, as there's the Porsche in between. Looks as though he might just lose the position here, Ed.
Oh, that's super, super risky from Santa Callas, but he wants to demoralize Smiriglio and SimFrame by putting that lap down on them, and he's done it. There we go. He cuts across. He threaded the needle. That so easily could have ended in a collision that potentially, could have really destroyed a granrFactor's race, but instead it's been the making of them. And yes, Smiriglio, his heart is going to absolutely sink, knowing he has to make up an entire lap if he wants to win this race. And look, he even gets held up by the LMP2 for good measure, the Fuel Savers car. Not particularly saving Simframe's race, but certainly saving a bit of space for Santa Callas.
Code 80, no wonder they're going very slowly, because Smearigli literally went offline coming through Toza, and that's the reason why, is the other Sim3M car. So Sim3M having a bit of a mare in the space of just a single lap. This is their GT3 Pro
and
car.
Isn't that the car that just pit as well, the 99?
Yeah, Rabiti. So Simone Rabiti in the number 99 car just...
Did Rabiti just get on board that car and then bin it somewhere? Or did he get hit from behind, maybe?
Or
Tim
could be
Schieber
worse.
in the pits.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to point that out. Probably he got hit while in the pits as well, for good measure. Let's see what happened here. Oh no, don't tell me. This is going to be a really embarrassing replay to watch if you are Simone Rabiti. Yep, there you go. The Ksatria car hit him.
Oh, was that the class leader as well in GT3 or was the class leader when just before they pit?
Indeed, and it's driven by Revian Gumala, who is doing his second endurance race in a day and hits the retired number 15 Calonica for good measure. As we're going to go back to the comment for that one of what happened, because Francesco...
Was that him, or was that, did he do the driver change at that point? Because Andre Setiawan has just gotten on board that car.
It might have been because he was exiting the pit lane, or maybe he was coming to his box. Whatever it is, Setiawan, if he was the one driving, has really scuppered not only his race, but another team's race as well. And judging by the way that he impacted the car, it was definitely not a very slow collision. He was really on it when he was in the pit lane.
Oh my goodness, good thing there is a speed lane pit limit. As we see Rabiti desperately, he has to do an entire lap as well with no rear wing under code 80. So this will be a long code 80. A lot of people will get the chance to pit under it. De La Sandro's pitting from GT3 Pro in the Pescara SRT. But of course in GT3 AM, the upshot of this is that collision has handed the 1-2 in GT3 AM to Rookie Monsters. They must be not being able to believe their eyes right now, because it's all fallen into their lap.
Oh yeah, they'll be dead chuffed by that, innit? Because somehow, out of pure coincidence, that an incident that happened to their main rival happened in pit lane of all places. You might think that pit lane is the safe haven, but in this case, it wasn't for both the Sim3M JT car and the Ksatria car. So really, I'm not sure if it was Gumila or it was Setiawan hitting it, but really, that has thrown a spanner into the works for that particular race, and the Rookie Monsters team are going to be laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, they will be now. Let's see if that's the case by the end of the race as well, because we've seen Rookie Monsters in promising positions before, and it's all gone wrong. I think the classic example is that collision with the Grand Vector, number 27, wasn't it, at the hypercar at the Nürburgring, where they were leading hypercar, or fighting for the leading hypercar, and Tommy Teasdale was leading, or at least on the podium somewhere in GT3 AM. They came together on track because of miscommunication between the two cars as into the pits comes Rabiti. So Code 80 will be ending pretty soon. Iris pit under the Code 80, Blackhawk and Sunset both pit in LP2 Pro, but everyone else has been serviced.
Yep, and about the comment I was about to go to, Garden, aka Francesco Gardinato, who's part of the Colony number 15 team Prototype Black. He said that there's been problems with bindings, especially on a certain wheelbase. I'm not sure which wheelbase he uses, but the game bug still remains. So unfortunately for him, that's what happened to his particular unit, though not sure if that caused the retirement for number 15. Regardless of that, we're back to going green here, but that unusual accident in the pit lane really has turned the race in GT3M on its head and then some.
Ricardo Corazari is posted in chat. I can't believe the driver's standings here. Second time we've been taken out. I still prefer this rather than the Caspian move, though. so Corazari not happy whatsoever with the fate of the junior team car that he's part of course. But there's Rizzo. Now he has got the Tamelli ERT 69 that we were praising early in the race. Virtual drivers are starting to fight back. Rizzo has been setting much better lap times in this stint and looks like a real threat here.
Yeah, in fact, he's only about 5/10 of a second behind the Tamelli car. So this is part 2 in this particular battle between these two crews. We saw it just now, how it was hammer and tongs with their respective co-drivers in that car. Now the roles are reversed. It's the Tamelli car in front of the VDA car this time.
Yep, and Tamelli ERT. Let's see what their defensive skills are like, because Michele Rizzo was really strong in Bahrain.
I think helped the team to victory, if memory serves correctly. He did. The 74 did win on that occasion as Rizzo kicks up some dust on the exit at Acqua Minerale. He is certainly not leaving anything on the table at the present moment. And if you are if you are Nicola Pagani, you may well look a bit worried at the moment, because Rizzo is just looking absolutely fired up right now, and that Ferrari is going to be pretty competitive when it comes to straight line speed. So the BMW can't rely on its own straight line speed to get out of this one.
Yeah, and of course, add to the caveats, a long list of caveats, the prototype's coming through as well, adding to the fact that it might just scupper his exits if he were to get them at the wrong time. So Rizzo is looking like he's got the pace the bit between his teeth in terms of pace, and he's got Pagani in front, who's not probably lapping as fast as he should be, though that time around he was just slightly faster.
Yeah, certainly he's started to up his pace just a little bit. It helps also that he's getting a bit of a toe front. Is that the Ksatria car that we were just talking about caused all that chaos in the pit lane? And yeah, I do feel a little bit sorry for poor Setiawan, especially if it was before that was before the driver change that the contact happened rather than after. Oh, look at that. He has a big moment on the exit of Tosa, just gets trying to get out of the way of Pagani. He just went all over the grass there.
Oh, wow. For Setiawan, again, that has been quite a crazy couple of laps that he's had since he took over the car. But the thing is, his fellow countryman, Danilo Laswadi, was also in the comment section cheering on the team, saying that all the Southeast Asian people have put their bets on these guys. Well, I think they might have should have cashed out when they had a chance.
I take it you're not a betting Southeast Asian man then.
No, I don't bet at all, but that is certainly quite ballsy. It's very ballsy to put it. Yes, they were leading the race, but you never know, because endurance racing, a moment can just turn everything on its head in a flash.
Yeah, certainly. I bet you none of the ground effect drivers have bet on themselves to win, knowing because they've been burned by that sort of thing before, I imagine, thinking that they were dead on for victory and then seeing it slip away from them, often through no fault of their own, and sometimes just through a small mistake under a lot of pressure can have big consequences. But anyway, interestingly, by the way, Nick De Silva is only about 19 seconds behind Danilo Smeriglio. So we might have, if De Silva can sort of up his pace just a little bit, he might be able to keep challenging Simfru number one, and we might end up with a battle for second place, as the ground effect of Callas has to pick his moment there while Rizzo fights with the rest of the duty-free pack.
Yep, really nip and tuck stuff. And for Rizzo, he probably had some words in his ear that car in front was the one that caused the code 80 and could possibly be a little bit of a tricky proposition, shall we say.
He's been flashing his lights the whole lap. They're very thin lights on that Ferrari, aren't they, the headlights? But he's been flashing them all the way through, trying to get Setiawan to get out of his way. Setiawan is just resolutely just stayed where he is, and that's allowed Pagani to just escape up the road to the tune of 2 seconds. In fact, Demirkan is now right behind Michele Rizzo in the Caspian Motorsport 75, so he's come right back into this one.
Wow, we talk about compounding issues further for those involved in this race. That the same car that caused the code 80 for Rizzo, at least in this particular instance, he's definitely not going to be happy with that one. He's flashing his lights frantically. You can just see two little small dots, almost akin to a couple of flashlights in the middle of an empty football field, flashing his way, but it's just not enough to warn Setiawan that he needs to get out of the way. Oh! Demirkan nearly loses it.
Yeah, there we go. So Demirkan pushing that a little bit too hard to catch up, and now has a big moment. But luckily for him, Rizzo is still being held up by Setiawan, and he's trying to lap him, but Setiawan, he seems to think this is racing. He seems to think he's back in the lead, isn't he, of the class? And up the inside goes Rizzo into Tamburello. Setiawan, does he leave space? He goes right onto the gravel. And to be fair, oh, there we go, arriving just at the same time as Demirkan comes on the scene as well. Demirkan now is being held up.
Yep, and the compound for a prototype comes through there, so luckily not much histrionics apart from Setiawan's little off at Tamburello.
I think
he's through, but again, the amount of trouble to get through there is probably not warranted for some of these guys, as Ryan Mazumder, who was the one that was commenting just now. If we switched over to the English commentary, well, he's now part of the race, and we're commentating on him.
Oh, that's good to see. A good friend of the former driver of mine, actually, Ryan Mazumder. Good friend of the show, consequently. Alex Wolf, by the way, is half a second behind Anthony Walker, who I just talked about being in the lead. Wouter de Bruin is leading in the Team Rookie Monsters 62. And I believe I should apologize because it was the 62 that won last time out at in the AM class at Bahrain. So I did I did slightly misremember. It wasn't it wasn't their first podium. It was their first win, of course, and it was the 62, not the 63. But yeah, Anthony Walker has very much got his mirrors full of the Boyd transport of Alex Wolf. So that is a great battle that's going on stream at the moment as Ryan Mazumder chases down whoever it is in front of him, which is Daniel Ciacchiolo for the Naha Racing white team, the number 58 that we've seen has had its fair share of adventures today, but is still defending into Tamburello. But Ryan Mazumder, he does love to make a cheeky move in that Boyd transport or two. So I think Ciacchiolo would do well to just hold Ryan Mazumder at bay because he's not the most predictable of drivers.
Ooh. Oh, there we go, coming through the traffic, and Ciacchiolo actually has gotten the rub of the green there.
Yeah, and I feel a bit guilty there because Ryan was actually very sensible there, very patiently waited his turn. And off track goes Ciacchiolo.
Yep, there we go. That was probably the rears locking up for Ciacchiolo, and there goes Mazumder to go up a position. So that's P6. And there's one of the Rookie Monsters cars involved in the mix as well.
Anthony Walker. That's Anthony Walker holding off the Boyd transport of Alex Wolf behind him. So it's Wolf versus Walker, Wolf Walker, if you will.
Yes, and Boyd versus Rookie Monsters. And in fact, there's two sister cars involved in the battle. In this one, in this case, Rookie Monsters 1, 2. Oh, who's gone off there?
Was that Ryan Mazumder just going straight off? And he's had the exact same issue that we've been talking about all day. At that,
and it is.
Here we go. So Ciacchiolo is going to be gifted the position back, and Ryan Mazumder is going to be kicking himself out of that one.
Once again, the rears locking at the Variante Grassini has really reared his ugly head once again, and this time is Mazumder who's the next victim.
Sorry, Alex Wolf just got through on Anthony Walker, so there must have been something happening at the chicane there because they were side by side as we hit the 3 hours mark. That's half distance then, and at half distance, Santa Carlos leads Simfree number 1 by a whole lap. They're doing absolutely everything to a superb standard right now.
Oh, absolutely. And again, for Smiriglio driving that Sim 3M number 1 car, it must be knocking the stuffings out of him, knowing the fact that he had a car that was the race leader right behind him on the road, but now he's in front of him and in front of him by a lap too.
Yeah, so let's look at the lap times in GT3 AM leads. Wouter de Bruin leads by 37 seconds over Alex Wolf, who's just got past Anthony Walker in the second of the two Rookie Monsters in that Boyd transport. Wouter de Bruin 144.9, Alex Wolf 146.4, Anthony Walker 147.0. So that shows you just how much fighting each other and having to let through all that prototype traffic hurt the 306 and the number 63 and allowed the number 62 to just continue to extend that gap. Although now Wolf has gotten through, his pace in the first couple of sectors, he's close to within, he's close 7/10 on this lap so far on Wouter de Bruin. So this is looking actually really good for Boyd Transport as they start to challenge Rookie Monsters now.
Oh, a yellow flag for a second in Sector 2. I thought it was in front of this battle that we're looking on right now between Rizzo and Demirkan, but it looks as though it has been rescinded quickly. Now then, what is Ahmed Demirkan going to do to overtake here Michele Rizzo coming up to the end of the lap into Rivazza? Again, we did ask Giacomo earlier, where's the prime overtaking spots? I would say here as well, if you're really lucky, but it is a slope that might become a bit troublesome if you can't get the car stopped in time because the gravel truck's waiting for you. The only other place that we've seen real big overtaking maneuvers happening is, of course, Tamburello. So if you can get a good run coming into turn number 1, that's your best bet in getting a position.
Yep. Certainly, there aren't too many overtaking opportunities here at Circuit Enzo Udino Ferrari, so you've got to take them as they come. And speaking of which, here is one now into Tamburello, but again, Caspian Motorsport 75, not close enough to challenge the 74. Always seems to be cars of similar numbers fighting each other in these races. The 74 and the 75. I swear at some point we had like the 3 and the 4 were fighting each other as well in GT3 somewhere. I think it was Pescara SRT versus, I forget what car number 3 is now in this race. I might be getting mixed up with a different car. As we see, is that the Rookie Monster stationary at Tosa?
And that's actually the Rookie Monsters on the inside, but there was another car beside it on the grass, so not sure who that one was. I'm looking at the replay right now. The
It would have been
replay.
Walker. It would have been Walker.
Yeah, I think it was Walker's car. Oh, in fact, it is the number 69 is the Tomelli car.
Oh, side by side, Demirkan goes around the outside of Michele Rizzo there. Fantastic move at the Acqua Minerale.
What a brilliant move. That was so opportunistic for Demirkan to have the bravery to hang around the outside at the most treacherous corners where the rear can slip out. He got him, and he got Rizzo napping completely. As I looked at the replay just now, it was the Tomelli car that got spun by the number 63 Rookie Monsters car. We're looking at multiple replays here, but what a move from Demirkan. Really had a lot of belief and trust to Rizzo to do that on him, and then some. But great respect between the two drivers, and great racecraft exhibited between the two of them.
Yeah, Caspian Motorsport really needed that one as well. That's going to really boost their confidence as well, because they, after challenging for the championship a couple of seasons ago, last season was a bit of a tough one for them, wasn't it? And they finished last as well in Bahrain too. Although they did finish to get 14 valuable points, but still, that's only 14 points. They're looking to get a lot more here. And this is much more like the Caspian Motorsport that you and I remember and did so well when we first started commentating together in, was it 23 or 2022, I think. One of those 2 years. They were just really strong that season in GT3 AM. And they're starting to prove so in Pro as well. Though Rizzo still keeping a watching brief on him, but you sense Rizzo knows it's going to be difficult to get back now. Of course, they haven't got to worry about Gandosi. Gandosi was taken out with and that Rookie Monsters car. Walker took each other out essentially. So that's what's enabled, basically in the space of about 20 seconds, for Amit Demirkan to gain 2 places.
Yep. And the thing is, the way that the Tomelli car was spun around by that one was really caught off guard by all of us, actually. We didn't expect that to happen at the most inopportune moment, but there it is. That's how, for the likes of Ahmed Demirkan, he will be really smiling ear to ear now, knowing that luck was on his side there, and he'll be hoping that it will continue for the next 3 hours as we go to the leader in GT3 Pro. And I was about to point this out, the livery actually is quite a nice touch. It looks a bit like the 2022 Mercedes F1 car, but with the Pescara fonts replacing the Petronas color font. So yeah, nice touch from Pescara to pay homage to that one, though they're really much luckier compared to the F1 team that year. They're actually leading the way.
Yeah, certainly. They've had not just the rub of the green, but their pace has been absolutely electric in this race so far. 142.8 last time around. Even with Demirkan now in clear air, he's in the 143.0. It's 2 tenths slower then. So D'Alessandro is just starting to consolidate his advantage. It's 89 seconds now that he leads Caspian Motorsport by. And Pescara SRT, after seeing victory slip through their fingers in a very close contest in Bahrain, are determined not to let it happen again. And there's certainly Michele D'Alessandro has impressed once more at the wheel of that Mercedes.
Yeah, certainly. And to really hammer home the point of how dominant they've been, they're about a minute and a half ahead of the number 15 Caspian Motorsport car of Ahmed Demirkan. So really then, nothing is stopping them for now at least, but it's looking really ominous for the rest of the field that if this is the sort of performance that they can put from Bahrain as well, including even though they didn't get a result there, this might be the team to beat in GT3 Pro.
It might well be, yes, and that's an ominous sign for the rest as Paolo Penimpede and Angelo Colavito pit in for Arm Super number 42 and Simframe 47. So that's the cars that were second and no, they were leaded. Those are the 2 leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am because, of course, Team Shiba got promoted up, didn't they? So that could be a really important pair of stops there as Maggiolo negotiates the Kazari. I've already forgotten that motorcyclist's name, and I'm messing up.
Grassini.
Grassini, yes. I don't know where Carazari came from. I just think generic Italian name, say generic Italian name, and hope that's good enough, which is probably extremely disrespectful. But yeah, so as we see, and D'Alessandro almost being pushed onto the gravel there by an LMP2 there, but it's the Arm Super 42 that rejoins the circuit first, ahead of Angelo Colavito though. So I think Arm Super 42 have held on to the lead there in their class.
Oh, the Iris cars coming through here and past the both Carloni's sister cars along the way. Luckily though, no histrionics, but that is quite a nice shot. If Carloni had a hypercar in there, that would have been a nice family portrait.
Well, bad news though for Simframe once more in this race, because Angelo Colavito, coming out of the pits in second position, has sped in the pit lane and got himself a drive-through penalty. So that is disaster for the 47, and it could well hand the number 10 Team Sheepa car, driven by Roberto Iafalo, the third place slot, since they're only 37 seconds down the road. So they could conceivably catch up a lot in this while they're serving that penalty.
Ah, wow. I mean, it's almost a given that the pit lane in Imola is quite tricky, because the pit entry
so many
itself
people
doesn't
fall
board there.
foul of that entry of the speed limit, and I think it's on entry.
Because the board can be taken out, that's one thing, but then you could confuse that second line as the pit lane line when it's actually the first one. So a lot of people have actually stumbled upon that and found out to their disadvantage the penalty that's been dished out because of it.
Yeah, certainly. It does seem a bit of an insult to injury sort of thing, but not much, unfortunately, that you can do. You just got to play it safe, I guess, with that pit limit line, and just hope you remember where it is, as we see Zaleski is being serviced in that Boyd Transport. Of course, unfortunately for Boyd Transport, with Sweet Force getting those double penalties, it's sort of dropped them out of contention by a whole lap now, and Zaleski is almost a lap behind Nick De Silva. So Boyd Transport, despite having another good showing, they are sort of in kind of no man's land, frustratingly just that little bit too far to challenge for the podium, as Colavito serves that penalty, which is going to be such an unfortunate moment for him, but very, very good news for Arm Super and Paolo Penimpede, because it potentially hands them a very, very clear lead of almost 50 seconds then in the LMP2 Pro Am.
Yeah, that was definitely part of the plan, isn't it? To just prop up the gap and stay ahead as long as possible here. But the number 42 car is definitely going well compared to its sister car in Pro, GT3 Pro right now in 6th place. So at least something to smile about for the Italian team on Italian soil.
He certainly does. And I was just looking at the progress of our reigning LMP2 Pro champions. Of course, Christopher Kianek at the wheel of the Go team. He just set a 1:30.6, by far the fastest of all the LMP2s on track at the moment, as he tries to chase down Pavel Andrzejewski, 78 seconds ahead of him, though. So Kianek had that huge setback. We're still not quite sure what happened, because we've not really been told by anyone what dropped them out of that lead fight. But they've been fighting back. They've gotten themselves back onto the podium, and now it's really them versus the two Hyperions. So once he catches up to Andrzejewski, and the pace he's doing at the moment, it might not be too. It might be within the next couple of hours, to be honest, because if he's gaining a second a lap over the course of a couple of hours, then that 76-second gap could disappear surprisingly quickly.
Yep, I mean, a second or two is one thing, but then even a gap of up to 10 to 20 seconds can disappear if something goes all right. So in an endurance race, it's not as safe as some people might think. So really, what we're seeing right now, for example, with Rizzo, just 7/10 of a second, he's actually managed to reel in back to the back of Ahmed Demirkan. So really, Demirkan, we thought that was going to get away, but Rizzo is still hanging on to him.
Indeed, he is. And Michele Rizzo has certainly not let it get to him, has he? The 74 and the 75 have stayed locked together in their contest. I think Rizzo wants to get his own back. That's what he's thinking of here, and they're both starting to be held up a little bit by the Boyd Transport. GT3, aren't they? As the Hyperion goes right on the grass, and risky move being made actually by. But there we go. Looks like Demirkan's gotten through then on that 5th in class. That must be the is that Christian Simonsen that they're just dealing with here in the GT3 AM entry.
Oh, I can't see the number right now. It's just gone by so fast. But
5th in class, it would be Simonsen in the AM class that these pros are
25.
with, yeah. Oh,
so, yeah,
right onto the right on, almost all over the curb was Michele Rizzo. He really does not want to get stuck behind this Boyd Transport car any longer than he has to. And he's flashing his lights at it, so Simonson has got no excuse for not knowing he's there, I guess.
Indeed, and the fact that it helped, he did hold up Demirkan ever so slightly, but now on the front straightaway, there you go, backs out of the racing line ever so gently and allows Rizzo to be on his merry way. But the time loss, not so much, still within that second. But you can tell Rizzo wants to have a bit of payback in a very good way. It's almost like a bit of banter here after that brilliant move by Demirkan coming through Acqua Minerali.
Yeah, there's certainly a bit of very friendly competition so far as Rizzo goes well, just gets 2 wheels on the gravel there, which is certainly a little bit risky for him. But it definitely feels like a lot of the gaps in the field are starting to spread out ever so slightly, with Rizzo and Demirkan still the closest two on track, just a second apart. Never really more than a second apart from each other. Pretty much this entire last couple of stints between them, isn't it? It's just been very little to choose between the two, especially since we've seen Pagani and Zico for Tamelli ERT and Lecasicu sort of drop by the wayside with a couple of mistakes, essentially. That's really allowed them to have their own private battle for second, albeit 90 seconds down on De La Sandra and the Pescara.
Yeah, that Pescara car really is in a league of its own, shall we say, even though they are technically in a very highly BOP class, but somehow the Pescara team have found something in the setup of that Mercedes that really has worked well in their favor. And of course, again, you did point out that the Mercedes really works well around the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari, of course. So it might be a key factor. Those and the drivers involved in that squad really can push the limits of that car to its fullest potential, and why it's so far ahead right now of the entire field. Still maintaining a 1.5 minute lead here, but at least for us, for our sakes, we still have some battles to look forward to. In this case, Rizzo and Demirkan are still locked horns here for second place.
Yeah, and it's great to see the Ferrari and the Mercedes, two very, very different cars, of course, but it's so evenly matched. Of course, it does seem with the pace that De La Sandra is doing here that the Mercedes seems to be the car of choice, at least in GT3 AM, at the very least in GT3. In GT3 Pro, sorry. In GT3 AM, it's definitely the rookie monsters have gone for the BMWs, didn't they? And I think it's the same with Boyd Transport. So all of the top 3 are BMW. In fact, top 4, I think, is Grow Racing Team. I think. Oh no, Grow Racing Team went with the Mercedes, didn't they? In GT3 AM, in the number 2.
BMW, yeah.
Oh no, they're all BMWs.
Yeah, the rookie monsters went for the Porsche. Yeah, they went for the Porsche instead.
Porsche.
They were BMW last year. Yeah, they were BMW last year.
I'm getting confused.
But yeah, from season to season, there's some overlap, but sometimes some changes are plenty. Oh, that's the second place Boyd car nearly getting a cropper in front of Colavito.
Yeah, Alex Wolf really pushing it, does not want to get lapped if he can avoid it, but he has to let the hypercar and the LMP2 through. And yeah, you can tell really trying to cut that 35-second gap to Ruta de Bruyne in the Rookie Monsters number 62, of course, which is exactly where he wants to be. So yeah, Alex Wolf doing a fantastic job for Boyd Transport and trying to put pressure on De Bruyne, but the problem is he has to negotiate all this traffic that's between them essentially on the road.
Yeah, and again, sometimes you could also trip up over sister cars in different classes. I know that for well. I will admit a bit of mea culpa last year, what happened here, where I was driving, well, I wasn't driving for Blue Steel, but it was in the Hot Rocket car. I drive for Blue Steel anyways, the team I founded. Actually hit the LMP2, so it was because the traffic got slow when GT3s in front were battling each other, and then suddenly a whole gaggle of cars came in. I had
remember that.
Yeah.
Was that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was coming up to Tosa from Villeneuve where it happened. So really, it was so embarrassing that it had to happen among the sister cars. But nonetheless, it do be like that sometimes, especially when differing speeds, closing speeds coming up to each other. And this is what happens. In fact, that same scenario is happening right now. Look at this particular gaggle.
And that's the race leader trying to thread their way through in the form of Sander Catlas, and everybody parts like the Red Sea essentially before they get to Piratella. So that was very, very sensible. And Colavito this time, luckily, does not have a GT3 car in front of him of Alex Wolf to bump into. But yeah, Colavito, after losing that second place, you can tell he wants to get back on. Well, no, he is still in that second place. He's still 10 seconds ahead of Roberto Iafolo, isn't he? So they didn't actually lose out to Team Shiba as much as I thought they had. In fact, Iafolo's had a really bad lap, 136.1 compared to Colavito 133.6. And Colavito did have some traffic to deal with on that previous lap, as we saw. And Sadaka is continuing to put one over on the Grow Racing Team car. And now into the pits he comes. So yet again, ground effect have to come in before Simfrey.
Yep, and as per usual, that's how the strategy has played out, because they're about 2 laps behind in terms of
This could be the driver
strategy.
change. This could be the driver change as well.
Yep, Alchpeos is going to come into the car, so that looks like a full service as opposed to just being a splash and dash. Now we're going to see at least the Simfrey car on the same lap.
Penalty for Anthony Walker for Rookie Monsters. So I think he just made his pit stop as something else happened, as we see Alex Wolf, who's fighting with, just come into the pits. But that really means Rookie Monsters, all their eggs are in the number 62 basket now, aren't they? With Anthony Walker getting that penalty.
The fact that at least for their saving grace, a podium is still possible for both cars, so long as that the Grow Racing Team car doesn't make contact with the number 63. But regardless of that, it's still up in the air in terms of how that will play out.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. If I'm getting distracted now, then it's because my colleagues in my scout group are still selling poppies at the moment and are asking me when the people running the show will be back to relieve them.
Another 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think there's another half hour before they stop there. But anyway, yeah, so as we see, Thomas Vac is being serviced from the second in LMP2 Pro as Alpius gets out of the pits, and he is going to be, it's going to be quite close actually with Simfrey, even though they are a little bit sort of out of sequence. So Simfrey, having got the driver change out the way, they were a lap down, but perhaps it's not going to be as dominant as ground effect were anticipated. The gap is just going to be just over 10 or 11 seconds here as he gets back up to full speed into Temporello.
But though, granted, this was a full service, of course, as opposed to just being a splash and dash. And Smiriglio inevitably will have to do the same thing. So we might just see it stabilize out as, again, somebody kicks up the dust right in front of our camera. But a few more happening too. But Alchpeos can be rest assured that Smiriglio behind still has to change to his next co-driver. And the gap will be back to normal afterwards. So we'll wait and see. Unless another Code 80 might come into play. And that will really save Sim3M #1's bacon.
It's starting to get to the point where they're relying on it, though, isn't it? Which is
it's called Podium.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's a yellow in the final sector as Alpius negotiates some traffic, and the yellow re-emerges again. Could this be something more serious as we cut to Anthony Walker in the wall after getting that penalty? The 63 has binned it, and he can't get out.
Oh, don't tell me that there's actually wall physics in rFactor. I didn't know that, because in real life, yes, you would get stuck in the tie barriers, but I didn't know you could do that in rFactor too.
Yeah, well, perhaps there's a more serious issue as well. I actually not sure the front is really stuck in there. I think it might actually be more of a steering issue potentially. The throttle is working. There we go. He seems to have got the car moving again and has reversed his way out, but that has ended Anthony Walker's chances of getting the Rookie Monsters number 63 onto the podium surely, as he gets back in the race in 4th position and is now going to slowly crawl his way back to the pits, because I think the issue's a little bit more serious.
And did we just jinx it? We said that they might have at least had a double podium on the cards. Well, that has gone up completely.
And he has that speeding penalty to serve, isn't he? That he hasn't done so yet.
Yeah. So double whammy, as we can see what actually happened to Walker.
Yeah, so that's the 71, just lapping them. It's the MR Motorsport car, isn't it? The McLaren into Aqua Minerale. All looks fine so far, and then it's going into that chicane, the Variante. Everything goes south.
Oh, that was a pure driver error for sure. Then, as you can see there, he tried to brake and accelerate at the same time, but it looks as though the way that it happened was just he lost under braking, and the prototype behind didn't have anything to do with it.
It's weird that he comes to stop here and then accelerates into the wall. Okay. I think he was trying to spin turn it and realized he didn't have enough space.
Well, and in fact, the turning radius in racing cars are not normally the best anyway, so it was probably the best that he could try to reverse it out, but then he probably stalled it. So that's
and ground effect have lost the lead. Well, I've been watching that replay. And have we jinxed it for them? Because Daniel Smeriglio has taken the lead from Ilari Alpius and is now 1.5 seconds ahead. And Alpius weaving the steering, and he's coming back into the pits. Oh no, it's all going to go wrong for Grand Effect once more at Imola.
Oh no, don't tell me that it was an incident that we missed while we were looking at the replays just now as Alex Payas comes to the pits. And it's another full service here, Ed.
Oh, there could be damage to that car then. And I really hope Simfream have not had contact with Grand Effect here, because that would be really bitter for the Grand Effect team if that was the case.
Well, it was 8 seconds. Yeah,
it was more like there was traffic that got in the way, yeah.
Yeah, it was 8 seconds between them, so highly likely that the collision did not happen between the both of them. But somehow, the Ground Effect car got worse off from that one.
Yeah, there's still 2.5 hours to go. So even if this is a long stop, it's not over yet for Ground Effect, but this potentially has given a very big boost to the hopes of Simfree #1. They were hoping for a code 80, weren't they? Now it seems they may not need one with that. Though, of course, what happened to Ground Effect, if it was indeed traffic that just damaged the car and took them out, essentially, the same thing could happen to Simfree #1 or indeed Team Iris, but 21 seconds behind them. Nick De Silva doing a good job to actually keep the gap relatively stable to Smeriglio. So 3 cars still in this in the overall victory in Hypercar.
In essence, yes, but it has opened up quite a bit. And now Smeriglio, who was a lap behind earlier in the race, now he's going to put a lap on the Ground Effect car as he comes across. There he is. You can see the Ground Effect car just on the top behind the speakers in pit lane. So what was a demoralizing moment at one point, now it's just the shoes on the other foot.
Yeah, certainly. But I'd love to see a replay of what happened to Alpius, because we don't seem to have any answers ourselves. Maybe somebody in chat will tell us if Mariano has missed it. But let's have a look. Nope, no comments whatsoever. So I guess everyone is just in silent shock at Ground Effect, sadly. But yeah, it is. I'm running out of things to say, but yeah, certainly.
Were we supposed to? Well, we had the context as you said, but unfortunately, it's gone completely awry. Nick De Silva really barging his way through that Hyperion car.
Yeah, there we go, and that looks like is that Kianik trying to unlap himself from Thomas Vack as well, which is somewhat interesting in LMP2 Pro. So he's certainly caught up quite a fair bit. And is now he's cut the gap from, was it 78 seconds to 70 seconds to Andrzejewski. So he's been doing a pretty consistent job despite all the disruptive traffic there. But yeah, I really fear this has handed it to Simfree #1 at the present moment, unless, like I say, they hit trouble as well. I think has got to be the only real hope for Ground Effect. And in fact, in comes Smeriglio. Oh, okay. So is this his scheduled stop then?
Yep. And again, the more we add in context, the more it sounds like it's going to be a jinx. So for the Ground Effect team's sake, they will be hoping that it will happen to Simfree #1 as well, that they will get at least toe-to-toe on them again. But, you know, we're trying to be as impartial as possible for this one. It's just that you got to feel for the number 27 crew. Once again, at the very same track, they look like they're on course to win it, and something happens. In this case, this one, we don't know what actually happened off camera.
Well, at least they're still in the race. We know that much for sure, despite the damage. And it was fixed relatively quickly. To only lose a lap, if that was heavy damage, that's actually pretty decent. In fact, they got out of the pits just a 3/10 ahead of Zaleski in the Boy Transport. So that is a crucial battle for that final podium spot as well. Zaleski's starting to give them a bit of a harassment at the moment, or he's dropped to 8/10 behind. And also, we should comment upon this. Team Iris now lead the race as Smeriglio exits the pit lane.
Yep. And despite if Ground Effect with Alex Payas behind the wheel, if he overtakes the Simfree #1 car right now, he will be back on the lead lap. But I think he may just have missed out on the opportunity. There it is. There's the Simfree M car. He's still behind here. And apparently, according to Santa Callas, he's actually coming to the comment section. He said that apparently someone hit him, but we don't know which one hit this particular car. So whatever the collision was,
spun into him. Hugo Carrez says, I saw it on Alari Alpius' stream. 2 cars got caught up and Alari crashed into the GD3. So that sounds like there was an incident ahead of him and he just didn't have enough time to react. That's really unlucky if that's the case. It was LMP2's last time, and this time we thought it would be the GD3s that would be the big issue. And so it proved. And now Alpius has got to take risks to catch back up and get back on the same lap as the leaders here.
Yeah, but at what cost here? Because if he does yet another big boy dive somewhere or a miscalculated pass, it really would set them back a lot. So really, yes, you have to push hard, but you have to be calculated.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see him trying to unlap Smeriglia here, if he indeed gets the chance to do so. And out of the way goes that's not Timeli ERT, that's what car am I thinking of? It's the 75, isn't it? Caspi Motorsport. That's just getting out of the way there.
Indeed, yep. But now it's take two between the ground effect number 27 and the Simfrian number 1. But this time roles are reversed, and it's for the opportunity to be on the same lap. So it was probably not on their bingo card to be, again, part of this particular battle. They would have loved to be out in front, but it is how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, and crucially, Alpius is now on the same lap as Nick De Silva, who's coming out the pits now 98 seconds ahead of him then. So if Ground Effect are able to win this one after having to pit to repair that damage, I think full credit to them. It could still happen, but they need a couple of things to go their way. And so often in ES, it doesn't. So,
but, you know, you never know. It could still just turn the race on its head if, once again, an incident out of our sights or an unpredictable one happens. As you can see there, just as I was saying it, something kicked up, but luckily nothing happened.
It's Murugler being held up, I think, by the Carloni Racing LMP2 just ahead of them. And that's putting him into the clutches, into touching distance of Ilari Alpius. And it must be so tempting as well in this situation to take out your first try. In fact, there we meet. And he's getting badly held up, Alpius, by that Carloni. Is that the John Ray Tronza car, the 288? That's just, it led the race leader through, and then it sort of pulled back onto the racing line through the chicane right in front of Alpius.
Yep, and because of that, that's allowed Zaleski to actually get up to the back of Alpius. So once again, it's ebbing and flowing, but for Alpius, it is really frustrating, isn't it? It's just that he tries to be as aggressive as possible without causing contact. I mean, that sounds like an oxymoron, but you get the idea. It really is not falling into his lap at this point. So that crash really has set the team back at least a moment or two now, and they're trying to chase shadows again.
Indeed, they are. And there we go. Now the Colony car of JRT, John Ray Tronza, now holding up Zaleski instead of the ground effects. So I guess everyone's going to deal with him. He's going to make everyone's race difficult to make it fair, I guess so. But now Alpius has got to negotiate some traffic of his own. Immediately up the inside of the BMW there. And continuing to gain time. Lorenzo Di Cutis, by the way, has pit from the lead for Team Shiba in LMP2 Pro. So that potentially is going to put him right about where Thomas Vack is once he gets out of the pit lane. Or maybe a couple of seconds ahead, I think.
Either way, yeah, it's still quite a close battle in the LMP2 Pro Stakes. So, yes, the gap right now is about 79 seconds, but you can never tell if that gap is safe. We know that happened already with the number 27 car. Even a lap ahead, it may not be safe. And there you go, case in point again.
Just way too late on the brakes, wasn't Alpius, into those final two corners at Imola, wasn't it? I forget what they're called. I used to Rivazza, that's it. Rivazza 1 and Rivazza 2. So it was into Rivazza 1 that he just went way too deep and found himself in the gravel there. And luckily he was able to rejoin ahead. He didn't have to lap the Carloni car all over again. But John Ray Tronza comes into the pits anyway, so it does become academic in the end. But he's really not helping his chances of trying to unlap the race leader, is he?
No, sirree. Definitely now he is setting the aggression level up a notch, and you can do that in, for example, like Motorsports Manager. You can instruct the driver to go full pelt, but in this case he's going full pelt and then some. You can tell this was their race to lose, and unfortunately it has slipped away through the fingers at this point, but still 2.5 hours to go here to make up for it.
Yeah, we were talking, by the way, about was it Simframe 47 and Simone Milili? Is that the car that the Simone Milili drives? But he's just said a comment in the chat in Italian, which I think explains what happened to him. But, yes, it does sound like he did get disconnected, I believe.
Is the colony number 15?
Carloni, that's it, Carloni 15. I got Simfreem and Carloni mixed up there for some reason. Anyway, then.
Either way, it's still bitterly disappointing that some factors out of their control was the contributing factor for them to be knocked out of the race.
And I'll tell you what's really interesting here. Nick De Silva, having been 20 seconds behind Smeriglio before the pit stop, he's now just 11 seconds behind. Smeriglio started to up his pace because he's seen Alpius in the review mirrors as well. So if Alpius can unlap himself here, then I think it's pretty game on for the last 2.5 hours here.
Oh yeah, definitely. That would make it very interesting for sure. And for Alpius, this is a case of, he wants to unlap himself and just probably, again, focus on the road ahead, try to get on terms again with the car that he overtook to lap him. Now he's chasing him instead.
Well,
so
Callas overtook to lap him. I think Alpius had been hoping to do that.
But sorry, confused on that one. But still, he would love to do exactly the same thing as Callas did. So trying to make it 2-2.
Yeah, certainly. Odd to see a race where Grand Effect potentially lap Simfreem twice and still lose. That would be quite bizarre circumstances. Well, this case, unlapping, but yeah.
Either way, overtook the same car twice and still end up being all square. So that will be quite a statistical oddity, to say the least. But then again, it has been on par for the course for Ground Effect. They are that kind of team where they are fast, but it's just weird things happen to them.
Yeah, if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong for Ground Effect, it seems, especially at Imola. But Pavel Andrzejewski, by the way, is in the pits, so keep a close eye on that gap between himself and Christopher Kianik, because it had dropped to below 70 seconds. Also, Alex Wolf has got the gap to Wouter de Bruin from about 60 seconds to 40 seconds. So that is very impressive from Alex Wolf. So the Wolf is at the door for Wouter de Bruin, and he needs to keep him at bay.
Yeah, but let's hope that the car he's driving is not made of wood or straw, otherwise it will fall apart immediately.
I don't want to make any pig puns about these drivers, so I'll stay silent. But here we go, as the Porsche gets well out of the way of Alpius, but you can see Smeriglio has already got the Pescara SRT. Not the Pescara SRT, that's the Cassatria SRT in his sights, as Alpius deals with him as well. And now that the lap traffic's getting involved again, it is starting to hurt Alpius ever so slightly instead of lessen his opportunities to unlap himself. But also, Smeriglio's just upped his pace again. If you look at last lap 128.5 from Smeriglio, and almost exactly the same lap from Alpius, 128.52 compared to 128.53. And that lap, Alpius 129.7. And Smeriglio still in the 25.
Something Alex Wolf.
Oh, no. We're just talking about how well he was doing. The Wolf is at the door, and it looks like the door is the garage door.
Oh. And he found out that the door is made of brick and wood. Brick and cement. It was a big one.
Did he get taken out by somebody else there going into Temporello? Because that's a very odd place to lose it on his own, but he did. Oh, over 360 degrees spin there. Oh.
That looked like engine failure because the rear's locked up.
They did, yeah. You don't often see that in the middle of a straight. So, yeah, the car misbehaving big time there. And that is such a shame for Alex Wolf. And maybe there was something where he accidentally shifted down on him or something like that. Is there anything I can think of?
Yeah, it looks highly likely. But again, it's either the engine blew and then the rear's locked up, transmission failure, or, as you said, hardware failure that allowed the car to shift to a lower gear and just blew the whole thing open.
Yeah, and that's a big shame. But of course, if you look at other sim racing championships, it does happen to the best of them. I think at the Formula Sim Racing World Championship at Silverstone, Jene Simoncic, who is a 3-time champion there, was fighting, 4-time champion, I should say, sorry, fighting for the lead. And then he accidentally pressed the button that was assigned to, that he thought, well, because he has the button for push to pass right next to his downshift button, he accidentally pushed downshift instead of push to pass as he was going out of left field and fully on the throttle, and it basically immediately destroyed the engine. He tried to immediately correct it, but it was just a little bit too late at that point, and the engine had destroyed itself. So it can happen to the very, very best. One little mistake like that, one little ergonomic issue can have like spectacular consequences. So that's a shame. Alex Wolff was doing a superb race for Boyd Transport, and we're never going to get to know if he could have challenged Walter de Bruyn and Rookie Monsters today. But on the flip side, it does promote Team Sheba 67 into second, and Boyd Transport 206 and the sister AM entry, driven by Christian Simonson, into third in GD3 AM. So all is not lost, actually, for Boyd Transport. The sister car only 7 seconds, actually, behind Flavio at Zori in the Team Sheba 67 then. And realistically, Rookie Monsters have got that victory now very much in their hands with a lap gap to the next car.
Indeed, and the other beneficiary is the Grow Racing BMW we're looking at right now, Nelson Ignacio. He is about 4.1 seconds off the podium, so it may not be over just yet for the Boyd team.
Certainly not. They may have a little bit of a fight on their hands, but that is exactly what we want to see, of course. And it's great to see because Grow Racing Team and Team Sheba 67 both had horrible first rounds. Boyd Transport 206 didn't do too great either, in 9th as well. And it's great to see them now all fighting for the podium essentially in this second race of the season. So that shows you how up and down it's been in GD3 AM so far.
And as is often the case in motorsport, again, it's like the wheel. It's round, so one moment you could be at the top of the wheel, at the other point you could be flat, rock bottom.
Yeah, you certainly can. But that is the roller coaster ride, isn't it? And just last poor Alex Wolff, who was doing so well, and it all taken away from him as we look at Nico Barclay in the Team Sheba number 13 being lapped by that the Naha Racing Italia car, just dispensing of him. But Barclay in that Team Sheba entry has very much got his sights on Arms Silver number 41 ahead of him, which has got Salvador Zitello at the wheel. Oh, and a penalty for Simonson. So there we go, Boyd Transport. It does get worse for Boyd Transport. The 206 has got a penalty to serve, which is almost certainly going to hand third to Nelson Ignacio and potentially fourth to Anthony Walker in the second Rookie Monsters as well. As we look at Alpius, once more trying to unlap himself from Smeriglio, looking closer than before as he goes towards Tamburello. He's going to have to go around the outside of the sim frame. Smeriglio surely not going to fight this one that hard, but he is. He breaks super late, and it's almost like they're actually fighting for the lead, but it's actually Alpius a lap down here.
Yeah, third versus first, and coincidentally between the two same cars that we saw earlier that were first and second on the road. So really then, role reversal, and in this particular instance, it's to get back on the lead lap for the number 27 crew. So, really, it's just so frustrating again that a certain thing out of their control has turned the race completely on its head.
Yeah, but even while he's been fighting away with Smeriglio, he's actually gained about almost 10 seconds on Nick De Silva ahead of him. So Team Iris is starting to be played into the clutches of ground effect in the next couple of hours if they're not careful here. Such is the pace that Alpius has got at his disposal, even arguably being held up by Smeriglio.
Indeed, and the fact that, look at that, Smeriglio's under severe pressure. He shouldn't be, because he is the race leader after all, so he can just mind his own race, but he is trying to defend the one team that has been dominant all day, and it is paramount that he needed to keep this team behind, because you can see the mistake that he was coming through the Grassini, Variante Grassini. He is trying his damnedest to just keep the car behind, but it looks as though he's only just delaying part of the inevitable.
Yeah, here we go. Take two then. Or should that be take three? Alpius moves, switches to the inside, has to go onto the grass. It's a brave move. It's bold. They touch each other. They body slam into each other. And Alpius is going to emerge behind because Smeriglio cut the gravel. Now, does he have to let the ground effect go there after that one?
Ooh, interesting question. Is in fact, in international rules of racing, especially what the FIA decrees, that if you were the car ahead and you cut the track, yes, you might. There's an argument to be made that he could still maintain the position, but if you're already overtaken and then you cut across, then you have to give the position back. So if that was falling into the
does
latter,
that count if you're
yeah.
not on the lead lap though, and you're trying to unlap someone like Alpius
Yeah,
is
again-
doing in this scenario?
Again, that's a gray area. But the thing is, if it falls in the latter that I was saying earlier, he'll have to give the position to Alpeus. So that should be the number 1 car giving to the 27.
I think Alari Alpius agrees because he's flashing his lights quite furiously at Danilo Smeriglio. So yeah, the GT3 cars crash in front of him that he could not have avoided, presumably, from what was described. And now Smeriglio refusing to let him unlap him. So Smeriglio just sits in the middle of the road then as they go downhill towards Rivazza 1. And Alpius is surely going to have to set him up down the straight for the 3rd lap in a row.
Yeah, but again, that little body slam maneuver that happened between the both of them, that really has tipped the scales in what was initially friendly little competition. Now this might just get a little bit more heated.
Yeah, and this might not well be the last time we see Simfream versus Ground Effect this season as they desperately try not to take another car out with them this time as they lap it into Tamburello.
Oof. Again, that time around, Alpeus was not as close as he would have liked, but he is much closer this time. Ooh, tell you what though, this is not looking good for his race because the both of them have actually gotten in a collision, and you never know that for the next race a penalty might be dished out. To which party? We're not sure yet, but it is a specter that's looming over the both of them.
It certainly is, and it's not even it's not even the first time I've seen Ground Effect have a collision in a championship fight with somebody into Tamburello, because I remember watching FSR Academy a few years ago. They had a driver, Istvan Singal, who's still part of their academy, was in a big fight with Thomas Smith, who's a great driver for Super Venturi. He's driven for all sorts of teams as well. The Dutchman, he was a really dominant FSR Academy champion that season, but Istvan Singal was one of the few drivers able to keep up with him, and it was a race that Singal looked like he had in the bag, and then suddenly Thomas Smith and him came together at the first corner, and I think Singal did eventually apologise for that one, as it's all getting very physical into Rivazza 1 and 2, and Alpius surely close enough this time to mount the move, unless Smeriglio is going to weave around and really use his wing mirrors here.
Well, remember last time out, Smeriglio really put his elbows out. He really pushed on with the grass. This might happen again here coming to Tamburello. But this time, Alpeus gets the move done, and he forces his way back onto the lead lap.
That felt a little bit like Danilo Smeriglio saying, okay, fair enough. If you want it that badly, you can have it. But you're still behind me.
Yeah, but at what cost, though? Because that damage to the Simfria number 1 might be a bit more pronounced compared to the Ground Effect car, because he did take a big old whack on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the Ground Effect's been in for a service more recently as well. It didn't look like Alpius took too much damage in the impact as well, because he wasn't the one turning in there.
But either way, yeah. But either way, all things considered, this has been a great battle coming to the end of the third hour here. Really has been some really good racing, even if it was a bit ugly and strange, shall we say, at times, especially with that pit lane incident. But overall, this is really good stuff, and it's only just boiling over to the surface on what could possibly be a great finale to this race.
If anything, it's sort of brought Team Iris back into play here, because they're only 16 seconds behind. They were being played out, weren't they? 20 seconds behind, and it's actually gone back up to 17 seconds now that Smeriglio's not fighting every lap into Tamburello. But yeah, Alpius, the job for him is clear. He's got to close those 89 seconds to De Silva and the 106 seconds to Smeriglio. 2 hours, 40 minutes, it may seem like a Herculean task, but it is doable, especially if Smeriglio's got damage or if him and De Silva make mistakes.
Yep, it's not Sisyphean, to say the least, so it is still within the realm of a possibility. And again, if they manage to pull this out of the fire, it will be a great victory. Probably one of the greatest ever in this, not only this championship, but I think in all of the sim racing competitions that we've witnessed, because it takes something to be a lap ahead, falling a lap behind, and then getting back onto the lead lap to try and challenge for the win.
Yep, certainly does. We see Zaleski in the pits. By the way, I did talk earlier, didn't I, about the women's eSports finals. My friend Jess Bull's competing in. She got on pole for the first 2 races in the final. Sadly finished 4th and 6th. And now in the final at Silverstone, she's currently fighting over 5th place, by the way, with a driver by the name of Martin Smith. So Jess having a great battle there and really getting in the thick of the action, which is great to see. So we'll hope that Jess can triumph there. Great to see women's sim racing getting a try. I think that a lot of people say, sim racing shouldn't be segregated by gender, but I think definitely there's an argument to say that women should have their own space to do sim racing, because especially if you've been in the all male sim racing spaces, it can get quite a bit edgy and occasionally not always the most welcoming to women. Although I try to create that sort of environment with my team, which has fielded a couple of female drivers in the past, like Caroline Harvig, for instance, or Mia Rose was a very, very competitive driver we fielded for a while, and Charlotte Menick as well, who also does a lot of endurance racing too. So I'm very, very proud to have been associated with all 3 of those drivers. As we look at Alpius, 87 seconds behind. He is absolutely taking the fight to them, 28.1, so over a whole second quicker than Smriglio and De Silva on that previous lap. He's got pace to spare, and he's chewing through it.
Yeah, really. Again, he's gained about 2 seconds in that previous lap, so really, man on a mission, and every right to do so, because what we can safely say was a baptism of fire. Now he is ready to ascend up into the heavens in this one, so make no mistake, this charge is one that we're going to watch out for the next 2 hours.
It certainly is, as we look also at Nico Barclay now closing in on Salvatore Zitello, of course, and it's sort of Arm Super. It always seems to be the way for Arm Super, where they very, very careful, they drive a very, very clean race, they get onto the podium, and then suddenly they have to do a monster defensive job from some very, very quick drivers, as Rizzo mounts the curb at Acqua Minerale, and that Barclay, mounts the curb at Acqua Minerale, and that shows you just how much he is pushing. Michele Rizzo is another 34 seconds down the road, of course, so not quite in play at the present moment.
Well, not yet, but again, 1.2 seconds on this is really still achievable. In fact, again, I have to reiterate the point. Whether it's 1 second, 10 seconds, or even 100 seconds, in sim racing terms, it's not that much. So, unless, of course, even if you're a lap ahead, like what happened to the Grand Effect car, anything that can turn the race against you, it can happen in such a flash. So, for the number 41 Arm Serber car, they probably know that full well and try to not put up too much of a hard defense. Yes, you want to defend quite staunchly, but not to the point that you might damage your own race. As we can see, yellow flying sector 1.
Oh, and we can see why in the background. It's is that not the Naha Racing Italic car? Is that the Fuel Savers car that has completely destroyed the engine? Yeah, the Fuel Savers car has gone. The rear end of that car is gone up in smoke.
Oh wow! Now that's a first, because there is Arco Wholesale. Yeah, it's Arco. So Arco, who was also in the comments before mentioning why that plant at the front is not what we think it is, has blown the engine on the way out. So was he in the pit lane prior to this, or was that he was driving it on track when it blew? Whatever it is, he's out of the race, and that is a dramatic way to go out.
I don't think he was on an outlap. It said 22.8, 30.8, 38.9. Was the last lap times that Hollistel set in each sector. So his last lap was 1:36.4, which was, while not the best lap in LMP2 Param, was certainly sort of middle of the pack. Sort of the same times that Naha Racing White number 58 and Sando Donadel were setting as well. Setting pretty similar lap times. So yeah, that felt like he may have had a very similar thing to what we saw of Alex Wolf, where he downshift suddenly, the rear went, and he went rearwards into the wall. And that was curtains for him.
Yeah, but in this case, at least Arco managed to actually get it stopped on the escape road and out of harm's way completely, as opposed to what happened to the Void car that spun literally almost in the middle of the entire field. But luckily, again, pressed escape just in time before anything happened. But again, it begs the question whether or not it's actually some of the guys setting their buttons into, say, neutral, and they actually pressed it, that caused the engine to self-combust.
Yeah, that would be a big shame. Isn't this a year on for the same race where Fuel Savers ran out of fuel? and only made it to the pit lane entry and ran out agonizingly before the line? Or was that a different team I'm thinking of? There was certainly a team. Oh, it wasn't you, was it?
Oh no, that was me. Yeah, that was me pushing one of the
there
blue
we go.
steel
Right, okay,
LMP2.
not the fuel safest car at all. There was that was the incident that you were involved in. So yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we joked that it would have been even funny if it was the fuel safest car, but they, in this instance, they've had this completely separate error they've inflicted on themselves.
Oof. Again, I mean, not to take a mick out of it, it could happen to the best of us, but that really is an unfortunate way to go. And to see it twice in the same race really begs the question again, as I pointed out earlier, whether or not some of these guys accidentally press the neutral button or the rFactor, change the bind to the point that you press a certain button, it would just blow the engine up.
Yeah, it certainly would. And Nico Barclay, by the way, is now within half a second as he fights with the car through the chicane there. And it looks really like Zitello is under a lot of pressure here, and he's going to have to drive the widest Aston Martin you've ever seen, because that McLaren, while not quite the ultimate top speed car down the straight here, is still going to be pretty quick, especially relative to that Aston Martin then. So this is a great chance for Barclay. In fact, he's going to undercut and pit first. So Team Sheba going aggressive on strategy here.
Yep, and going for the undercut here. So let's see if that pays off in the long run as he comes into his box, and hopefully nobody comes in from behind and whacks him while he's doing that. But it looks as though it is a routine stop. The car's on the jacks, so this is full service.
There we go. So this could well be, we are getting into sort of the territory where people really ought to, if they haven't trained drivers ahead of the final couple of stints, then now might be a good point to do so without risking running into the maximum time limits, essentially. But I think every team has at least trained drivers. Giuseppe Saracino, by the way, has gotten on board Team Sheba 320 that dominated LMP2 Pro-Am in Bahrain and is looking to dominate the main LMP2 Pro class here in a very, very impressive showing. In fact, they're still 14 seconds ahead of the Sweet Force 37 car. So Sweet Force never really recovered from that early double whammy of penalties, to the point that Team Sheba have sort of made them look very, very ordinary by comparison in a much slower car.
Yeah, and a bit of a slide there from Brigenet. That really shows how much that these guys are pushing, even though they're actually in the fringe positions. Right now, at least, they're gonna get one free position because Sheba is still in the pits. Or in fact, no, the Sheba car is on its way out, so the Casco will stay P7. As here's Anthony Walker, who was, well, not walking, but rather a sitting duck into the wall just now. He's still running his in P4. Walter De Bruyne, he is the leader in the GT3 AM class. And well away, of course, we can, well, apart from something happening in between, let's hope that we didn't jinx that. It looks like they're on the way to a very convincing win.
Yeah, and interesting if you look at the lap times. Nelson Ignacio, 1:47.1. Anthony Walker, he said 1:45 the previous lap. And this lap, actually, Walker was a bit slower. But he's got the gap to 6 seconds to the Grow Racing team ahead of him. So Rookie Monsters double podium, it's not an impossibility here. It's certainly on the cards if Walker can find a way through here in that Porsche. I think the 32-second gap to Atzori might be a little bit of a bigger hill to climb, but certainly De Bruyne has looked very, very comfortable up front either way. But how much Rookie Monster would love to take a double podium here, and it's all going to come down to whether Anthony Walker can get past Nelson Ignacio or not in these final 2 hours.
Well, the better question to pose is whether or not they can actually get through it safely, because we've seen how Walker lost it already on his own. So hopefully when he tries to overtake for the position, it will be a much cleaner affair and a very good hard fight that we get to witness after this. But for the time being though, still 6 seconds in it between the Go Racing team car and the second Rookie Monsters car in the shot, the number 63. So we're seeing the sister car, number 62, being overtaken by a few prototypes. Well in a way clear up ahead. It's still, again, we saw how a leader up ahead by a lap came a cropper. God forbid something might happen to anybody who's leading a lap right now.
Certainly. Alpius, by the way, 71 seconds behind Nick De Silva. So he's just continuing to take almost 2 seconds a lap at points. I think it's just under 2 seconds a lap out of Nick De Silva, which is incredibly impressive, especially considering all the traffic that all these hypercars have got to negotiate here. The Alpius is just in the middle of a rhythm and is just absolutely flying here. And even with that 98-second gap that Smriglio's got to Alpius, I would still be concerned looking at that pace. He's got time in the race to catch him, so Smriglio, while he's sort of still lapping in the 129s, but he knows he cannot make any mistakes here if he wants to win this one.
Well, he has to do it remorselessly, of course, and he has done so. Yeah, after the earlier skirmishes and the close shaves and scares with other cars, it looks as though he has been trouble-free for the last 10 minutes or so. That's exactly what he wants. He needs to put in these laps, pound it lap after lap to just stem the tide of what happened earlier and get back on terms with the front two.
Yep, certainly. We're getting to the end of the hour number 4, aren't we? So we've got another 2 hours left to go, and lap 147 completed by Smriglio. So this race definitely not done and dusted, and it could go any which way. I think there's still 3 cars absolutely in it, although De Silva is starting to lose a little bit of touch to Smriglio. He's 28 seconds down now, so he is starting to be played out ever so slightly. As you look at Walter de Bruyn, I think the most interesting contest could well be the battle for second in LMP2 Pro. Well, actually, no, it's technically third, isn't it, in LMP2 Pro, between Krzysztof Kianek and Paweł Andrzejewski, because Kianek has, for the first time, got the gap below 20 seconds. He was a lap down on both the Hyperions at one point, wasn't he? And he's done a Lari Alpes-style fight back to get within touching distance of them. Well, I think he's made the lap up to Andrzejewski. He's not made the lap up yet to Vak, so that might be a bigger ask. But to even finish on the podium after losing so much ground, that's great damage limitation from Go Team.
Yep, and again, it's either them or the Hyperion guys. It's always them up in LMP2 Pro, not gonna lie. It's even the story since the last season, so really, it's just the same cast of characters. Maybe slight differences here and there, but you always can tell those two will be high up on the front, as we're gonna get a guy on board right now, one of the Italian fellas as well. It's Riccardo Corezzari. He might be joining us for commentary too.
Indeed, that would be rather nice. Yeah, I think I was trying to get another commentator to join us, I think Caitlin Penny, but unfortunately she's had to sit it out because I said Caitlin it was next Saturday, and then she assumed it was not today, but this was early in the week as well. But she assumed it was the week after and not today, so that was a bit unfortunate, really. Because I asked so many people, I get to the point, rather than giving all the info, it's like, are you free next Saturday? It's easier to ask rather than, oh, this is it, it's a paid gig, you know, and sort of going into all the details. As Alpius is serviced along with Thomas Grobelny in the Sweet Force number 37. So it looks like he is getting a chance to get new tyres and fuel in. Yeah, the advantage of this is that Alpius, as he has the whole race, actually, will get a little bit, and it was the same for Callis too, will get the undercut on the his principal rivals ahead of him. So he may be a lap down, but if he can pump in some quick laps here, he can maybe turn what was a 70-second gap into 60 or 50 seconds. Then he'll be exactly where he wants to be for this final 2 hours then.
Indeed. And, well, Alpius, his charge for now has actually come to a stop, but only because it was a scheduled pit stop this time. So he has chipped away 20 seconds from what was at that time an insurmountable gap. Now he's a lap behind, for sure, but the other 2 cars in front will be in the pit stops after this, and we get to see whether or not his charge continues afterwards. And I would dare say it will, because he still has the bit between his teeth.
And as Nico Barkley got past the armed Sabre number 41 of Martino, or did Martino pit and come out behind it? I think he got past, because he's 3.7 seconds ahead of him now.
Oh, and the sister car there comes through as well. That's the sister car that's in P2 in the GT3 AM. So again, no histrionics between both of them. That was just coordinated team orders. But it looks as though I think he might have overtaken him in the pit stops, because 3 seconds of an advantage, that sounds way too exaggerated if you just overtook him a couple laps earlier. But if it is, then Nico Barkley is definitely on this thing as well.
Yeah, certainly. We'll have to see how it plays out, of course, come the end. But certainly we've been treated to some fantastic racing so far. And we did see, at least very briefly, our 2 title rivals in the hypercar class, or two of our title rivals fighting each other for position. Well, not for, it was actually to unlap themselves essentially, and we did see both times they fought each other. It's to lap and unlap each other in different orders as well. So it is a little bit of a bizarre race where it feels like nobody's going to quite come together until the very end. Is the way things are sort of progressing at the moment, as it sounds like we might be joined in just a few moments' time by Riccardo Corazzari. So Riccardo, I assume you've been watching the race and enjoying it a great deal. Do you have any thoughts to give us so far?
Sorry guys, I had a little bit of issue coming in. Oh, please repeat. Just checking in.
I was asking.
Should be fine everything now. Thank you.
Have you enjoyed watching the race, Riccardo? And what are your thoughts on the battles in some of our classes so far? Have you been watching any of them particularly closely?
No, I mean, we had, by our lineup, we didn't have the best of the race starting from the beginning, but there is not much to comment about it. It's something that is already gone. And yeah, I mean, it was live, so everybody can take their own consideration about. Other than that, we like the track, you know, it's a sort of a home race, you know, so we were really looking forward for it. We had perfect preparation, in my opinion, and qualifying went better than expected, given the ballast from the previous race, the change in the ballast. I was expecting the Mercedes to be a top contender, but to split them was a really good result. So everything was just set to go into the right way. Race pace was there, and but then. Okay, the final outcome was different, and till the hit in the pit lane that costed 450 seconds of repair, we were in the game, because there was a stage of the race where we were P3 because we still had to pit, and you know, if in that case you get a lucky call with a code 80 and you can do full service, then you are back in the game. So you know, you have 50% chance to be there, and so we were racing like we were first, you know, we were pushing hard and doing everything we could, but then also that possibility was taken away by another car, so there is not much we can do. We just go to the end, and yeah, we try to enjoy Imola at the sunset and do some commentary, of course.
Well, Setna, I hope we can cheer you up a little bit, because it sounds like you were taken out of what was a promising fight. And
yes,
I've been watching the hypercar fight, because obviously it's a sort of a slightly sort of similar story for Ground Effect, isn't it? Because they were leading by a pretty decent margin, and then had GD3's crash in front of them. Alpius couldn't avoid it, had to pit to repair the damage, and now he had an amazing fight as he tried to unlap Smariglio. Of course, from your point of view, it was ideal for Simframe, because it sort of gifted them back the lead, and they've now got a very, very comfortable lead. The only problem is Alpius has got some amazing pace, and he's definitely been unleashing it in the last half hour or so that he's been driving. Are you at all worried by the pace that he's got, or do you think Smariglio, if he just keeps it clean, he should win this easily?
It's never easy, you know. I do racing since more than 10 years. I mean, truck racing. So you know, I've been luckily already quite a few times on a battle for winning or losing a championship to the very, very last moment of the race. So it's never easy until you don't see the checkered flag. It's never easy. You never know, especially with this traffic. You know, you always have to be on it. You have to maximize every lap, not in terms of pure performance, but in terms of packaging management. You know, so even if you are comfortably leading, let's say, for whatever reason it is, you always have to make sure to try maximizing your pace, maximizing your strategy, because you never know what can happen, you know. And for several reasons, you know, code 80s or problems with traffic, whatever, you know, your contender can be back in the game all of a sudden, you know, out of the blue. So you never have to leave anything on the ground if you want to bring the result home. So it's not going to be easy, but of course now it looks like we have a chance. The guys in the hypercar have a chance. I'm really gutted, honestly speaking, for the Ground Effect, because they made an impressive job, especially on the hot lap in qualifying. Sander did amazing. But I see him I think he's racing a lot also with Formula cars and stuff. So I think he made a very big driving difference compared to Tamburini, which was quite off the pace. But together with that, I think they found also a really good compromise in between downforce and speed. In particular, I think they found great efficiency in the car, because on the second part of the straight, they really they pick up so much speed, and still they can perform pretty well into fourth, fifth gear corners, you know. So it's gonna be very interesting also to try, to check the replays and see what they're doing, to learn something. And yeah, and I think for this reason the fight for the championship is gonna be open, which is the best, in my opinion.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. And I think before we go to it, Trevor, we should talk about the pit stops, because Nick De Silva has emerged from the pits. He's lost quite a lot of time. He's gone from being about just under 30 seconds behind Smurugulu to 74 seconds behind. So Amir, it looked like a really, really slow stop for Nick De Silva, and now he's only about 20 seconds ahead of Valari Alpiers. So ground effect, we didn't think it would come this early. They could well be fighting for second before too long.
Yeah, indeed. And the fact that... Oh, sorry, Ricardo. I know you're going to say something about that, but we'll get back to you after this. But they lost a heap of time. They were only about, 17 seconds before the pit stop. Now they're a full minute behind. So really, we had to question whether or not Iris had something in the pit stop that went all right.
Yeah, maybe it's unlikely we'll be able to get a replay of it at this point with it being a bit too far back, but it certainly seems like they were either delayed in the pits, or there was a full service or some damage maybe that they've been nursing that we didn't see from earlier in the stint then, that Nick De Silva was trying to drive around effectively. So it's getting very tight into Tosa. Nico Barclay has got a bit of a grandstand view of the Boyd transport car that's the LMP2, isn't it, of the Roy Ton car that's currently driven by Ryan Mazumder, I think, trying to hold off Mersak, which is for position in the overall race as Mersak gets through at Piratella, but not for actual class position effectively. Oh, big slide just in front of Nico Barclay, and that is the driver he's fighting with for position. Nicola Pagani, we've seen the Tamelli ERT have its troubles in the race, but it has actually had strong pace on the whole. And now Nico Barclay fancies getting into the top 4 in the pro class. We saw a great move, didn't we, earlier, Ricardo, from Amit Demirkan on Michele Rizzo. He went round the outside at Aqua Minerale, which is certainly not easy to do. What do you think Nico Barclay is going to try? Oh, as Ryan Mazunda's spun it into the gravel at Rivazza 1. So that's him sorted. But anyway, back to our GT3 battle. What can Nico Barclay do here?
Yeah, well, I think BMW is never an easy contender to overtake, because it is the car which performs the best in terms of pure downforce, and also the slipstream is quite a little bit of a pain in the arse, when you try to follow. Yeah, but honestly, in general, also the McLaren has a very, very good package. Is a good car, especially on tire degradation, and is a very good compromise in terms of a car in this package. With the BOP, this championship is running. You can win with whatever car you take, honestly. Maybe not in every race,
and he's through. Barclay's
yeah,
through, sorry. Yes, we're saying that.
Yeah, he went through. He took advantage of little mistakes. Imola it's like this. It gives you the sensation that you can push, but as they are almost every corner is a corner in sequence, you always have to think about the next one, and you need to really keep the flow, and the rhythm. Otherwise, it's easy to overdo it and overshoot, and to make mistakes, And in particular, regarding that slide we were looking at in the Aqua Minerale in the lap before from the Beamer, if with these tires they are so sensitive to temperature. If you start sliding 1 or 2 times in a lap, the next lap you have to back off. You will not able to maintain the same level of lateral grip that you were getting the lap before. So I'm not surprised that in a right-handed corner now Pagani was struggling a bit, to keep the car in the line with the speed he was used to. I also had experienced a little bit of a problem because after my spin at the beginning of the race, I tried to extend the drive on the same set of tires. Man, it was so difficult that I lost the car a couple of times as well in the Acqua Minerale. I really had to drive like, okay, mate, it's like you have to think about that. Okay, maybe I'm gonna find a wet patch on the Acqua Minerale, so I have to think about I have to brake that way. It's like 5-10 meters earlier. And then, when the fuel was going down, I started looking at the delta, and the delta was going down as well on exit, which was really, really good for the pace. But it's extremely mental. You really have to drive with your brain activated,
Fascinating. By the way, Nick De Silva 2 laps ago set a lap time that was 10 seconds slower off the hypercar pace. He then set a lap time that was about 3 or 4 seconds slower. Now the gap to Alpius is just 3 seconds. So, Amir, it looks like Team Iris are really struggling at the moment, and Grand Effect are going to pounce.
Oh, definitely, and this would throw a spanner into the works in terms of the battle for the win, of course, because now Alpeus only has one car standing between him and the win. Oh, Simonson actually has gotten involved with a prototype right there coming out to rFactor.
No wing, yeah. Luckily, it's close to the pit entry.
I think it might have been the Naha Racing Italia car. Oh, Nick De Silva's gone, and so is the Ground Effect, and they crash into each other. What on earth is going on there?
2 separate accidents happening in 2 separate sectors. Oh, yeah, my thoughts exactly, Ricardo. I just can't believe it. The amount of sheer insanity that's happened, especially to the Ground Effect car, and it's reared its ugly head again.
Alpius is through, but by hook or by crook.
Silva has damage. I think he has heavy damage on suspension, I think. What happened?
Yeah, here we go. So this is the replay. Through Tosa goes Nick De Silva. He's still got a 2.5 second lead at this phase over Alaric Alpius.
It was quite a gap.
Into Piratella. Does he just lose it? Yes, he does. Spins across the track, reverses, and nowhere to go for Alaric Alpius as he gets flown into the air.
No way. Strange.
And that means for the second time in this race, Alaric Alpius is having to pit to repair damage. And that is absolutely gutting for Ground Effect. It's like, what do they have to do to get that win? Because it seems whatever they do, something goes wrong, and looks like Nick De Silva has come to a halt at the entry of the pit lane. So this has fallen into absolute chaos, and it's all playing into Simfreem's hands right now.
I think some problems.
Very insightful, as always.
There we go. The entry here is quite wide, and so you can still take the pit. Otherwise, you might, get a very heartbreaking moment, as when Pierre Guidi with the AF Corse Ferrari had to pit at the 24 hours of Spa this year, and he found a stopped Lamborghini, in between the Spa walls in the pit lane, and he had to lose everything. You remember, guys? That was insane.
And the fact that he only had 1 hour left to go in that race to win, because the 51 was well on his way to winning that one, and for Pierre Guidi to win Spa 24 twice in 3 years, that would be an amazing achievement. But unfortunately, the pit lane entry was blocked that time, and luckily for the Iris car, it actually got going before that happened. But seriously, that is such a weird accident. We had 2 separate accidents. We don't have a replay of that second incident, but regardless, that has presented the win on a plate for the Simfree M1 car. That would be great for you, though, for Ricardo, because that's just making amends for what happened earlier, because that would be a great result for the team.
Yeah, but please don't jinx it. Well, I think we need a very good result, because we had so many issues with this race with our cars, with both. Our GT3 got hit in the back 2 times. The pink car got issues, the cars of the girls got issues. We got crashes between our LMP2 car and our GT3 car. And with the hypercar, and the guys were so concerned about preparation and race pace, looking at the delta in qualifying, and when you start the race and you miss like almost 1 second in qualifying, you think, oh my god, what I'm gonna do in this race, I'm just gonna cruise or what? So it was tense, it was difficult under that point of view, but as we just said, you never know, you gotta maximize every inch, because you never know. So I just hope that, honestly speaking, the guys from Iris and Ground Effect can continue and finish the race, You know, at least when you are in hypercar, I mean, that's the pro. It is a pro and a con together. If you have a few cars, it's always worth to finish. I mean, I know it's always worth to finish, but something is to be, I don't know, P20 when you could be P2, and something is to be P4, P5, something different, you know. So when it's like this, they really have to just carry on and try to get to the end in the best shape they can.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the damage on that ground effect looks horrible because they're still in there. Team RS has done a driver change, so being launched into the air has absolutely destroyed the suspension. As we see Martino battling away with Team Shiba that he's trying to lap. He really doesn't want to lose any more time in this race, but the consequence of this, we didn't talk about it much. Boy Transport now inherited second position. They finished third last time out in Hypercar at Bahrain, and with Iris and Grand Effect taking each other out effectively, they could get a P2 here, which would be their best ever result in EES, which would be fantastic for them.
Indeed. And the fact that they'll be inadvertently thrusted into a championship fight out of pure happenstance. So really, that will be a nice bonus for them if they could keep it going where it is. But apart from that, this is a great segue because we're seeing Alpeas on camera again. Ricardo, because you have a background in race engineering, how will you try to get the drivers back into the rhythm of it? Because mentally, I think at this point, Alari might be absolutely fried right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and honestly, sorry, 1 second.
We lost you there.
Okay,
Continue.
I'm back. No, honestly speaking, you touched a very important point because whatever racing it is, whatever it is, sprint or endurance, let me call it, even if it sounds a little bit too much, but the mental health, the mental element of whatever you are, a driver, a mechanic, or an engineer, or even like a sporting director, which has maybe to go up and down from the race directors to talk about incidents or whatever it is really important if you want to put everything together. You know what I do love about car racing is that there is no place for individualism, you know. Yeah, you know, for the spectacular, from the spectator point of view, is always spectacular, and you are pushed to see the driver and everything because you know, they have to do the job and blah blah blah. Of course, that's absolutely true. But after doing so many years on a team, having been engineering a car and seeing all the preparation, all the work behind for a race that can last even only 1 hour, by myself, I would never be the driver because I couldn't, you know, bring the mental effort of carrying the final part of all the job of these people on my shoulders. So it needs to be a constant exchange because you have to think about it in a really team point of view. You know, you have to cooperate. You have to think about that whatever success of a people is a success of everybody, whatever problem of one is a problem of everybody, and so on. And so you have to use this mindset, you know. In the meantime, these guys are battling, and we have a change in position, I think, between Walker and Nelson Ignacio, if I'm correct. Yes.
Yeah, Anthony Walker takes second in GT3 AM then.
Yes.
So yeah, Nelson Ignacio was really struggling as off track goes the LMP2 that's trying to lap both of them, and that's the.
Yeah.
Was that a number?
Yeah, you know, after driving so many hours, you know, you feel it.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. Well.
The Rookie Monsters team, by the way, with the 2 amateur cars, they're doing an impressively good job, you know. 1 first, 1 second, and not too far from the first pro car. They're really worth a high five for the moment because they really did good till now. And also the Crow Racing team, they are on their tail. So let's see, maybe Nelson Ignacio will have the pace to try to take the position back. Let's see. You know, it's very important.
6 tenths slower the previous lap was Ignacio compared to Walker. And then they've got, of course, De Bruyn, who's in the 1:45.7s, is still flying out front, building that lead to almost over a lap now.
Yeah, let's see. We would expect Walker to pull away, to walk away, maybe? Jokes aside, now it's time to turn on the headlight because situation is getting darker and also the track temperature is dropping, ambient temperature. I think we started with 14 ambient and 24 track, and now we are 15 track, so I can guarantee you guys that now whatever it is regarding tire life and tire consistency through the stint is going to be different, it's going to be much easier, but also the vehicle balance, the car balance, the sensation of the setup of the car is going to be different. So now I think it's a little bit easier for cars that are struggling with the tires a little bit more. And let me think about Mercedes, for example, which is quite heavy on the tires. I think, sorry, the BMW, Mercedes is one of the lightest. BMW probably will now start to be very fast. I think they can take very good advantage of the coldest track conditions. Let's see. It's an open point. It's an open game, and maybe also some other teams like ourselves. I don't want to hide. We worked to prepare the car a little bit more for the second half of the race. Because it was the most important, you know, at the beginning you got the traffic, you might have more full Curciellos because everybody's battling as it was, sorry. And or maybe someone else could have worked a little bit more to with the higher temperatures, you know. That's something extremely important, and especially like in very long races is something that can reverse the conditions so much. Can you guys, it's just worth to mention, if you like watching motorsports, if we think about 24 hours of Spa, how many times we saw BMWs popping up in the night, you know?
Oh, so sorry that we got a bit excited because this is actually the lead of LMP2 Pro, because don't mind the team Shibaka in Pro Am, they are actually battling here with the Hyperion for the lead among the LMP2s.
Yeah, and Thomas Vack had a huge moment coming into rFactor 2 there. We just about held on to it, but that really could have hurt his exit here. Unfortunately, Saracino not quite able to really take advantage of it. But yeah, he is all over the back of the team that's looking to take the lead in that LMP2 Pro Championship, of course, after finishing second last time out to the reigning champions Go team, who had issues early in the race and are still trying to fight back. They're still about 40 seconds or so behind Pavel Andrzejewski in the second Hyperion, number 45. And that's the fight for third. But this fight for the lead, Saracino, after dominating Pro-Am, they're not content with that. Having moved up to Pro, they want to win overall, and they're giving Hyperion a really hard time. Remember, these are the champions of Season 5, of course, that they're dueling away with in LMP2 Pro. Yeah, no slouches either in that one. So these are two really good, fast crews battling out for the front of the entire field in LMP2. This is just one to watch as well. But going to Ricardo just now, before we go back to the BMW thing rising through the night, I think, remember we were doing hypercar last year. I think both of us were in hypercar doing last year. I seem to recall that the lights on the Porsche seem to be much worse compared to, say, LMP2s, because they just really couldn't see well, even though the grip on the track is quite nice, but the lights are just not enough, so you really can't see where you're going most of the time.
Well, honestly speaking, with the GT is never too great. And in the meantime, I think we have a DNF. Am I correct?
Oh, and it's the sim for him. It's Colavito in the number 47. Oh. So that's a shame. They were running in third, weren't they? Oh no, it would be second in class, wouldn't it? They had a clear second in class behind Arm Silver number 42. And are they about to get taken out by a GT3 car? There's the rookie monsters of Walker just getting out of the way. And no contact there. Into the chicane they go. And are we about to see him just get disconnected? Yes, there we go. So it was completely out of Angelo Colavito's hands. That is absolutely gutting. Yet another sim for him hits misfortune. It's only the hypercar where nothing bad ever seems to happen. As we see Boyd Transport number 5 of Pitt come out in third in hypercar behind Iris. And they put Eric Kamedi at the wheel.
Yeah, I think that was I think scheduled stop. Nothing extra.
It's a driver change, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I think there was something going on for the Sweet Force car, if I'm correct, because they also changed the driver when they pitted after the contact. but no, sorry, it was Iris contact with the ground effect, if I'm correct. Yeah, Filipakos came in. I think also there was something not right. Also because like the spin from Nick Da Silva. I mean, Nick Da Silva is an experienced driver, and the way he spun was really strange, and especially in that corner, you have the tendency to struggle with understeer. You have to manage a little bit the front right, not the opposite, you know. So it was a very strange sprint in my opinion, and I'm not surprised they went straight with the driver change. So I think also there something might have been problematic. But in the meantime, Saracino won't give up. That car that has been freshly promoted to pro. Oh, that was a tight maneuver. Now the race is going to be tense because with 1 hour and 33 remaining, basically you're going to do, I think, well, together with this one they're finishing, you're going to do, I think, 2 stints and something, or 3, whatever it is, anyway, of basically qualifying. When you race first and second, then it's every lap count, you know, and every single overtake count. So you start rising also the level of risk you're getting into while racing, while overlapping, especially because overlapping is where you make the biggest of the difference, you know. Especially on a track like that, which is relatively short, because if not even 5 kilometers, with 40 cars and more, you're constantly in traffic. So that's gonna play a very big role. And still, also it's gonna be interesting. It's a shame we lost, we lost the Simfrim car, even though they were running good in Pro-Am, but they were racing basically only with the pro drivers. The amateur driver was not in yet, so I think that the final result would have been different, looking at the past result, you know. But still, they were in a very good spot. So hats off for that. Given the mess at the beginning of the race, you know, with all the full course yellows and stuff. You need to think about that when you have so many episodes. Also, you really need to work well as a team to take advantage of it. You know, play with the strategy over a 6-hour race. It can open or close different windows of opportunity, and you gotta be quick. You gotta be on it. You gotta have a nice schedule all the time, because you don't really have to think about it. You need the answer already waiting for you when the question comes, you know. Everything has to come in advance, and these kind of races with so many full course yellows are really challenging and demanding mentally under that point of view.
Yeah, and talking about Pierpaolo Di Maria for Carloni Racing 82, so we assume that's for breaking track limits or something of that nature. It's Carloni Racing Red. Looks like it's getting back into the or Simfrim getting back into the race there. That's what's throwing me off, as Eric Comedi does a little bit of off-track excursion at Acque Minerali there. So it looks like Simfrim 47 is back in the race at least, but they have lost a couple of laps, and that's put them down to 4th, just about where the Boyd Transport number 40 is.
I think yeah, because on the live timing, yeah, it showed. Let's see, because it might be close. Because for the moment, from the live timing, they look 3rd, but it might need an update, I think.
Yeah,
it's Carloni in 3rd.
Yep, it's updated to 4th right now. And talking about risk earlier, sorry to cut you over there, Ed, but going back to that earlier question about the Porsche lighting, you said something about the prototypes, the prototypes, LMP2 and GT3s, giving light to the circuit, but the Porsches really, the headlights were a bit low, weren't they?
But honestly, from the outside, it's a little bit more related to the blur effect, you know, and the brightness and the shine, how they shine, the lights shine on the cars. The effective capability of creating visibility is a little bit of a different story. Honestly, I'm not that aware of the problem. I mean, I never raced in the night with LMP2, honestly. I did only with the hypercar, the old Cadillac DPI, for example, different GT3 cars, GTE cars as well. And it was never a topic, honestly speaking. From the outside, I think it looks worse than what is actually in the car. I got this feeling.
Yep. So certainly looks can be deceiving as well. Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing inside, isn't it? Because when you're driving on the road, Ed, it sort of is different compared to sitting in a booth looking inwards.
Yeah, certainly you're in motion. That's for a start. You've got a lot more to worry about with your hands and feet. But I was just looking at the as it does start to get dark. Alario Alpius, he had come out behind Saracino and Vac, so he's sort of passed both of them and split that battle. And now he's got to make up 54 seconds to Camille Stencel, which is certainly possible. They certainly got a massive pace advantage on the Sweet Force. And then Eric Kamadi on board the Boyd Transport has been lapping in sort of the 1:30 zeros, which is actually quicker than slightly quicker than Smeriglio in the overall lead. So I think actually the podium's not out of the question for Alario Alpius. If he can quickly close down that 50-second gap or so, then it wouldn't really take a lot for him to maybe even get third or second out of this, which would be a really, really good recovery considering he's basically had the team has had two race-ending incidents effectively. First, the GT3 cars that the Alari crashed into and couldn't avoid, and then the Iris of Nick De Silva spinning in front of him that he couldn't avoid. And I think there was a great comment in chat from Christian Malgeri. He said, "What am I looking at?" And then he laughs and he says, "Nice jump." That's all he had to say. Nice jump. So I guess if there's an Olympics for the high jump, then Ground Effect, despite their name, are definitely going to win that one.
Yeah, they got the reverse ground effect. They went up. They got the Weber effect. Remember? I think it was Weber which flipped in Le Mans, right?
99. Yeah.
I think it was him. Yeah, I'm not.
I was
really
thinking of
history.
Valencia. I was thinking of Valencia in
2010,
2010, where he flipped over
yeah.
the back of Heikki Kovalainen's Lotus, I think it was. But which is also a frightening crash as well. But yeah.
I mean, for Weber, it happened twice.
Weber, by the way.
Yeah, Weber happened
I think
twice
it happened in
the morning.
practice and then in the race. Yeah.
Qualifying. It happened in qualifying.
That's
So-
the mess when you put front splitter into these cars, into cars that run really, really low from the ground. That's the problem, because if they get enough air, or if they get the wrong angle of attack, they can literally flip the car. This is why it should be much better to take away the splitter and use a sort of a wing profile on top of the nose. But nowadays with the evolution in aerodynamic in general, the problem of aero instability is pretty much sorted, and also the element inside the splitter. You see the top end of the splitter can look very low from the ground, even though most of the time you have the central sections which goes up to guarantee enough air intake, and actually the splitter are actually working to literally feed the rest of the floor of the car, and so most of these cars, if they run too low from the ground, they actually lose downforce because there is not enough air intake. That's the most interesting part. So you need to find your window, and so you have to play around the static radiate and the spring stiffness to see where you want to be on the straight, on the braking, in the rolling, in cornering and stuff and so on, and then you do your setup. At least this way, as they work this way, you are not gonna see the car getting flipped again,
Yeah. But the thing is, for the incident that befell Weber and the Mercedes team that time was apparently because the wheelbase was shorter, wasn't it? Because they decided to just change compared to the CLK. They wanted to make it shorter to make the car handle better, but that was probably why it caused the car to flip up to the air, wasn't it?
Honestly, I have no historic memory about that. I just remember that flip, but this is typical of running a front splitter, and back in the days with that kind of design of a really just flat floor, And
Yep.
So not surprising.
Even though they did try to install dive planes, which wasn't enough, unfortunately, and the car still flipped.
Horrible
Yeah,
first
absolutely.
sector for Saracino, by the way, 28.3 compared to 28.8 for Thomas Vac ahead of him, and that's why the gap's ballooned out to 10 seconds effectively in the battle for the LMP2 Pro lead. What they were right together just before Alario Alpius passed both of them. Camille Stencel's also come into the pits with Sweet Force, and that means he's going to come out just behind our two LMP2 Pro leaders. Or at least behind Vac. Yeah.
We have quite a long yellow flag.
Oh, and there's a
Going
Shiba
around.
losing its rear wing. It's Saracino. No wonder that's why he was going
That's
so
why.
slowly. So that really spells the end of Shiba's fight for the overall LMP2 Pro lead, and it could create a big opportunity for Hyperion 45 and Go Team number 7.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, with this thing of the categorization, you never know, because it's not only about race pace.
Just
It's
got
also
pushed
about
off there.
consistency.
Look at the replay. Saracino got pushed off there by, is that the Naha Racing white car of Lapadula?
It was a Naha car. There we go. They used to run the number 46 with the Valentino Rossi decals, but they changed numbers for this one, and it looks as though I think he might have been unsighted. Yeah.
Yeah, this is problematic. This kind of driving standard is extremely problematic. You know, this is another top contender car that has been taken off. Also, I mean, Saracino was second overall in the LMP2, so he had the blue flag, right? When you see blue flag, you just have to put the car out of the racing line and lift the throttle. You don't even have to stay on the racing line. You have to just go away. You have to disappear, you know. And together with a contact like that, that's really, really sad for the Shiba Team 320, honestly speaking.
Certainly,
Yeah.
but they're not out of the woods just, or out of the race just yet, I should say. There's every chance they might drop behind Hyperion 45 and Go Team number 7, but they could certainly have the pace to catch back up, of course. So Go Team sort of trying to mount a comeback of their own. They've sort of stayed where they were, about 40 seconds behind Hyperion 45 for the last hour or so, haven't they? So the progress has been a bit slow going because they've got Andrzejewski back in the car, and Valconi's not really been able to make too much headway.
Yeah, looking at the timing screens, it's a little bit all over the place right now because of the gaps being spread out. We had close battles at one point, but right now it's just petered out a bit. We're coming into the closing stages, as Camille Stencil was one of those guys that we were tipping to do the business earlier, but multitude of penalties and issues along the way have really put paid to Sweet Force's attempts of going onto the podium places.
Yeah, they sort of benefited when Iris and Grand Effect both hit trouble, didn't they? A little bit, but they were always sort of playing catch-up from early on, unfortunately for them. I'll tell you what's really interesting. Ahmet Demirkan, a really bad lap last lap for Francesconi, 147.2. Demirkan 144.0, so 3 seconds faster, and the gap's now 4.6 seconds. So Demirkan's been closing in on him. It was a big lead that Francesconi had, nearly 40 or 50 seconds early in the stint, and Demirkan has absolutely demolished that. This has been a fantastic race from Caspian Motorsport 75. They always seem to go really well at Imola, and Ahmet Demirkan, after going around the outside of Rizzo early in the race, he might be fancying doing another move on Francesconi in that Mercedes, so that would be impressive from the Caspian Motorsport Ferrari.
And
no, are they in the Mercedes as well? They're Mercedes as well, sorry.
Yeah.
It's Mercedes versus Mercedes.
But the thing is, didn't we say earlier that the Pescara car looked all but short of victory? Now it's only just 4 seconds in it between the two Mercedes, with the Caspian car no doubt having the better pace between the both of them. This might just turn into a bit of a barnstorming finish in that category.
Well, let's hope so. From the spectator point of view, I'm sure Francesconi will just hope to pull away again, but that doesn't seem to be happening right now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, D'Alessandro did, I think, just a perfect job, starting from qualifying and also in Bahrain. He made a difference. Meanwhile, Michael, I think it was struggling quite a bit. Let's see, it's going to be interesting. The Caspian guys, you know, they're lucky to be there, honestly speaking, because with the DT and the contact at the beginning, you know, it's. I think they should pit as well, so the gap should like change quite a lot already. I think if I am right, I think that the Pescara car made a full service, and the Caspian still have to perform a full service.
Well, so actually, yeah, you're almost on the money there, because D'Alessandro just actually commented, he said we pitted. So unfortunately, that theory of us having a barnstorming finish may just be thrown out the window now, because it's a bit premature to say too early.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to keep under control which moment, how much time remaining it will be when the Caspian will take the pit, because Pescara is gonna need a splash to finish the race, because the autonomy is around 65 minutes, okay? Unless you want to start like doing lift and coast and stuff, and you can extend a bit, but still they will have to recover a lot of time. So let's say around 65 minutes, plus the pit stop, maybe you do 66, maybe you can do 68 or 67 and a half if you do one more lap saving fuel, but not like you cannot collect 20 minutes to get into the hour. That's the point, or 15 minutes, whatever it takes. So it's gonna be interesting to see how longer the Caspian car will go, because maybe they are not gonna need a splash. It depends when they pitted the last time. Honestly, I have no idea.
Ooh, checking the.
Yeah, this is the magic of these full course yellow. You have to think about when to pit and when to not.
Oh, look at that. The Shiba car has a big moment at Acro Minerale trying to lap Luca Martino and just about collects that one. So that's the Shiba LMP2. As that Paolo Nucci just having huge save there. If so, that was pretty well held there as Samariglio pits from the overall lead of the race. He's currently 2 laps ahead of Philippakos, so he should go back to just 1 lap ahead after this service. And Thomas Vack is also pitting from the lead in LMP2 Pro.
Did you guys see how long it took for the Shiba to repair the rear wing? Because when it happened to me, I got lucky that I just lost the rear wing for how it touched the wall, and they got only 66 seconds. I mean, in the meantime, while Raviti was in the car and was hit in the pit lane, he got suspension damage, so there the damage time was 450. So maybe, not joking, like if you just, let's say, lose the wing because you gently touch the wall in the proper way to just lose the wing, which happens quite commonly in rFactor 2, maybe you can still get a chance, because like a sort of a 60-second extra stop is something, let's say, reasonable. When you start losing several laps, then the race becomes different, So I think they look reasonably. They look reasonably in the game still.
For a podium, yeah, that will still be a possibility for them. But again, I think because based on the time they lost to the Boyd car, that might have been the 60-second pit stop that you mentioned earlier. So that was probably the amount of time that they needed to get the new wing back on. But luckily for them, that in rFactor 2, when you lose your wing, you can still fix it. In older ISI G Moto 2 games that are what is based on rFactor 2, when you lose a rear wing, your race is done. So they're lucky with that one.
Yeah, good old F1 2001, which is my first racing game, I think, which shows my age a little bit. But yeah, that was an ISI game, and basically, lose the front wing, not so bad. Lose the rear wing, very bad. Lose the tire, probably not great. You might be able to soldier on with like 3 wheels, unless you lose a rear tire, of course. It's the rears that are the most vulnerable bit of the F1 car. But,
yep. I think you know exactly what I was talking about, because rear wing gone, that's it. You're out of the race almost completely. You can't even fix it.
The other thing I remember about that game is the driving school, where it teaches the circuits, and if you would deliberately crash out, you'd have an engineer, like you'd have the most monster crash, and the engineer would, in a very deadpan voice, say, "Unlucky, try again as soon as possible."
Yes. Or if you crash out of the race, your rear wing's being knocked off.
Yeah. You're on the final lap. Don't stop now. I was going to give up a lap early, but now hearing that has changed my
mind. I mean, someone should have told that to Nigel Mansell in Montreal 91, though.
Oh, that's true, but he was waving to the crowd. He wasn't stopping, he just was showboating, because Nigel Mansell is infamously a bit of a show-off and always has been.
Yes. Yeah. And the guy who took the win happened to be an unabashedly, unapologetic PK.
Oh, yeah, well... I think the day PK ever apologizes for anything and means it will be the day the Earth, hell freezes over, essentially. But yeah. Anyway, so let's have a look at some of the lap times here. It looks like Alpius is sort of settled in the low 129, so he's quicker than Stenzel and Kamedi around him, but not to a significant degree like we saw earlier, where he was in like 126s and 127s essentially every lap. So the Alpius charge is sadly the fight's gone a little bit out of him. He's been a little bit bruised over the course of this race, and you can't really blame him for that. In terms of, it's somewhat confusing in LMP2 Pro because the Hyperions, but it's a Hyperion 1-2. Patrick Swakowski is leading in the number 44 ahead of his teammate Pavel Andrzejewski. So they've got, if you gloss your eyes over, their names look very, very similar because they're both Pavel and Patrick, and then a load of consonants together. But it's good old Poland and their naming system, but or preferred names. But yeah, so Saracino got the Team Shiba car out, and he's actually, I think, been able to comfortably clear Varconi in the Go team, and he's now about 5 seconds behind Andrzejewski. So we could have a battle for second in LMP2 Pro, even though Saracino was kind of hoping to fight for the overall lead in LMP2 Pro, but that's not to be, it seems, at the present moment.
Yeah, they're still quite packed up, you know, second and third and fourth, because the gaps are not like so big, and still 1 hour 13 remaining, which is everything but not just a few laps, you know, especially now that we are getting into night condition and maybe the people are gonna get a little bit tired compared to the beginning. So yeah, it's gonna be an open point for sure.
Yeah, and we've only really got not too much longer now that we're going to go in this race in terms of this commentary until the Matteo Pitacchio and the Italians take over. Well, not that you're not Italian, of course, Riccardo, but and we're very lucky, and it's been a pleasure to have you. But the Italian-speaking commentary will, of course, take over for the final hour of the race. So I guess we got about 12 minutes more until we have to sign off for the day. But it's been an interesting middle stint. Lots happening. Unfortunately, I think Hypercar. We're probably not going to see a big battle between the number 1 and anybody else because all of them are lap down. LMP2 Pro, yeah, I think Swakowski and the 44 have really got this in the bag unless Saracino can find something special as Varconi comes in to make what could be his penultimate pit stop. And then GT3 Pro, maybe Demirkan can do something, but it depends on the strategies, of course. He has got the gap down to exactly 4 seconds, so it's nonetheless been an impressive drive from this man, Ahmet Demirkan. As you can see, just the French is going almost in the same frame as him there, just disappearing right as Demirkan arrives. What else interesting is going on? Tommy Teasdale's taken over Rookie Monsters number 62 and has been lapping pretty consistently in the 144s. They've got a big lead over Flavio at Zori, and then it looks like Andrea Setiawan has gotten back ahead of Daniel Scott in the Rookie Monsters, but that could just be because Rookie Monsters have done a driver change, and that's dropped them to 4th in class with their second car. So probably not too much of an alarm bell ringing at the number 63 camp.
It's gonna be extremely tense to watch the last hours, but for sure with in the GT for the overall lead, because like the Caspian are ramping up quite impressively quickly on the Pescara, and especially you know the Pescara has to splash, and so I think they will extend on the same set of tires. I don't think that for just 10 minutes it's worth changing the tires. And so also the pure lap time performance in the very last part of the race of that car is going to be compromised quite a lot. I think if I have to place a bet, I would bet on the car that is currently second to win the race, honestly speaking. Let's see, I don't want to jinx it to anyone, even if they sent us in the wall, but because I'm a correct person, no, jokes aside, I think they are in a very, very good spot, and I'm kind of aware of that because we were in the same pit timing than this car, you know. So before after the driver change, when I got off and Simone got in, we were in the exact same condition. We were expecting to put, I don't know, like 98 liters at the very last refueling on 107, so we had like quite a good fuel margin. And in the last stint, if you have that kind of margin and you are in a fight for a position, is really good all the time. That's a really good strong point to start with, because you just have to think about race pace, you know, nothing else. there can still be, you know, as every time, another focus yellow changing everything. Now the situation is looking a little bit more calm, luckily. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, as you say that, you seem to be cheering Demirkan on. Maybe he's listening to you in the background because he's got within 3 seconds briefly there, just before the Go team decided to lap him, unfortunately, and halted some of that progress. But yeah, certainly he's taken another second out of the class leader in GT3 Pro, which is that Pescara SRT. And Francesconi is going to have to dig deep if he wants to win this one, because Demirkan, in the same model of car, has been outperforming him in the past couple of hours. So lap 182, Nello Pastorino, who's gotten on board the Sim 3 #1 in recent history. He is starting that lap now, and we have 1 hour 8 minutes left on the clock. Pardon me for burping there. As we see Filipakos is going into the pits. Filipakos, by the way, Lazaros Filipakos, one of the few drivers who we know drives with not with a steering wheel, but with a controller effectively, and he's one of the few that actually makes it work for him as well. It's quite erratic to watch because it's obviously not as smooth movements as some of the other drivers, but he somehow is able to get quick lap times out of a hypercar with it. So make no mistake, he's pretty talented. You would think he'd be more talented if he used the typical steering wheel setup, but Filipakos loves being different, and to be fair, that sort of seems to be Team Iris's motto, that they just love doing things differently to everyone else sometimes. Because this pit stop puts Boyd Transport back into second position in the overall order, and it seems like you noticed something, Ricardo.
Well, actually, I noticed that. Look,
Yeah.
there's tire compounds on the side of the entire thing. Yeah, Ricardo, go ahead.
No. It was just confirming, you know, but still it's a long game, so we need to follow and see what happens, especially in the next 20 minutes, I think.
Indeed, because it'll be the final pit stops into the final stint of the entire race. But as you can see, Ed, there's tire compounds now, so we know what they're running on at all times. And it's interesting to see that apart from the Sim 3M #1 and Sweet Force number 37, everyone else is running on hards.
Yeah, certainly. I did say Iris like to be different, but in this aspect, they are doing exactly the same as most of the conventional thinking. But yeah, so it would explain if Simframe were favoring the mediums, why Ground Effect seemed to have the pace on them, because maybe they had better tire preservation on the hards. Is what I would suggest over a longer stint. But yeah, and Sweet Force also going for the mediums, but I don't think that's done them anywhere near as good, because they've really just lacked for pace, and it's really only strategy that's keeping them in the game at the moment, as Alpius once more hits and falls to the back of the hypercar field.
Well, the answer is simple, honestly. With the guys, we were considering if doing the race with 1 tire change or 2 tire changes. And for their choice, they said, we're going to feel more comfortable with doing 2 tire changes. And so the discussion was to compare the hard compound pace on cold track compared to the medium compound pace. Sorry. And we saw that in the stint #1, there was already a 12-second gap on our car. And so the choice was to run mediums at the end of the race, just for this reason, because they were performing better, they were, you know, getting in temperature immediately. If you get full course yellow, you struggle way less, especially on lap 1 and lap 2, and so on. Meanwhile, the hard tire can work even in these conditions, but the thing is, you have to be able to push every lap. In the meantime, to maintain the temperature, you know, because like hypercar tires are really well done, honestly speaking, and the thermal point of view plays a key role as it is supposed to be. So really different compared to like normal rFactor 2 content is completely redone tire from scratch. So other than that, I think the Mirkan is start smelling the exhaust of the Pescara car, and the situation is gonna turn on, I think, in a few moments.
It could very well do. I fear we may actually have to hand over to the Italian commentary and Matteo Pitaccio before that happens, though. So, Demirkan gets the gap under 2 seconds, as you can just see There's so many different lights from all the prototypes and GD3s just making their way through into Piratella there. But Demirkan has worked incredibly hard to get into this position. And now the tricky part, of course, is going to be putting one over on Michael Francesconi. We've seen him pull a spectacular overtake at Aquaman O'Reilly already today. And Demirkan wants Lightning to strike twice, but I think he may try and do... The straight line speed, they're going to be very, very similar, so it's got to be somewhere in the corners where he outfoxes Francesconi, surely. So I guess he might be trying to do a repeat move into Aquaman O'Reilly, or potentially Tosa might be another opportunity to get a good run out of Villeneuve.
Yeah, but he wouldn't want to do on the outside. He will find out what happened to Juan Pablo Montoya in 2004 when he tried to go around the outside there. So
that was over 20 years ago, so I think he won't just be finding out, he'll remember. It's not news to him.
But yes, but the thing is, he would not want to dare do that, especially the fact that he's been through about 5 hours of racing right now. If he wanted to get to grips with the leaders, he will try to do a more conventional maneuver rather than doing something a bit too ballsy.
Well, honestly speaking, I don't even think he needs to overtake physically on track. I think if he undercuts and as soon as he can, if he undercuts, put new rubber and go, like even at the end of the current lap, because of the new tire advantage, it might be in front, you know, automatically, without having to lose time on track for the overtake. That's what I would do, honestly speaking. Or you can just sit in the back and stay there. Sit in the back, stay there, being aware of the fact that also the car in front will have to stop, you know. It depends. In my opinion, I would undercut, put fresh rubber as soon as possible to take advantage of it over a higher number of laps, and do the overtake this way. That I think is the most intelligent thing to do. But we have a yellow flag in Sector 3, so hopefully no full Curcello to compromise the race again. I don't think he's gonna wait, looking at how his body language is, you know.
Yeah, well, the car's body language, certainly. I'm not sure what his body language is in his seat with the wheel, but I'd agree with you. It's probably quite aggressive,
yeah.
Ricardo. But interestingly, we saw Eric Kamedi getting his way through the traffic there. And that fight for second with Team Iris is interesting because Eric Kamedi is a former Team Iris driver as well. So putting one over on his former team with Boyd Transport. So this would be not just a big result for Boyd Transport, but for Eric Kamedi on a personal level as well. And he's also driven for me in the past too, so Eric kind of gets around in sim racing. But here comes Demirkan then. Looks like we are going to see an attempted move here into Temporello, or are we not? Because Demirkan is far too sensible to go for that one, and Francesconi is not going to defend thin air. So the battle will continue then. Let's see if it's going to happen before we go off air or once we come back with Matteo Petaccio, because we are sort of running out of time here. And mistake, as I say that, from Michael Francesconi as he goes off track at Villeneuve. Demirkan goes around the outside. Francesconi trying to fight back up the inside into Tosa. Does the silver Mercedes get the run on the Caspian Motorsport car? No, he does not, as we see Seti Arwen getting a penalty then, which is a big shame for Kassatria Sim Racing. But fantastically well-judged move. Very patient from Demirkan, and the road just sort of opened up in front of him.
And he did it. Yeah, sorry, Ricardo. I was going to say, he did the exact opposite as what was I saying before. He did a ballsy move there, Ricardo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing was like sitting there and waiting for the mistake. When you are in front and you want to defend your position, the last thing you want to do is to overshoot your brakes. I hope that they didn't get into contact, because the Pescara car was moving quite a lot down from the turn 5 curve. But I don't know, from that perspective it was looking like a clear move, a clean one, but it's worth, I think, another look from an onboard. And he pits. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a strong thing to do. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. I think now 70% of 80% of the job is done for them. Let's see.
And that could be the final stop then for Caspian Motorsport in this race. 59 minutes. It is possible for a GT3 car on that fuel tank to get to the end from here.
Yeah, for sure. But he will have to push. He will have to push and recover, because okay, also Pescara has to stop, but they will not change the tires. So they have that time advantage. They just have to splash some fuel, and so the stop is going to be shorter. So he really needs now to set purple times. It's not over. They really need to set purple times.
Indeed. Well, no sign yet of the Italian commentators nudging us out of the way. So we will, I guess, keep going until told otherwise. But Andrea Gandosi is creating a bit of a problem for Nicky Pastor and the Team Sheba here. So the Tomelli ERT fighting back once again and trying to get into the top 4 here.
And we've seen how Gandosi has been involved in the thick of things prior to this, especially with the VDA car that he was fighting before. Now he's fighting off, by the looks of it, in fact, he's actually well clear ahead of the Arm Serba car who's in the pit lane, so he's basically no man's land behind, but in front, he might just want to sneak by the Team Sheba car, in fact, so 0.5 of a second between the both of them.
Yeah, there we go. And the sister Team Sheba desperately trying to get out of the way on the inside at Acqua Minerale so the pros can go through as Eric Comedy goes into the pits, which hands second back to Team Iris with 58 minutes left on the clock. But look at this, the Tomelli ERT really putting itself through its paces. And can Nicky Pastor find anything here as we cut back to Demirkan, who, of course, after his pit stop, 80 seconds down on Michael Francesconi, could be in for a undercut here. And this is, of course, the trouble for Caspian Motorsport. They don't want to leave themselves too low on fuel at the end. So they want to be aggressive, but not too aggressive, certainly, knowing that they were just ahead of Francesconi before they pit, of course. But Michael Francesconi will be wary of that too, and he will try and overcut by taking advantage of the lower fuel at this phase of the race, given that he's nearer the end of his stint. Even though, like as you were saying, with the tyres going away, with the darkness falling, the temperatures will be a little bit more favourable to Michael Francesconi here. So Demirkan needs to maximise this stint right now.
Also, it helps with the fact that when you have brand new set of boots on that car, and with a track time this low, it could easily just help with the drag a bit. But in terms of getting the tire temperature up to snuff, may take a while because, again, it's very cold conditions right now, and we're looking at our live timing screen. It is about 12 degrees track temperature and 11 degrees ambient, so really freezing cold temperatures right now. So I doubt tire warmth will be up to the working temperature, but at least he doesn't have to worry about drag, and Demirkan can go full pedal all the way to the end.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that lap time. Demirkan, first lap out the pits, of course, 1:46.9. Francesconi and the 1:43.2s, which is still really solid as we ride on board with the Grow Racing team car, Marco Pereira. And is he starting to fight back here against Daniel Scott and the rookie monsters? Scott has to turn in from the outside on the 289. And it's flashing. Marco Pereira is not happy with the Scotsman, Daniel Scott.
Beat me up, Scotty, but that's not exactly what he would have wanted. But,
Portugal versus Scotland here, yeah.
Well, I could go with Diego Simeone and that with football, but that would be a little bit way too close to the Thatcherism era.
Okay. I didn't think we'd be talking about Thatcherism in this race. But there we go. I'm sure Margaret Thatcher will be glad. And there's no such thing as EES, she famously said. But anyway, what was I going to say before that? But it looks like Flavio Azzori is also making his final stop for Team Sheba 67. So Scott, by holding off Pereira, could be able to re-inherit second in class and make it a Rookie Monsters 1-2, at least temporarily. But yeah, Pereira surprisingly seems to have better pace than Daniel Scott at the present moment. 1:45.8 for Scott the previous lap, I think, and a 1:44.8 for Marco Pereira, so a second faster there. As we look at Gandosi continuing to harass Nicky Pastor and looking much closer than he has in the last couple of laps here as they come towards the chicane.
Yep, and that treacherous chicane has caught up multiple MP2s, but it looks as though for the hypercars and GT3s, it's not such a problem here. They can carry on with the fight. as you can see the Carloni car threading his way through. It's a gaggle of GT3s he's going to go by, but for Gandosi, he has his eyes set on that Team Shiba car right front and center in front of his crosshairs.
Yep, and there we go then, Gandosi, and we can see Gandosi dies for the pits there. I thought he was going to tuck into the slipstream as they were both stuck behind the Boyd transport, but Gandosi decides to go for that undercut, dies for the pits, and it's oh look, it's your car, Ricardo, the Simfro 91 that's being serviced, the pink Simfro.
Yeah,
So it's good to see them still going.
Yeah, we're gonna service also the car 99, not 91. Yeah, 91 is on track, I think. Yes, which is 17 actually. No,
we're 17. Sorry.
No, yeah, 99 is going is paying full service for the last time. We're gonna do fuel and tires, super standard, and just go to the end of the race.
Well, there we go, and end of the race in sight, but also the end of the English commentary here for the 6 hours of Imola. So before we go hand over to our brilliant Italian colleague Matteo Petaccio after the break, let's quickly recap the overall order then. So Hypercar is led by Nello Pastorino and Simfrom Esports #1, who are 2 laps ahead of Filipakos, but of course Iris yet to make their stop, which means Boyd Transport 54 seconds behind should just about re-inherit second position, but it will be close in the final stint in this, and all the final podium slots yet to be decided as the quick cars recover and the likes of Boyd Transport and Sweetforce try to get as much as they can out of this race, as the Boyd Transport LMP2 has a big moment ahead of Demirkan but just collects it up. Speaking of LMP2, it's Patrick Swikowski and Hyperion 44 that lead in Pro, a minute ahead of Giuseppe Saracino. And then Zoltan Varconi has worked his way up to third for Go Team, with Gazowski losing out in the last pit phase. LMP2 Pro-Am is led by Ricardo Fava and Arm Sobra at number 42, but they are 3 whole laps ahead of Andrea Garasino and Carloni Racing Prototype Red. GT3 Pro is led by Michael Francesconi, but Emet Demirkan has pit and has undercut Francesconi, and Demirkan we think is going to be able to get to the end. Francesconi we know will certainly not be able to. Demirkan has already taken 3 seconds out of Francesconi since pitting. And Michele Rizzo is third for Virtual Drivers Alliance, the winners last time out at Bahrain. And in GT3 AM, it's Tommy Teasdale leading for the Rookie Monsters, looking for that first win in EES. They are 2 laps ahead of Daniel Scott and the sister Rookie Monsters, who is a second ahead of Marco Pereira, who is challenging him for that second place. And don't forget Flavio Azzori, who's just pit for Team Shiba 67, we think is in a net second in class there. But anyway, my thanks to Amir, my thanks to Ricardo, and to everyone else that joined us during commentary today, including, of course, Giacomo, of course, who did a stint with us earlier on for about half an hour as well. I've been Edward Hunter. Thank you very much. And after the break, Matteo Petaccio and company will take you through to the exciting finish of the 6 hours of Imola. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Edward.
L'ultima ora della 6 ore di Imola, secondo appuntamento dell'eSport Endurance Series. Un saluto nuovamente, buonasera da Matteo Pittaccio, resta al mio fianco il grande Riccardo Corazzari. Buonasera di nuovo Riccardo, con la regia di Mariano Calò e di tutto il team di racingseries.com. Ritorniamo quindi a raccontare questa bellissima gara che fa da secondo appuntamento stagionale con la telecronaca italiano. Ringrazio Edor Hunter e Amir Azic per il supporto. Riccardo, è successo un po' di tutto, soprattutto problemi pesanti, importanti per Ground Effect, che ha lasciato il comando delle operazioni a Sinfree Sports, che è leader con la numero 1. E Riccardo, tu ci terrai compagnia per un po' e ti ringrazio ovviamente per il supporto al commento. Una gara fantastica, poi credo che il tuo porto sia fondamentale perché tu svolgi un lavoro cruciale nel mondo dell'endurance, nel mondo del motorsport vero e proprio, e credo che la trasposizione sia più utile che mai.
Grazie Matteo, sì, sono diciamo che nel primo e nel secondo terzo di gara, se così vogliamo dividerla in 3 fasi per ora. Ad ora siamo nella terza fase, quella un pochino più dark, un pochino più fredda, e dove bisogna iniziare anche a tirare le somme senza sbagliare. Nelle prime 2 fasi di gara c'è stato un po' di tutto e di più, tanti full cursello che hanno stravolto sia le posizioni sia le strategie e hanno ribaltato diverse volte i valori in campo. È stata una gara molto interessante, anche se molto complicata. Imola multiclasse sappiamo che è sempre molto difficile, però insomma, se presa con lo spirito giusto può essere una sfida diversa dal solito, ecco. Per il resto ti ringrazio per la mention, come si suol dire. Mi fa molto piacere oltretutto essere qui con un commentatore esperto come te, è veramente sempre un piacere sentirti su questo punto di vista fantastico. E per quanto riguarda la citazione che hai fatto, poco da dire. Sì, la trasposizione è sempre molto interessante. Diciamo che va bene presa a piccole dosi, onde evitare dei sovraccarichi, ecco, perché quando si inizia a parlare di queste cose, volendo uno, no, ci si attacca a una discussione, poi un'altra ancora, non si finisce mai, si finisce per fare un giro di parole immenso, presi dall'entusiasmo e dalla passione che alla fine accomuna un po' tutte le persone che orbitano intorno all'automotive e al motorsport in generale, ecco. Sì.
Beh, credo che comunque una dovuta distinzione bisogna sempre farla, perché quando si parla di sim racing c'è in comune il tema base che è il motorsport. Forse l'approccio a livello psicologico, anche sul punto di vista fisico, ci sarebbe tanto da dire, però è sempre stabilire un netto confine che va a differenziare l'attività concreta, vera e propria, reale, a quella virtuale. Comunque ne approfitto per chi si sia collegato adesso, poi magari ritorniamo sul tema Riccardo, per fare un recap veloce della classifica. Come vedete è buio e notte, autodromo che è illuminato principalmente dai fari delle 5 categorie, delle vetture appartenenti alle 5 categorie, con la battaglia per il secondo posto della GT3M che vede Marco Pereira in seconda posizione. Vediamo se ce la fa il pilota del team Grow Racing ad avere la meglio, a conquistare strada libera. Qui vediamo il replay, quindi un Mariano Calò che subito ci mostra questo sorpasso con la 63 che deve cedere il passo. In realtà Marco Pereira è al secondo posto con un ritardo da Tommy Tisdale dei Rookie Monsters della 62 abbastanza pronunciato. Va a passare la 63 guidata da Daniel Scott all'esterno della variante del tamburello, quindi un bel sorpasso per artigliare il secondo posto. Difficile riprendere i primi, però ecco, sempre qualche punto in più che per il Grow Racing Team può far molto molto bene, considerando le difficoltà vissute in Bahrain, dove ha accumulato solamente 6 punticini nel corso della 8 ore a Sakhir. Recap che vede quindi la classe Hypercar comandata da Sinfree Sports, che con Nello Pastorino in questo momento conduce le danze davanti a Lazaros Filippakos, terza posizione del team Iris, tra parentesi. Per il terzo posto vediamo Boyd Transport Racing, che dopo aver scontato una penalità inizio gara con costanza, nonostante 2 giri di ritardo, è lì in terza posizione con un distacco di 1 minuto dai secondi classificati, mentre nella LMP2 Pro c'è Patrick Ziakowski ai Pirion concreti, solidi, sempre lì davanti. LMP2 Pro M invece è il team, scusate adesso vado giù, ecco, è Arms Sirba GT con la 42, in realtà è la divisione prototipi, ho sbagliato a dire GT, con Riccardo Fava in prima piazza e un distacco abbastanza notevole nei confronti di Andrea Garassino. Nella GT3 Pro Pescara ha dominato fin qui la gara, però non ha ancora accumulato un giro di vantaggio su Caspian Motorsport, quindi Demirkan dovrà sperare, ecco, in qualche evento per ricucirsi. A Michael Francesconi molto molto rapido, molto competitivo, continua a martellare tempi sul 43,5, il che vuol dire avere grande confidenza e un grande bilanciamento nell'equipaggio, nel setup, nella messa a punto, perché hanno dominato la gara dall'inizio fino a 43 minuti dal termine. E poi, come detto, il team Rookie Monsters è davanti con la Porsche numero 62 affidata adesso a Tommy Teasdale. Riccardo, una gara che ha visto Sinfream uscire alla lunga nei confronti di Ground Effect, che invece ha subito un duro colpo con Alpeus, che per ora non può far meglio di quarto.
Diciamo che ci siamo bilanciati tra gli equipaggi, perché mentre eravamo veramente con tutte le carte in regola sul GT e un po' più preoccupati per l'hypercar, perché gli avversari, come parlavamo anche prima durante il commento inglese, hanno trovato veramente un'ottima configurazione aerodinamica per questo circuito, dove hanno messo insieme un ottimo carico pur facendo tantissima velocità, quindi efficienza. Hanno fatto veramente un ottimo lavoro, bisogna rendergliene atto, ed è un vero peccato che finisca così, perché di sicuro per fare quello devono aver provato, devono aver testato, devono essersi impegnati molto e essersi anche messi in discussione, perché sai, è molto facile non lasciare mai, no, il conosciuto, invece è più complicato correre, tra virgolette, il rischio di scombussolare le carte per cercare poi di ricostruire qualcosa di meglio. Quindi è veramente un peccato, però insomma almeno con l'hypercar siamo rimasti fuori dai guai, è andato tutto liscio finora. Diciamo che in questa fase bisogna solo arrivare al traguardo. Col GT con la GT3 99 abbiamo un paio di posizioni forse che potremmo recuperare se le macchine davanti a noi pittano. Ecco, una di queste è quella dei GR Sim Trust, che è al pit ora. Credo un full service, perché dal live vedo una gomma soft e anche la macchina di K-Serie WP, la BMW. Forse potrebbe essere un'altra posizione potenziale, però sì, con lo equipaggio siamo rimasti molto lontani da quello che potevamo fare, poco da dire.
Comunque è una circostanza molto sfortunata, perché io inizialmente l'incidente l'avevo visto, siccome le telecamere erano arrivate all'ultimo, come un'impostazione sbagliata della frenata, no? Cioè una toccata sull'erba. In realtà poi, rivedendo il replay bene e con chiarezza, si è visto appunto il contatto con la Mercedes, e da lì poi tutti i danni che sono stati riparati ai box, però hanno fatto perdere tanto tempo, Riccardo, e credo che in macchina, se non ricordo male, ci fosse proprio tu in quel momento.
Sì, è stata una situazione un po' al limite. A Imola comunque di base è molto difficile superare, se quello davanti non sbaglia bisogna avere tanto passo in più. I breaking point non erano male, penso, per entrambe le vetture. Io ho detto curva 1 al massimo arrivo un pelo lungo, metto una marcia in meno e poi sono davanti nel richiamo. È difficile che vieni superato, a meno che deliberatamente.
Demirkan, Caspian Motorsport, come detto, erano lì in seconda posizione, e adesso invece quella piazza d'onore credo che la perderanno. Stavano provando il tutto per tutto, speravano magari in un qualche evento a proprio favore per avvicinare la vetta, forse con Inai Racing Italia, che è andata all'esterno nel doppiaggio, e qua l'aggancio, l'incomprensione con Ahmed Demirkan, che va a un triplo, quadruplo testa coda e si appoggia, tra l'altro perdendo la ruota. Gara finita, Riccardo, immagino.
Sì, beh, adesso sarà full corsiello, esatto, e sì, aspettiamo il countdown.
Su 3 ruote. La perde peraltro alla variante Villeneuve, e adesso entra in regimi di code 80. È incomprensione abbastanza brutta.
Ma guarda, in realtà in quelle situazioni lì è sempre un po' complicato, perché bisogna ragionevolmente darsi una mano. Sinceramente, allora, a posteriori è sempre facile parlare, dall'altro punto di vista non c'è ragione una volta che si è side by side, di stare così vicini alla macchina che sta superando, anche perché il punto di frenata era lontano, quindi sinceramente ha corso un rischio che purtroppo gli ha creato veramente un grave problema. Una situazione paradossalmente simile anche a quella dei primi giri con il contatto con noi, perché erano, penso, completamente dietro, vedendo dove siamo stati toccati, e oltretutto avrebbero dovuto scontare un drive-thru poco dopo, quindi sarebbero finiti
Futile.
dietro. Sì, Però insomma ognuno corre un po' anche con il proprio livello di tenacia, e se corressimo tutti safe diventerebbero noiosissime le gare, quindi insomma non mi sento di criticare, ecco, però un po' di oggettività secondo me bisogna portarla, e di sicuro quest'ultimo episodio, ecco, era probabilmente evitabile, ecco.
Qua abbiamo visto come bene o male la LMP2 sia rimasta sulla traiettoria lineare mentre Demirkan abbia allargato piano piano. Questa è la mia visione, però chiedo appunto, mi appello a Riccardo che è pilota ma lavora anche dietro le quinte, vediamo come si sposti piano piano verso destra e vada a toccare e a speronare la LMP2 che stava ormai completando il doppiaggio. Poi Imola mette a dura prova tutto questo perché lo vediamo, ci sono rettilini sì, ma a volte i rettilini non sono, ci sono delle piccole pieghe che cambiano mano a mano, metro dopo metro le traiettorie, le macchine si spostano e poi c'è anche il buio che non fa capire molto il posizionamento degli avversari, e questo è un errore, più che errore, anzi mi correggo, è un evento che mette veramente una bella tegola e una spada di Damocle sulla gara di Caspian Motorsport, che era in seconda posizione con un vantaggio tutto sommato di tranquillità, sereno nei confronti di Michele Rizzo di VDA, Virtual Drivers Alliance, e adesso scenderanno di posizione. Ora non so, Riccardo, se sia possibile, non ricordo onestamente, riparare un danno del genere, quindi quando la macchina arriva al box su 3 ruote non so quanto tempo sia richiesto per le riparazioni, però penso che ormai sia andata.
È probabile che gli tocchi anche un 600 secondi, può darsi che sia anche un 6 minuti. Quando siamo stati tamponati al pit con molti meno danni abbiamo fatto 450 secondi, quindi non sarà di sicuro positivo. In ogni caso in questa situazione bisogna menzionare i VDA, i Virtual Drivers Alliance, con Rizzo in macchina, che faranno un bel bottino, perché dopo il primo posto del round 1 sono lanciati verso il secondo posto del round 2. Tra l'altro ricordiamoci che qui c'è il Success Ballast, quindi fare risultato con il peso è veramente molto molto buono, molto importante per quando poi a fine campionato tiri la somma degli eventi, no? È molto molto buono,
certo.
e con queste vetture, già con queste vetture, questo balance che è molto molto vicino, 10 kg di differenza fanno veramente tanto, quindi
Dove
onore
si
a
sentono
loro.
di più questi chili? Frenata o nei cambi di direzione di Imola? Dove li percepisci di più? Poi immagino a seconda della macchina, che vari l'effetto, però
Sì, allora ti spiego molto brevemente. A seconda della macchina, smarchiamo questo argomento, dipendono molto da dove è il baricentro della macchina. Macchine che hanno
ok.
più peso avanti o più peso dietro possono soffrire la zavorra, diciamo, in modi diversi, o la zavorra può andare a modificare un po' quello che è soprattutto il bilanciamento nel long run della vettura in modi diversi, perché sulla base di dove sta il peso va poi anche un po' la temperatura della gomma. Quindi diciamo che lo stesso peso su macchine diverse può richiedere, diciamo, aggiustamenti diversi, interpretazioni diverse. Finché si tratta di 10 kg, sinceramente parlando, cambia poco. A livello di performance qualcosina sì, a livello di messa a punto non tanto.
Ok.
Esatto. Principalmente, sul giro secco si sentono perché col serbatoio scarico, quindi mediamente le macchine hanno 100 litri di benzina, che sono circa 75 kg di peso,
Sì.
74-75 dipende, penso che sia 75 questo sim, con la
Comunque siamo
conversione.
lì.
Siamo lì, esatto, al di là degli etti. Ovviamente più 10 kg su una macchina che ha peso secco più il full tank è in percentuale una cosa, più 10 kg invece quando hai a benzina per fare 2 giri l'impatto è maggiore. Quindi sul giro secco si sente di più a livello di pura prestazione. Sul passo gara dipende, su una pista a basso degrado come può essere questa magari non tantissimo, perché comunque qua lo stint era facile farlo, e se uno era messo bene a fine stint, se non si sfrutta il picco della gomma all'inizio, i tempi buoni vengono a fine stint, il che è un grande indicatore di quanto stress c'è sulla gomma. Oppure in una pista anche come Monza, per dire, no? Dove il degrado gomma è pressoché, dico nullo, ma qualcosa c'è sempre. Però magari in piste più impegnative come può essere Bahrain, ecco, allora lì chiaramente l'impatto sicuramente
influente.
è maggiore.
3 secondi e mezzo tra Alcpeus e Eric Comadei dei Boyd Transport Racing, un team che si è affacciato proprio alla classe Hypercar, con invece la BMW di Sweet Force che è in ritardo di un giro. Siamo proprio on board con la Porsche 963 LMDH di Ground Effect Sim Racing, una sezione, quella della variante Villeneuve, molto molto bella e anche critica per i doppiaggi che tra poco dovrà affrontare e effettuare. Infatti vediamo come davanti ad Alcpeus si inizia a intravedere, a profilare la Porsche del Boyd Transport Racing guidata da Comadi, che sta girando sul 29.7 contro il 28.225. Nel frattempo, visto il pit stop, l'ultimo pit stop immagino della gara per Nello Pastorino, che a questo punto è l'incarico di portare la macchina al traguardo, si passa per Alpeus la Ferrari di Virtual Drivers Alliance. Guarda quanto velocemente e rapidamente è arrivata su Comadi, e infatti alla variante Gresini è già le calcagna, pronto a intravedere il LED orizzontale posteriore della 963, una delle macchine scelte e sviluppate proprio per questo campionato. Comadei protegge all'interno, nel frattempo va a doppiare la LMP2 di Level 1 Sports, lo segue Alpeus che prepara l'attacco, prepara l'offensiva che potrebbe arrivare già nel rettilineo principale. Fantastico vedere Imola di notte, uno scenario irrealizzabile proprio perché non si vede competizione di notte a Imola, sia per gli orari sia appunto per la mancanza di un impianto di illuminazione completo all'interno. Comadei perde la posizione all'interno, Alcpeus ce la fa, guadagna il terzo posto ufficialmente, quindi riporta sul podio Ground Effect Sim Racing, e quindi una manovra concreta, solida, senza possibilità di replica per la Porsche numero 5. Dicevo, è molto difficile vedere anzi, impossibile vedere gare Imola di notte, proprio perché sappiamo anche delle polemiche che ci sono per i rumori. Vabbè, lasciamo perdere, non approfondiamo troppo questi temi. Quindi Imola di notte è uno scenario che trovate prettamente qui su Pitlane TV con Erse nella eSport Endurance Series. Demirkan è ancora ai box, Riccardo. E tornando un po' sul lato tecnico, tu che guidi in questo campionato Auto GT3, hai ritrovato qualche punto in comune nel lavoro che svolgi nella realtà e quello che invece pratichi al simulatore?
Beh, certamente, anzi ti dirò che avendo iniziato prima a fare tanto sim racing, parlo di adesso un bel po' di anni, dovrei fare i conti, anzi dovrei ricordarmi esattamente l'anno, sinceramente ci devo pensare, perché sai, sono cose che una tira l'altra e pian piano inizi. Ti dirò, guarda, quando sono andato a fare la mia primissima gara, 12 ore di Abu Dhabi come race engineer, quello che ho fatto è stato fare copia e incolla di tutti gli strumenti e i metodi che mi ero costruito per gestire le gare endurance al simulatore, portarli in pista, e alla fine sai cosa è successo? Che ne usavo il 60% per una serie di motivi molto banali. Sul simulatore c'è una serie di dati e puoi gestire e controllare una serie di cose con una precisione tale e una facilità tale per cui ti permette, diciamo, di alzare l'asticella del controllo del parametro e in generale fare un lavoro molto più di fino e o articolato rispetto a quanto puoi fare nella vettura. Pensa anche solo al refuel delle macchine con la torre, la volatilità che c'è sul carburante che entra nella torre, ti devi sempre tenere del margine, hai il problema del pescaggio della vettura, delle pompe, anche la temperatura, insomma c'è tutta una serie di cose, e poi anche lì capita che magari vuoi fare un pit stop al volo per sfruttare una safety car o una full course yellow, ma non fai in tempo perché la crew non fa in tempo a mettersi il casco, non si è preparati. Possono succedere queste cose,
Sono imprevisti che possono capitare,
esatto.
insomma.
Esatto, quindi non sempre si riesce a fare tutto quello che uno ha in mente, anzi la differenza la fa l'esperienza per capire su cosa concentrarsi, definire delle priorità e sulla base della benedetta scala delle priorità organizzare il proprio lavoro e svolgere la gara, capisci? Mentre qua invece,
Certo.
potendo fare tutto al volo, tra virgolette, è anche più competitivo, paradossalmente, no? È
Si
interessante
riduce
su
quel
questo.
margine di errore, perché tutto immagino si velocizza e le procedure sono un pochino più rapide, no? Rispetto alla realtà, dove appunto già l'incognita del pit stop, del box, del gruppo di meccanici che deve prepararsi, magari non so, preparare le pressioni gomma per gomma, immagino è un qualcosa che mi viene subito in mente. Oppure ci sono delle operazioni da fare dietro le quinte, nel sim racing non ci sono e forse il processo è più automatizzato, no?
No, chiaramente, e soprattutto bisogna anche valutare il fattore Marco
Che
Pereira,
sbavatura per Pereira, ma tutto ok.
sì, 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 sì. Bisogna valutare anche il fattore umano, appunto, sai, ci sono realtà, ci sono squadre di livello più alto dove hai i ragazzi, hai la crew che fanno il pit stop, che loro per 24 ore sono dei soldatini e sono sempre pronti a scattare. Magari hai altre realtà che sono la maggior parte in realtà, perché sai, noi siamo abituati a vedere in televisione quello che è lo 0,1% del mondo delle corse.
Certo.
Sotto c'è il mondo intero e secondo me è anche molto più appassionante, molto più interessante perché si rispolvera un pochino di più la concretezza piuttosto che il business, lo sponsor, l'immagine, tutte queste cose un po' frivole, no? Che poi hanno
Sai
quando si perdono.
dove ho trovato questa rappresentazione? Nel frattempo Francesco Geniale, lo ringrazio, commento durante la notte della 24 ore di Le Mans, Pittaccio Corazzari, mi piacerebbe molto, lo ammetto, mi piacerebbe veramente tanto se mai avessi la fortuna di commentare la 24 ore di Le Mans. E ha una domanda Francesco Bonardi mentre c'è una bandiera gialla nel primo settore. Ho ritrovato un ambiente più semplice, diciamo, e anche più umano a Road Atlanta. Sono stato alla Petit Le Mans e sai, lì non abbiamo le grandi, non ci sono le grandi hospitality nell'IMSA,
Certo.
c'è il tendone con le macchine sotto e vedi il meccanico lavorare direttamente, poi quando si inizia a pensare alle prove libere, alle qualifiche, si sposta la macchina nella pit road. Quindi il lavoro è molto più visibile rispetto a un box in cui logicamente un garage diventa più inaccessibile anche per o gli addetti ai lavori come i giornalisti o quant'altro oppure i semplici appassionati. Lì nell'IMSA tra le varie categorie dalla Mazda alla classe regina ho notato tanta differenza tra gli equipaggi, tra le squadre che hanno a disposizione un capitale maggiore, non so, Wayne Taylor Racing, Penske e Ganassi, invece quei team che corrono da privati che non hanno il supporto al 100% di casa madre e che devono in un certo senso attrezzarsi, e quella è stata veramente un'apertura a livello proprio di percezione. Intanto qui attenzione,
Per
la
noi
63 è
volevo
disconnessa di Daniel
esatto.
Scott, la
Problema hardware molto
63
probabilmente. Peccato perché loro penso un'ora e mezza fa erano, se non sbaglio, secondi AM
sì.
ed erano primi e secondo le due ultime volte. Stavo facendo veramente un'ottima gara. Vediamo cosa è successo. Forse disconnessione.
Disconnessione perché l'aveva anticipata in
Sì, 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 sì,
chat
sì.
Busink, che purtroppo è uno dei piloti dell'equipaggio, ha lottato e ha corso nella prima parte, nei primi 2-3 stint, e perdono una terza posizione che sarebbe stata di vitale importanza. Un vero peccato. Grazie comunque a tutte le segnalazioni che ci arrivano in chat e grazie a Busink che purtroppo deve sperare in una riconnessione quanto prima. Qui invece vediamo la Sweet Force che è ritirata, disconnessa anche la Sweet Force che era in pista, però adesso da disconnessa anche la BMW e Hybrid V8 di Thomas Grobelny, quindi potrebbe essere questo un momento molto delicato. E serata difficile a questo punto, vediamo se si tratta di una disconnessione o di un ritiro. È in pieno rettilineo, macchina teletrasportata dai box, nulla da fare.
Sì, veramente momento un po' borderline, volevo vedere se riuscivo, sì, direttamente, proprio sparito, senza laggare.
Propongono
Sì, purtroppo
una serata
un
vino e
aperitivo,
Campari
un aperitivo di
e arriva
gruppo.
anche Luca Martino.
Scherzi a parte, è stato veramente... Dopo torniamo un attimo sull'argomento America che è veramente
Vai, tranquillo.
interessante. Grovelny intanto riesce, sì, disconnessione, rientrato. Veramente un peccato. No, comunque è stata una gara veramente ricca in generale tra i colpi di scena, i problemi, disconnessioni, contatti, accidenti. Secondo me abbiamo praticamente, se tu riassumi 2 stagioni dell'eSport Endurance Series, gli eventi qua hai fatto per 2.
No, esatto, ma anche l'anno scorso a Imola mi ricordo il devasto, soprattutto alla fine auto che entravano
Sì.
in contromano ai box, anzi in retromarcia ai box, penalità su penalità poi nel post gara, un disastro. Grobelny peraltro è uscito dai box andando a toccarsi con la BMW che occupa la nona posizione della classe GT3, dovrebbe essere la GT3 AM, e ho preso un bello spavento, decisamente un bello spavento, ma tutto è andato bene, mentre purtroppo non sembra riconnettersi Daniel Scott, che sta perdendo secondi su secondi e potrebbe aggiungersi hai già 5 ritirati: Fuel Savers, Boy Transport la 306, Flying Goat, Blue Bolt, anche Stefano Zarrosso si è dovuto piegare insieme ai suoi compagni di squadra, e la Sweet Force GT, che è stata la prima auto ad esporre, ad alzare bandiera bianca, Riccardo.
Intanto, sempre in GT, parliamo dei top 3. Vabbè, Pescara rimane sulla propria orbita, deve solo arrivare alla fine. Abbiamo visto il sorpasso tra
Visto all'inizio si è toccato con Geniale alle acque minerali. In macchina anche Flavio Azzori, a proposito del GT3 che saluto, con il team Shiba, con la numero 67, a proposito della squadra che compete bene o male, compete in tutte le categorie di questa eSport Endurance Series, la 7ª stagione. Ritorniamo in diretta dopo qualche istante in radiocronaca con il bellissimo LED della BMW. Io non oso immaginare in BMW quanti problemi abbiano avuto con il drag a causa di questo muso enorme. Leggevo le parole di Maurizio Reschiutta dopo Daytona e credo che sia stato uno dei problemi maggiori. Poi nell'endurance c'è tempo per approfondirle perché le gare sono lunghe. Per ora questa 6 ore di Imola si è un po' stabilizzata, qualche colpo di scena, qualche disconnessione, però non ci sono varie sorprese dal punto di vista della classifica. Vediamo se, adesso ritorniamo in diretta, Michele Rizzi è riuscito a chiudere il gap su Nicola Pastore. In realtà no, ha perso altri 2 secondi. Pastore con le soft, temperatura che si è abbassata, quindi potrebbe essere un po' più adatta allo pneumatico morbido. Confermami poi Riccardo nel caso in cui questa logica sia giusta. 1:44.1 per Michele Rizzo con la media, con la morbida dicevo Nicola Pastori in 43.313, quindi giro dopo giro sta allungando e potrebbe intascare questa seconda posizione che per il team Shiba nella GT3 Pro sarebbe fondamentale, perché guarda caso è arrivata a Imola a 5 punti di distanza da Virtual Drivers Alliance, quindi avrebbe l'occasione di lasciare Imola, chissà, con la leadership del campionato tra le mani. Se non ho
Sì,
visto male.
sarebbe veramente interessante. Sì, se finisse così,
O si avvicinerebbe molto comunque.
se finisse così la 13 farebbe 25 punti, andrebbe a 50, mentre la 74 farebbe 22 punti, andrebbe a 55. Quindi comunque alla fine per essere gara 2 è come 1-1 palla al centro alla perfezione. Poco da dire. Chiaro che comunque è ancora cioè questi ultimi minuti non sono così scontati. È chiaro che ormai le strategie sono delineate, a meno che non ci sia qualche macchina che debba ancora fare un piccolo rifornimento. L'unica eventualmente poteva essere la macchina di Pescara, ma è talmente avanti che non la consideriamo, tra virgolette, su questo punto di vista. E nel frattempo mi allego al commento di Pablos. Hyperion ha preso la testa, primo e secondo, sono tornati in testa primi e secondi in LMP2, con la bagarre in GT me la sono perso completamente purtroppo, e la situazione anche lì è molto delineata. Per il momento non sembra tutto tranquillo.
Ottima rimonta comunque, o comunque sì, dai, chiamiamola rimonta per Gergo Balog con Black Hawk Racing. Abbiamo visto l'Oreca numero 30 ferma in pista dopo le acque minerali all'inizio della gara. Qui Gusowski che sta cercando di far passare la hypercar di Sinfrim senza troppe complicazioni. Dicevo, ottima crescita nonostante tutto, nonostante le difficoltà e i giri di ritardo, 5 rispetto al leader della corsa per la numero 30 di Black Hawk Racing, mentre qui vediamo Gusowski sì in seconda posizione. Attenzione perché in LMP2 Pro M, lo ricordo sempre, c'è Paolo Pennimpedi in testa, non Giuseppe Saracino come indica la grafica. Non c'è la 320 in testa perché la 320 corre nella LMP2 Pro, categoria nella quale sarebbe con Saracino al volante in quarta posizione. Lo ricordo giusto perché magari si collega a qualcuno in questo momento, in questi ultimi minuti, e vede il team Shiba con la numero 320 davanti a tutti. Attenzione a Gergo Balog, appena citato, prova a liberarsi davanti a lui di un'altra LMP2, dovrebbe essere quella dell'Armsirba, ma niente da fare, rimane alle sue spalle. E per riprendere un po' il discorso della coesione, tu hai parlato di BMW, della squadra che in America si è occupata della EM Hybrid, della LMDH, è una squadra che compete principalmente soprattutto in IndyCar Series, quella del Team Royal. Questo problema si è presentato di fatto anche in Lamborghini, perché purtroppo le notizie sono state pubblicate in questi giorni, ma già si sapeva da tempo. Sembra che tra Lamborghini e Aerolinks non ci sia un grande rapporto e il progetto sia al capolinea, almeno per quanto riguarda il mondiale endurance, mentre nell'IMSA c'è speranza di vedere ancora la SC63 LMDH almeno per il 2025. Il team si potrebbe sapere.
Matteo, c'è una LMP2 molto lenta in uscita, sembra che non riprenda passo in uscita da Tosa, forse la Carloni Racing, credo.
La Suardi che taglia completamente le acque minerali. Nello stesso punto ha rallentato ed era finito a danneggiare la macchina pesantemente da Nindra del team KSR con Pea. Sì, esatto, è il team Kesar. E adesso rallentano, non so se c'è stata un'uscita di pista, fanno passare anche la Ferrari 488. Attenzione ai tagli perché il grip lì diminuisce, rientra quasi in traiettoria, però bravo a rimanere un pochino più largo. Da rivedere,
sta molto bene.
Da rivedere eventualmente il replay. Sta provando a rientrare in box, le 4 ruote ci sono tutte, mi pare di capire. O è rimasto a secco, però non riaccelera. ha riaccelerato, ok, atipica, alquanto atipica questa situazione, un po' bizzarra. Sembra riprendere velocità da un momento all'altro, occupa la 7ª posizione, anche se fa fatica a passare la BMW, forse ha cercato di rientrare ai box senza rimanere a secco, mi viene da pensare questo. Non lo so, però è strano uscire di pista così addirittura.
Ma vediamo anche
Aspettiamo.
perché non sta andando così piano. Vediamo Pitta.
Vai box.
Questa situazione 14 minuti dalla fine, se sei in bagarre e arrivi a ridosso di una macchina così lenta,
Non è ideale.
non è ideale da gestire.
Non è ideale.
Esattamente, vediamo.
Poi magari qualche membro del team lo potrà spiegare in chat. Qua ritorniamo su Sermet Ozturk di Sunset Motorsport, occupa la 5ª posizione della classe LMP2 Pro. Sermet Ozturk è direttamente alle spalle di Gergo Balog, però ha un ritardo di 14 secondi e 5 che non fa presagire a un confronto, a una battaglia, almeno per ora. Cioè sì, 5ª posizione, ma sarebbe in realtà, sì, sarebbe la 5ª posizione di categoria per quanto riguarda la classe, però in realtà ne scalerebbe di una, sarebbe la 6ª e 7ª Balog e Osturk, considerando che Saracino si dovrebbe aggiungere, si aggiunge a questa lista. È sempre molto complicato capire un po' le posizioni per via di questa piccola sbavatura a livello grafico. Intanto Comedy è in 3ª posizione e sai chi si è avvicinato? Attenzione, bandiera gialla nel 2º settore ed è Filippakos, è secondo Filippakos. Stavo proprio menzionando il possibile scontro tra le due parti. Si è girato Lazaros Filippakos alla piratella ed è passato Eric Kumadi, quindi per Boyd Transport Racing potrebbe arrivare all'orizzonte una grande 2ª posizione. Vediamo cos'è successo. Stava per raggiungere Pastore, si gira e la perde.
Credo molto simile a Nick da Silva, stessa dinamica, si è solo girato un pelo più lentamente.
Si era avvicinato tantissimo Comade negli ultimi giri, molto, con Filippakos che era andato sul 31 basso, dietro alla 67 del team Shiba, e il testacoda quindi porta ai piedi del podio Lazaros Filippakos con Arcpeus che, fermandosi, adesso si trova a 26 secondi e 2 da Filippakos stesso. Vedremo se Arcpeus riuscirà a rientrare e se al contempo Filippakos riprenderà velocità. Ora si trova alle spalle della Hyperion che comanda con la numero 44 Patrick Ziakowski, che vuole conquistare quantomeno il titolo che è sfuggito l'anno scorso nell'LMP2 Pro a vantaggio dei Go Team che si trovano in 3ª posizione con Zoltan Varconi. Riccardo, siamo a 11 minuti e 18 dalla fine e ritorno un po' sul discorso Success Ballast, quindi la zavorra data in base ai risultati della gara precedente e quant'altro. C'era una domanda di Francesco Bonardi, se non sbaglio, che riguarda il posizionamento. Il ballast non viene messo nel baricentro, cioè è imposto, diciamo, il ballast anche nella realtà, o avete la possibilità di gestirlo voi in base al posizionamento?
Allora, sulle vetture GT c'è un cassetto del ballast definito e deve andare lì. Alla fine sì, ha una, non lo so cosa sarà lungo, 40 cm,
Ok.
quindi puoi mettere le piastre. Su alcune macchine hai 2 serie di prigionieri in cui mettere le piastre e le puoi mettere un po' più avanti, un po' più indietro, però la differenza è davvero, cioè è niente, a dire la verità. Mentre invece sulle hypercar, dove si può muovere la zavorra è la cosa con cui si lavora più di tutte per spostare la ripartizione del peso, perché è quella che decide alla fine quanto carico termico va sugli assali, e gestire la ripartizione del carico termico sugli assali è quella cosa che ti decide più in assoluto il balance della vettura, la consistency del balance della vettura e quindi, diciamo, come si dice, l'assetto, no? Quella è la prima cosa. infatti le vetture, anche penso al mondo GT, ci sono vetture che bene o male sono sempre un po' più facili da guidare e consistenti nel funzionamento. Perché? Perché hanno una ripartizione dei pesi più intelligente di altre vetture, e di base sono macchine che, a meno che non fai errori madornali o di guida o di messa a punto o di interpretazione delle gomme, cioè non è tutto in automatico, ovviamente ci sono sempre delle variabili, però se uno fa le cose normali, bene o male, da pista a pista appoggia la macchina in terra e funziona più o meno sempre allo stesso modo. Poi è chiaro che una cosa, ecco, qua voglio entrare nel dettaglio in un particolare molto importante. Una cosa che ha un impatto veramente grande, indipendentemente dal carico termico, è il tipo di rugosità dell'asfalto, la superficiale e quella in profondità, perché quella devi immaginare frame per frame, la gomma che rotola, non so, la macchina in appoggio, no? Che percorre la curva, con la gomma che si va a incastrare, proprio a inserire nelle scavature, nei groove dell'asfalto, sulla base di come sono fatti questi groove, quindi sulla base delle caratteristiche di rugosità dell'asfalto che viene misurata. Sai, quando vedete, magari quando capita di vedere in Formula 1, non so, le foto dei team che vanno con quelle macchine tutte strane a prendere queste patch di asfalto per fare chissà che cosa, in realtà vanno semplicemente a misurare vanno a caratterizzare la grana dell'asfalto, perché quello cambia parecchio.
Oh, scusami Riccardo, perché
No, fai pure.
Filippa è andato fuori pista, momento di crisi, e perde il podio, passa Alpeus. Erano giri che stava faticando, adesso sembra anche molto molto lento, momento di crisi. Peraltro ho letto in chat che corre con il pad, e
Sì,
questo è
lui
incredibile.
corre con il pad, è famoso per questo.
È veramente fantastica come sfida, però anche molto molto
un po' scary
dispendiosa
anche.
in termini di energia, quasi frustrante. Vediamo cos'è successo qui. Stava per doppiare, era entrato in un ciclo di doppiaggi molto pericoloso e si tocca con la prima della GT3. Attenzione, si è toccato con il leader della GT3 AM. Esatto, è la macchina dei Rookie Monster, con Tommy Tisdale che rientra in pista. Per sua fortuna un vantaggio molto ricco, nessun altro rischio, mentre per Filippa Kos sembra che la gara stia prendendo una piega del tutto negativa. Un vero peccato, riparte adesso. Sembra velocizzarsi di nuovo
ground
adesso.
effect, dopo il disastro del contatto che hanno avuto ore fa, sembrava finita la loro gara. Alla fine sono terzi a 28 secondi dal secondo. Alla fine comunque ci sono grosse differenze di passo in hypercar, c'è poco da dire, però se hai il passo, se hai il pace, non bisogna mai darla morta, non bisogna mai darci su, bisogna sempre cercare di massimizzare il risultato, non si sa mai. Sai, se non hai il pace dici ok, non posso recuperare, la porto alla fine, ma se hai il passo bisogna andare via, anche se si è molto indietro.
Anche perché poi la distanza di gara dalle 6 alle 12 ore, come ad esempio vedremo a Daytona, alla 24 ore di Le Mans, permette per ovvie ragioni e per ovvi motivi di recuperare, di non mollare mai. E quindi da un momento all'altro cambia la storia di questa gara, quantomeno per il podio, con Comade che potrebbe regalare il primo podio in stagione a Boyd Transport Racing, e Alpeus che invece si mette lì in terza posizione. Vediamo se con un po' d'orgoglio riesce a chiudere il distacco. No, in realtà mezzo minuto, poco meno di mezzo minuto di ritardo. Si gira più veloce Alpeus, guadagna 1 secondo e 1 su Comade, però sembra veramente un'impresa quasi impossibile. C'è battaglia invece con 3 secondi di gap tra Alessandro Manfredi, potrebbe esserci battaglia tra Alessandro Manfredi di Virtual Drivers Alliance e Pierpaolo De Maria di Carloni Racing. Parliamo della GT3M, mentre per Tommy Tisdale il margine è totalmente di sicurezza, nonostante il brivido con Filippa Kos. È rientrato in pista, se l'è presa con calma, però certo, sei leader, hai vantaggio. È una bella sveglia questa, per dire ok, 5 minuti alla fine devo resistere, non devo mollare, non devo deconcentrarmi.
Esatto, anche perché, ok, hanno un margine importante, però diciamo che sai, in quelle situazioni lì, come dire, no, è che scusa, ma provo a mettermi nei panni di Tommy Tisdale, non è facile stare tranquilli, ecco, in quelle situazioni lì, anche perché comunque non poteva fare tanto. Obiettivamente Filipacos si è allargato un po' troppo presto, pensando di essere con tutta la macchina davanti, e devo dire che questa hypercar, avendoci fatto tutta la stagione scorsa, bisogna stare attenti nei doppiaggi, e serve far tanti giri, tanti chilometri nel traffico per capire effettivamente un po' come dire le estremità di sta macchina dove sono e quanto margine c'è per passare e così via. Non è assolutamente facile.
Ti fa i ringraziamenti Francesco Bonardi che ti ringrazia per la spiegazione sul ballast, faceva poi un riferimento al rFactor 2, come viene gestita la distribuzione del ballast stesso, credo che sia
Beh,
appunto in automatico in base a...
rispondiamo Matteo, guarda, è molto
vai.
semplice, la vettura ha una certa distribuzione del peso che in queste vetture, nel GT3 in questo caso, non è regolabile, è imposta da come è fatta la vettura, da file della fisica della vettura, è un parametro su cui per sistemare un po' il balance delle performance si è lavorato, perché molte vetture erano buone sul giro secco ma poi avevano talmente tanta differenza di temperatura gomma tra gli assali che sul passo gara facevano fatica, quindi spostando il peso si è recuperato tantissimo e si è uniformato molto il passo gara tra le vetture, anche tra vetture molto diverse, come può essere l'Aston Martin, che è la macchina più complicata sull'anteriore, o la Porsche o l'Audi, che erano le macchine più complicate sul posteriore, per intenderci. Quando si applica la zavorra semplicemente si mette massa sul baricentro, quindi se una vettura ha il 47% del peso anteriore avrà 10 kg per 0,47, quindi avrà 4,7 davanti e 5,3 dietro.
Ma direi fantastico, meglio di così non si poteva chiudere. Un'altra nozione tecnica secondo me molto molto interessante per capire tutto quello che c'è dietro anche nel mondo del simulato, nel mondo dei simulatori. Credo che ormai siamo agli sgoccioli, perché con i 3 minuti rimanenti Nello Pastorino inizia a intravedere la bandiera a scacchi, e quindi penso che per Sinfream la gioia della seconda vittoria consecutiva possa essere un sogno quanto mai realizzabile. Aspettiamo però la chiusura, non ci sono battaglie che potrebbero farci dubitare della classifica nelle altre categorie, e vedremo adesso le ultime tornate di gara. Dovrebbero mancare per la precisione 2 giri. Intanto attenzione, Marco Pereira alla piratella, non fa in tempo a dire che ormai siamo alla fine, che i brividi non mancano. Eccoli qui, appunto, Marco Pereira si è toccato, credo, con una Ferrari, forse con Alessandro Manfredi, lui che è secondo nella GT3M, e penso si tratti di un doppiaggio. Attenzione, perché va molto piano la BMW M4 numero 209. Vediamo qui nel replay cosa è successo, Riccardo. In salita, anzitutto in realtà parte già la Villeneuve
Per chiudere in bellezza full Cursiello in arrivo, vediamo cosa è successo.
Non era una battaglia valevole per la posizione. Manfredi si stava sdoppiando nei confronti di Pereira, che chiude con un pizzico di malizia, sfanala, non vuole altro disturbo. È la BMW che tampona la Ferrari. No, Grobelny.
Veramente un peccato, veramente. No, io davanti a queste situazioni non riesco a essere politically correct. Questi eventi qua secondo me andrebbero puniti veramente pesantemente, perché per guadagnare niente si rovina la gara, si rovina anche un po' il divertimento, diciamo, di tutte queste cose che a me non dovrebbero capitare, però insomma è successo, purtroppo capita.
Ed hai parlato comunque di percezione degli spazi, degli ingombri, no? Delle macchine, delle hypercar.
Assolutamente.
Ed ecco che Grobelny è stato tradito, pensava evidentemente di avere lo spazio, in realtà lo spazio non c'era, e ha tamponato la Ferrari di Manfredi, che poi è finita contro la BMW di un Pereira che adesso rientra ai box, è in seconda posizione, è seguito dalla Oreca, se non ho visto male, dalla livrea dei Sinfream Sports, la 47. Pereira potrebbe rischiare la seconda posizione, e dall'altra parte potrebbe sorridere Flavio Azzori con il team Shiba, che non è troppo distante, a 18 secondi da Marco Pereira. Si riparte, quindi Codeiti che viene subito eliminata, e si ritorna in green flag con 35 secondi rimanenti. Credo che per Nello Pastorino sia anche necessario, nonché utile, rallentare per poter chiudere in bellezza, esatto, per fare un giro in meno. 20 secondi alla fine, ultime curve per Nello Pastorino insieme al suo team, insieme alla sua squadra Sinfream Sports. Va a mettere un altro punto importante all'inizio di questa settima stagione dell'eSports Endurance Series by racingseries.com. L'ultima curva, vediamo se rallenta o se farà un altro giro. Va a iniziare l'ultimo giro adesso. Credo che no, in realtà il traguardo è qui.
Mi sa che inizia l'ultimo giro.
E inizia l'ultimo giro, non ha desistito.
Veramente un decimo di secondo. Le abbiamo
Non ha
viste tutte
mollato.
oggi.
Non ha mollato, è incredibile, non ha assolutamente mollato da un altro giro. Forse vuole dare un po' di tempo a qualcuno dei Sinframe, dei suoi compagni di squadra per guadagnare terreno? Non
Ma
so se ce l'ha
guarda,
47 in lotta, non lo so.
ormai siamo in bancarotta, non possiamo più guadagnare da questo bilancio della giornata.
No, esatto, no, sto guardando Soave, no, però Soave è staccato da Correia di Boy Transport Racing. Ma sì, siamo lì, cioè, ha voluto fare un altro giro per concederci forse qualche emozione in più. Devo dire, gara che fa capire l'esperienza nella gestione degli eventi da parte di Sinframe Esports. Applausi a tutti gli altri competitors, anche al Ground Effect che ha rimontato. Attenzione al Peus, 6 secondi e 7 da Comadi, è ritornato a 7 secondi, ha preso quasi 20 secondi nell'arco di pochi giri. Alpeus gira sul... Ok, i tempi adesso sono viziati dalla full course yellow, dalla code 80. 2.04 e 6... No, 1.29 e 1, si aggiorna ora sul traguardo, contro il 33.2 di Comadi, però adesso è rallentato dalla Ferrari di VDA, la regia giustamente va su Nello Pastorino. Sinframe Sports è all'alba di un nuovo traguardo, di un nuovo successo, va ad interpretare al meglio le ultime traiettorie. Nello Pastorino taglia il traguardo e regala la seconda affermazione consecutiva a Sinframe Sports in Hypercar, vincendo la 6 ore di Imola. È successo per il team campione in carica, il secondo di fila dopo quello del Bahrain. In GT3 Pro, dominio assoluto per Pescara SRT con Michael Francesconi, che ha già tagliato il traguardo. Vediamo se, attenzione, no, cosa succede a Teesdale, leader della GT3M, un lungo che fa presagire il peggio, ma rientra in pista mentre passava Alpeus, a caccia Alpeus della seconda posizione di Kumade, anche se il distacco è di 6 secondi e 7. Nel frattempo alle acque minerarie arriva anche il primo in classifica della LMP2 Pro, Patrick Ziakowski, Hyperion. Paolo Pennimpede con Arms Sirba GT vince in LMP2 Pro, è indicato secondo in classifica, ma è lui il vincitore con Sirba che ottiene la vittoria e 30 punti fondamentali. Aspettiamo Ziakowski, Riccardo, e poi successivamente dovremmo attendere anche il passaggio di Tommy Teasdale, che in un ultimo stint, un ultimo quarto d'ora allucinante, va ad artigliare la vittoria per i Rookie Monsters per la numero 62. Ziakowski invece regala gioia, sorrisi, felicità e trionfi a Hyperion eSports con la numero 44. È la squadra polacca a primeggiare a Imola, già transitata sul traguardo invece la Porsche dei Rookie Monsters, che dopo aver perso l'altra auto, la 63, nell'ultima ora, può già gioire, festeggiare con Tommy Teasdale, che non senza fatica ha conquistato ufficialmente il successo in quel di Imola. Si chiude qui, Riccardo, la seconda gara stagionale.
Sì, veramente una gara a dir poco ricca di colpi di scena, o meglio, una gara di colpi di scena, veramente veramente mental, una gara comunque anche bella da vedere, c'è stata qualche battaglia e la classifica cambiava continuamente, quindi grazie a e-Racing Series, a Mariano Calò per la consistency, e nonostante i problemi che purtroppo lato tecnico stanno affrontando dalla gara scorsa, parliamo di nulla di grave, problemi di periferica streaming,
Strumentazione, ecco.
esatto, di strumentazione, si è comunque organizzato per offrirci un servizio all'altezza come tutte le volte.
Direi che siamo pronti a riepilogare i risultati, attendiamo che tutti rientrino ai box per Sinframe, un risultato, una vittoria che permette alla squadra di allungare in Hypercar nei confronti del team Iris, che si deve accontentare della quarta posizione, incrollati nel finale con Lazzaros Filippa, cosa che si è dovuto accontentare del quarto posto. Quindi ecco qui i risultati: Hypercar, Nello Pastorino, Sinframe Sports vince davanti a Boyd Transport Racing, ottimo podio per loro, poi Ground Effect in rimonta, terza posizione a completare il podio, il team Iris quarto, e poi Sweet Force, che credo riceverà una pesante penalità, con la BMW M-Hybrid V8 in quinta posizione a completare lo schieramento della categoria Hypercar. In LMP2 invece è vittoria per Hyperion, doppietta in realtà per la squadra polacca con Go Team in terza posizione, il team che è stato campione nella passata stagione precede Black Hawk Racing, poi Sunset Motorsport e Carloni Black in sesta posizione, passando alla LMP2 Pro AM. Team Shiba, in realtà scusate, è Arms Sirba, il Team Shiba non fa testo, non lo calcolate. Paolo Penimpede transita per primo sul traguardo, Arms Sirba vince 30 punti, poi Carloni, Red in seconda posizione, Correia con Boyd Transport in terza piazza, doppia soddisfazione per Boyd, e poi via via tutti gli altri con Sinframe che si deve accontentare della quarta posizione con Federico Soave che è stato impegnato nell'ultimo stint. Invece passando e traslando alle GT3, nella categoria dedicata ai professionisti abbiamo il dominio senza alcun tipo di diciamo replica da parte degli avversari, Michael Francesconi e Pescara SRT, primi sul traguardo con Pescara che ha condotto la gara sostanzialmente dall'inizio, poi il team Shiba in seconda posizione, Virtual Drivers Alliance in terza, dovrebbe mantenere un vantaggio di 2 punti nella classifica della GT3 Pro, poi Arms Sirba in quarta piazza e il team Tomelli completa la top 5 davanti alle Cascu, poi Amar Motorsport, Caspian Motorsport, Sinfrim il junior team in nona posizione e poi in decima a completare la top 10 GR Sim Trust. In successione passiamo alla GT3M con il trionfo dei Rookie Monsters che avevano a disposizione una doppietta concreta. In realtà nel finale è risalito Flavio Azzori con il team Shiba che sale sul podio davanti a KSR, Andrea Setawan in terza posizione, davanti a Boy Transport in quarta e quinta piazza per Carloni Racing con l'Audi R8, una macchina che nella realtà purtroppo ormai si vede sempre meno. È stata una gara piena di brividi. Guarda Riccardo Pereira che si è dovuto ritirare addirittura, è identificato e non è classificato in realtà, era secondo e chiude tecnicamente in ottava posizione senza aver visto nemmeno il traguardo.
Sì, veramente.
Un ringraziamento ovviamente anche a Edward Hunter e a Mirasic per il commento, la telecronaca in inglese. Grazie di cuore anche a tutti coloro che hanno seguito la diretta commentando, chi direttamente dietro le quinte del muretto, chi invece da spettatore, e grazie mille. Ci vediamo a Istanbul, terzo appuntamento il 14 di dicembre per farci gli auguri di Natale e di buon anno. Un saluto da Matteo Pittacci e un abbraccio, ciao!
Bye bye everyone.